First day at McDonald's. I'm looking for a job. Open it up. Keep it tight. We got the salt on it.
Hey folks, I just wanted to let you know I am calling the election right now for Donald Trump. The reason that I'm calling it for Donald Trump is it's pretty obvious. Kamala Harris is plastic. She's been doing some more interviews, finally, but she doesn't come across very human in those interviews.
I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country. We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans.
She just continues to give off the completely manufactured vibe that is a pretty fair assessment of who she is. Meanwhile, I am blown away by how human Donald Trump has made himself as he went across the podcast circuit, did a lot of different interviews and chats with different people. Donald Trump comes across as a person who has moral standing, who is doing his best for the country. And I think that Donald Trump is going to win. You look at the economy, you look at the fact that Donald Trump looks human, where Kamala Harris looks completely plastic. I'm calling it for Trump. I think Trump is going to win.
To impress upon him that when he talks about white supremacy, the majority of people in America who are poor are white. And if you're going to try to lecture coal miners about white supremacy, it's going to fall flat. And if he's out there being a black activist, he could talk about white supremacy. But if you're trying to run for president and actually oppose the establishment, the last thing you should do is try to lead with trans issues or LGBTQ or because you know what? If you get a living wage for everybody, that helps everybody, especially trans and LGBTQ, black and white. If you get health care for everybody, that helps everybody, meaning black and white. So if you start to, what the establishment wants people like Cornel West to do is to keep talking about white supremacy, to keep talking about trans issues, to keep talking about LGBTQ as if they're an oppressed minority like they were in the 90s when I started comedy. Back then, they couldn't get married. They could get fired from their job. They couldn't get housing. That's all over. They have and so to keep pretending like we're living 30 years ago is exactly what the establishment wants to do. And by the way, all this talk about trans issues and talk about white, this doesn't come from the grassroots up. This comes directly from BlackRock and Larry Fink. This comes from Vanguard. This is so the most murderous companies who are raping the planet can shroud themselves in an air of virtue. And how do they do it? They do it by trans issues and LGBTQ and white supremacy and inclusion and equity and all that stuff. And that's there to keep us divided, because the only thing that scares the establishment is when people from the left and the right realize they have more in common that divides us, and they have shared enemy, and that shared enemy is the oligarchy. That's the only thing that scares them. And so if they can keep us talking about race, and if they can keep us talking about gender and ethnicity, that's a gift to them, because it keeps everybody divided. Would you?
Hey folks, this is Caleb Boppin, and I'm here to tell you, do not donate to one of these internet people claiming to be raising money for Ukraine right now. Why? Because you don't know where that money is going. There's a very good chance you're not actually going to help the people of Ukraine, the refugees, the people that are losing their homes right now. You're actually just going to line the pockets of some pro-NATO Ukrainian oligarchs who are making out like bandits right now. Or worse, you could be helping to buy guns and weapons for neo-Nazis like the Azov Battalion. If you really want to help the people of Ukraine, what you need to do is stand up to this anti-Russian hysteria. Russia does not want to be intervening in Ukraine right now. They are doing it because of 8 years of shelling, because NATO has threatened to expand into Ukraine, and the leaders of Ukraine know that, and they are needlessly throwing the lives of the people away. If you want to help the people of Ukraine, say Russia is not our enemy, demand that there be a peace treaty signed, demand that the United States stop pouring weapons into Ukraine, support the peace process. If you want to help the people of Ukraine, you don't help them by pouring money into some shady source on the internet. Do not donate to shady internet sources that are claiming to be raising money for Ukraine right now. You might regret it when all the dust clears and we find out where this money ended up going.
that the movement stop really being about abolishing economic coercion that causes these ideologies to be necessary and starts keeping along with these ideological lines. You start to see exactly what you're referencing here. And I think what you'll probably be able to explain to us, Caleb.
Right. How is the synthetic left weaponizing this history that they're kind of veiling against materialist communists?
A lot of what we're hearing from the synthetic left, honestly, is just the result of a class difference when it really gets down to it. A lot of it is just the synthetic left, breadtube, is very suburban, right? It's very, very suburban. You know, Vosh is from Beverly Hills, right? And if you look at the origin of these people, Northern Virginia, that's where ContraPoints is from. That's, the suburbs of DC, where a lot of very well-paid.
Langley is also in Virginia too.
There's that too. But these are not people who grew up in trailers, right? These are not people who have relatives who are in the military, or at least not the lower ranks of the military. They're from the upper layers of U.S. society, the layers of U.S. society that live very comfortably. Yeah, these are not people who have relatives in prison, for example, right? And that one thing that is just a true thing wherever you go in the world is that life is much more authoritarian for working class people, right?
Absolutely.
Go to the schools in working class neighborhoods, in an urban area or in a rural area. Yeah, and compare it to a school in a wealthy suburb. In a school in a wealthy suburb, you might not even have to ask permission to go to the bathroom. You might be able to call your teacher by their first name rather than Mrs. or Mr.,
Right.
We don't believe in that kind of authority here.
Yeah.
Not at this school.
Right. And it's a much more kind of relaxed, comforting, tolerant environment. And that's probably healthier, honestly, right? It's better to raise kids.
Absolutely.
But if you go to a low income, more working class school in an urban area or in a rural area, things are going to be a lot different. You know what I mean? They're going to be a lot more conservative. One thing I've often mentioned that people have no idea about, if you didn't grow up around this, you would have no idea. But in 19 U.S. states, corporal punishment is still legal in public schools.
Right.
Wow.
Teachers in public schools can spank their students, right?
I thought it was less states. I knew that there were still states, but I didn't realize it was that many.
Yeah, and if you go to like rural Alabama, rural Texas, areas where you have a lot of low-income people, both black and white, it's very possible that there's going to be corporal punishment in your school, right? And, working class parents tend to be a little more authoritarian with their kids, and that if you have relatives who are in prison, if you have relatives who are in the military, you're going to have a lot more of an authoritarian upbringing.
100%.
And a lot of it might come from necessity, honestly. If a parent is struggling to pay the bills, I've heard this analogy made before, but if it's a low-income family, kids can't just walk over to the refrigerator and take whatever they want out of it. Why? Because there might not be enough left for everybody.
Fuck, even for us.
Yeah, I know. Our kids are constantly doing that, despite the fact that we say, hey, stop doing that. Please talk to us before you take something out of the refrigerator.
Sure, but in a super wealthy household where the parents don't even have to do their own shopping, like the servants go out and shop for it, the kids can just walk up to the refrigerator, whatever they want, and go away, and no one cares, right? And that in a lot of ways, if the parents are both working 40-hour weeks, if they're struggling to pay the bills, it kind of necessitates a more rigid authoritarian environment. And if the school has a lot of the problems that low-income schools have, even if they're not straight up kidding the kids, there's a lot more police presence in the school. There's a lot more rules. There's going to be a dress code about, gang colors or whatever. And
military recruiters will show up.
Yes, exactly. And it's going to be a much more rigid environment. And so, the bread tubers, a lot of them, are from this kind of middle class, this cushy middle class layer of society. And they just get triggered by anything that reeks of authoritarianism. Right? And their opposition to Trump, and their opposition to China, and their opposition to Russia, and their opposition to Cuba and Nicaragua and North Korea, it's all based on this kind of like big, mean, scary people giving orders, right? And it's all the same, right? For them, it's more, leftism is more about intellectual nonconformity.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
Same with the post-left. It's all about being contrarian.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, and ultimately the road to liberating, and this is, I've emphasized this before, but, Jordan Peterson, he gets on there and he says, well, hierarchies are just natural. Lobsters have hierarchies, et cetera.
Consider the lobster.
but the reality is that social hierarchies are rooted in scarcity.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's not intrinsic human nature. It's the fact that somebody doesn't have something that they need. It's that simple.
Yes, and the road to eliminating hierarchies is eliminating scarcity.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. And so all this degrowth austerity shit.
And so, this is kind of what I wanted to communicate here. And this also applies to the socialist countries. If the Soviet Union hadn't been surrounded and under attack and invaded by 15 different countries, it wouldn't have become the rigid authoritarian place it became.
Absolutely.
And, if you think North Korea, do you think they want to be this, this militarized society that's locked down, that's had to proliferate nuclear weapons? Of course not.
Yeah, it's all about the haircut and the jumpsuit. Like, that's what the country is entirely about, to like the bread tube elite type that you're talking about. It's literally like,
hey everyone, it's Noah, and I guess this is my appeal to you to join CPI today on Black Friday or whenever you end up seeing this. I wanted to talk a little bit about why I joined CPI and what it's done for me. So I guess we can roll back the clock to when I joined. So at the point when I began to consider joining CPI, I had been watching online from a distance for some time. And at that point in my life, I'll be honest, I was quite miserable. I had just dropped out of school because I could no longer afford to go. I had to move back in with my parents. I was sleeping on a couch. I was, working a job that I hated, that afforded me no freedom. And I was about, I'm 5'7". I was 300 pounds. I was quite overweight. And, I was interested in changing the world. I had been interested in politics since I was very young. But it didn't really seem like something that I felt I was capable of doing. And what changed that for me was two things. On the one hand, around that time, I read Huey P. Newton's autobiography called Revolutionary Suicide. And in the beginning, there's a manifesto where he talks about misery and despair. At the time, he's talking about black young people, young men in particular, who have a high propensity to kill themselves. And he talks about how rather than giving into despair, which would be what he called a reactionary suicide, you should, instead of throwing your life in the garbage, what would be better to do is to give the whole of your life to the struggle for justice and to, not to wish death upon yourself or upon anyone, but, to accept the consequences of the kind of work that you do. And this resonated a lot with me because, as a young person, I struggled a lot with mental illness when I was younger. And I was in a really rough place in my life. And I saw, and I was at that point, I decided I was going to start getting my life together. And around this time, this was when CPI disillusioned for the first time when it disbanded. And I saw this was a group of people who, who I had been following for some time, on the internet. And I decided that for once I was going to get my life together. I was going to be a better person. And that part of being a better person, part of being true to myself and being honest with myself, with the reality, with coming to terms with the reality, as I understood it through the study, through which I had only really, looked at from afar through books and etc., was to get involved with a real group that was doing things. And so when CPI came back together around December or November of that year, I joined. I decided I was going to do everything in my power to become a better person, and that part of being a better person for me was making a commitment to change the world, of staying with this organization and doing everything I could to make sure that CPI accomplishes its goals. And in doing so, I accomplished a lot of goals myself. I lost 100 pounds since I joined CPI. I work a job that allows me gives me the ability, the time and the energy to do the activist work that is very important to me. And CPI has done so much for me. It's empowered me to speak and to be creative. And, I have comrades and people who I talked with regularly, as somebody who was very, very lonely up until that point. I've made so many friends, and, so I have the ability to go to meetings, and it's given me the ability to travel all around the world, to go to Russia, to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin, to do all these amazing things, to speak and to write. And, maybe that's not something that everybody would want to do, all those things in particular, but, there is an aspect of CPI that I think everybody can get behind, because I think that everybody wants to, to live their life better. And I think part of picking your life up is making a dedication to make the world better. Because there's a lot of self-help in the world, a lot of gurus, etc. And their idea of making your own life better is to sort of selfishly do everything in your power to get to the top of our society that is quite sick. And while I think that can be somewhat helpful, for a lot of people, I think it rings hollow. And I think that there are a lot of people in our society, many of whom are probably watching this stream, who understand that we live in a sick society, who understand that the world could be so much better, and know that they could make a contribution, but I guess aren't willing to take that next step. And I guess my plea to you is to make that next step, because it is so worth it. It is so worth it to come to our weekly meetings and talk with like-minded people. And CPI will empower you to unleash your potential as a person and to be creative. And the process of changing the world is so fulfilling and so worth it. So yeah, anyway, I hope you guys have a good Black Friday. I hope you have a good holiday.
On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to just give and express our deep admiration for the three defendants and what they put up with, what they struggled, how they endured. I also want to say that the Foreign Agents Registration Act, an absurd piece of legislation, was the basis of this prosecution. And that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is a threat to all Americans who advocate peace. It essentially criminalizes being friendly to other countries, and that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. That law is a threat on all Americans who advocate peace. We were honored as the Center for Political Innovation to raise this case at the United Nations, to raise this case at the World Youth Festival in Russia, and we will continue to raise this case. A full pardon needs to be granted to the Uhuru Three, because Donald Trump saw how that legislation could be weaponized against his own supporters as well. So Donald Trump needs to give a full pardon to the Uhuru Three when he takes office. Thank you very much.
Really there to promote Russian and North Korean foreign policies. She may not understand that, but she's being used by people like Dennis Kucinich and others to do that. She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin, who used to be in the Workers' World Party. She's on the...
The concept is basically this. Wherever you go in the world, you find two types of people that are socialists, that are socialist, Marxist, communist, revolutionaries. On the one hand, you have a middle-class strata of people who are angry at injustice. And this exists in any country in the world, capitalist, socialist, wherever you go. You find people that are middle class, usually younger. Some of them grow out of it, some of them don't. They're angry at injustice, they want to change the world, and they're rebellious, they want to tear things down, they want to fight injustice, they want to be heroic. That exists wherever you go, right? And it's usually less than 1 to 10% of the population. That always exists, right? And, let's be real. That's where the Bolsheviks came from. That's who Fidel Castro was. That's who Che Guevara was. That it's important. You can't ignore it. And that, a lot of the socialist movements, historically, you have that layer of middle-class radicals, middle-class youth radicals who want to change the world. However, they are incapable of making a revolution. They are just a small sector of society. The folks that are key in making socialist revolutions happen are not the university students who are full of rage and injustice, want to tear things down and change the world and fight for justice. Revolutions are made by the broad masses of people. By the broad masses of people. That's who makes revolutions. By the broad masses of people. That is who makes revolutions happen. And the broad masses of people make revolutions for very different reasons, right? That bohemian middle-class left, they're young, they're angry, they want to go down and tear things down, they want to be heroic. But the people who actually make the revolutions are people who aren't generally interested in politics until they're suffering. And when a capitalist crisis comes, the broad masses of people are suffering. And their lives become unstable. They can't get a job, they can't feed their kids, they're being sent to die in wars, society is coming apart, and they turn to socialism and Marxism because they want order. They want to have food, they want to feed their kids, they want to not be afraid, they want the economy to be organized to serve public good, they want socialism because they want order. Right? And the brilliance of Lenin was that he was able to organize that bohemian middle class in Russia, that's who the Bolsheviks were, to affect the broad masses of people, right? The peace, land, and bread. You read the April thesis, right? The people of Russia didn't want to keep fighting in the war. They were hungry. The peasants wanted land. So Lenin got this organization of middle class kind of bohemians and labor activists, labor unions were a big part of the Bolsheviks, to go out and build a party that would seize, the desire, for order. And they were able to take power, right? But these two souls within socialism, these two trends within socialism, didn't go away. Trotsky was very much a representative of that bohemian middle class that wants to behead every last king, tear down every last wall, go out and fight like crazy. That's why he wanted permanent revolution. He wanted the Soviet Union to be just a temporary holdout in a global, crusade to spread communism all over the world. He wanted to militarize the entire country. He wanted, blood. That's what Trotsky was about. Permanent revolution. Whereas Stalin was for socialism in one country. And he was saying, okay, we have the Soviet Union. Let's build a socialist society in the Soviet Union. Let's have peace with the West. Let's bring in some foreign experts to help us build our industries. And let's build a prosperous society in the Soviet Union. And the overwhelming majority of the people living in the Soviet Union favored Stalin's position. They were tired of war. The Russian Civil War was horrendous. Millions of people died. They didn't have medicine. Stalin won out. But in a way, Stalin was quite conservative. Stalin, during the 1920s, the Bolsheviks had very, very liberal sexual policies, right? They had, homosexuality was legal, and there was, a talk of abolishing marriage and all of that. Well, Stalin instituted the Soviet family, which was a mother and a father and kids. Now, the mother and father were both working. Women could go to university and get degrees, but they glorified the Soviet household, the Soviet family. Stalin outlawed abortion, let's remember. Stalin outlawed homosexuality. And that Stalin also, in a lot of ways, brought back a lot of the admiration for Russia's history. There were movies made in Russia that glorified the old czars, for example, right? And he appealed to Russian nationalism, right? And they Alexander Nevsky and Ivan the Terrible. You watch movies from the Stalin era, they're glorifying Russia's history and Russian culture, right? And that there was a conservative side to Stalin because he was a break. Stalin was a break with that middle-class trend, right? That's just the reality. Stalin was...
Hello and welcome to the Kim Iverson Show. We're back after our holiday vacation. I hope you guys had a nice one. Thank you so much for joining us now. We've got a great guest for you tonight. If you remember, back in May of 2015, at the beginning of the Yemeni civil war, this Reuters article came out. Iranian ship carries aid and activists into the waters off Yemen. The article says, an Iranian cargo ship carrying aid and activists crossed into the Gulf of Aden on Sunday and will reach Yemen's Hodeida port on May 21st, Iranian media reported, in a challenge to Saudi-led naval forces controlling Yemeni waters. A coalition of Arab countries led by Saudi Arabia has imposed searches on all ships trying to enter Yemen in a bid to prevent weapons being smuggled to the Iran-allied Houthi rebel group, which controls much of the country, including Hodeida. Iran says the ship is carrying food, aid, medical volunteers, and 7 Western activists, one of whom was identified by the Tasnim news agency as Caleb Maupin, a native of Ohio who has campaigned against war and the U.S. financial system. Now, this saga of this ship was subsequently followed by various news organizations throughout its voyage. And tonight, we're actually joined by Caleb Maupin, who's going to tell us about how he ended up on this boat and what happened, as well as give us more insight into the Yemeni Houthis. The Houthis have taken a central role in the current Israeli-Palestinian conflict by doing really what the Saudis were doing to them back in 2015. They're now the ones stopping the ships, this time ships that are bound for Israel. Now, if you haven't heard of Caleb Maupin, he's an interesting guy, whether you agree with him politically or not. Caleb is the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. He's a community activist opposing police brutality, war, supporting prisoners, and teaching classes on Marxism. In New York City, he became a media spokesperson for former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark's International Action Center, representing Clark during the Occupy Wall Street protests, the Syrian civil war, and the 2014 Euromaidan coup in Ukraine. He is the author of numerous books, including his latest, Where is America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution. Caleb Maupin, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Sure, glad to be here.
So let's first talk about how you got on this ship. This ship was coming from Iran. Give us a little bit of background of what the events were that unfolded where you ended up on this ship.
Well, it was May of 2015, and I had been to Iran for a conference of independent thinkers and filmmakers who opposed Israel. And I'd been at this conference, and I'd made some friends in Iran. And, I was involved in all kinds of different, social justice activism in the United States. And I had worked with Ramsey Clark, the former U.S. Attorney General. And I had been to this conference in Iran. And so I got a call on May 1st of 2015 from Iran. And they said, hey, we're planning a humanitarian mission to deliver medical aid to Yemen with the Red Crescent Society. Would you like to accompany the mission? And I said, sure. I thought this was a great opportunity. So I got on a plane to Iran and, I got off the plane in Iran and I found out this was quite a big deal. We ended up going to Bandar Abbas, which is in the south of Iran. It's a port city. And we waited for a few days, and then all kinds of international media was there. And at the last minute, there were some people who were going to go on the ship and pulled out. They were a little nervous, but I got on the ship, and I ended up being the only American on the ship. And we were headed for Yemen, and it was quite exciting. There were lots of Iranian doctors. There were members of the Iranian parliament on board, surgeons, the technicians of an operating theater. We had a whole bunch of flour and wheat, medical supplies. It was a very, very exciting time.
So who called you from Iran and said, hey, head over here, we're going to put you on this ship?
It was somebody who'd been involved with the conference that I had gone to.
Okay. Was it an Iranian government official? Was it?
No, it was somebody who was involved with some kind of nonprofit in Iran. It was a conference that they did called the New Horizon Conference. And the leader of the conference was an Iranian filmmaker named Nader Talibzadeh, who's now deceased. And it was the New Horizon Conference. They did a number of these conferences over the years. And I got to go to 2 of them. And the first one I went to was in 2014. And then it was, the following spring, they invited me to go on the ship.
Okay. So you get on this ship. They make a big deal out of it. Are they making a big deal out of it because they know this is the one ship we're sending in from Iran. It's going to be intercepted, supposedly intercepted, right? That's the idea. But then Iran was saying, we're not going to allow this one to be intercepted. So,
right,
but they were announcing that this ship was coming.
Right. The Saudis were enforcing a full naval blockade of Yemen at the time. They were not allowing anything to get in, not even humanitarian stuff from the Red Cross, from the UN. And that's a crime under international law. You cannot block the delivery of humanitarian aid. And the Red Crescent Society is recognized by the United Nations. It's the Islamic world's version of the Red Cross. And they are an officially recognized international aid organization. So basically, the Red Crescent Society of Iran said, we are going to challenge the Saudis that have enforced this blockade. We are going to try to bring medical aid, flour, water, and supplies to Yemen. We're going to the port of Hodeidah, which is in, area controlled by the Houthi, Ansar Allah forces, and we're going to deliver this medical aid. And it was really a big deal. There were members of the Iranian parliament there. There were all kinds of doctors, and there was a German citizen on the ship, and there was a French citizen on the ship, and I was the only American. And it was quite an exciting moment.
Right.
And it ended up creating quite an international incident. I didn't quite know what I was getting into, because almost as soon as we departed, Israel and Saudi Arabia both claimed that we were smuggling weapons to Yemen, which we were not doing. There were no weapons on the ship, and that was later revealed when they unloaded all the supplies in Djibouti. So we were not smuggling weapons in any way, but Israel and Saudi Arabia both basically said that they considered this to be a military weapons smuggling operation, and that they would take action against the ship. So I was on this ship with the understanding that we could be targeted. So there you go.
Yeah. So the reports are that the ship was escorted by Iranian warships. Then later reports said that there were no Iranian warships, but then later reports said that there were Iranian warships, after all, that were joining later on, it seemed, during the journey. What was the truth there?
I never saw any Iranian warships. I was aboard the ship, and we saw American planes that flew overhead and kind of like nosedived and were trying to kind of threaten us, but we never saw any Iranian warships that I can recall. They could have been in close vicinity, but you also have to remember that we were going through the Gulf of Aden. That's an area where there's a lot of pirates, the Somalian pirates and other things. And so I think that if there were somebody, perhaps trailing from a distance, that would have been to make sure we didn't have an issue, because we really had very little to defend ourselves with. If some pirates had tried to board the ship, we would have been kind of sitting ducks. And,
Right.
ISIS was operating in the Gulf of Aden at the time, too. So, I mean, if there were some ships that were in proximity, it was probably just in case there was some need to, protect us.
Yeah. How many days was this journey on the ship?
13 days. And it was quite an experience for me because, I'm a product of our great American educational system, and I only speak one language, English. Most of the Iranians on the ship did not speak the English language, and there was only a handful of people that could speak English with me. But you're on a ship. You don't have anywhere to go. You don't have much to do. And so, you have a lot of time to talk. And they really wanted to talk to me about religion. They're all Shia Muslims. They're, believers in the Islamic Revolution and the Supreme Leader. And I'm from a small town in Ohio.
Welcome, everybody. We have got Caleb Maupin here. The book, Where is America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution. We'd like to get into it. Caleb, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How about you?
I can't complain. If I did, it would take up time. We don't need that.
Sure.
So, where is America going? That's the opener. You gave us a very convenient title by phrasing it as a question.
Yeah, well, I kind of quibbled with what the title might be because I basically, the training that I got as a Marxist was that your job when giving an overall report is to explain what's happening, explain why it's happening, but then explain, more importantly, what to do about it. And I've noticed that many Marxist books have what they call the Chapter 5 problem, which is they explain what's going on, and they give a thorough analysis, And then it ends with, so maybe be a liberal activist, kind of, maybe. And then the chapter 5, where they tell you what you're supposed to do, is extremely weak. And they don't really have real answers. And so I set out to put out this book. Now, mainly this book is a number of concepts that I've been talking about on my YouTube streams for the last several years. I talked about how capitalism is a crisis of overproduction, and we're leading toward, a crisis rooted in the tendency of the falling rate of profit, and technology and abundance under capitalism leading to poverty, and all the classic Marxist analysis. I talked about Bonapartism. I talked about the real meaning of fascism and what it is, and the synthetic left. And I also then talked about the divisions in the ruling class and the potential openings for us to intervene. And those are all things that I felt there was a need for them to be written down. If you watch all my streams, on YouTube, you'll get a sense of these understandings, but it needed to be really written down. And it also needed to be defended with citations and sources. And there's quite a long bibliography in this text, a lot of quotes from a lot of different thinkers.
The problem of overproduction is one that anybody who was lucky enough to go to the CPI event recently in Washington, D.C., got a very good explanation on. Can you expound on that here and maybe tell people exactly where it goes in the book? Because I know it also leads us to the falling rate of profit.
Sure. Well, the understanding that Marxism has always had is that the problem with capitalism is that it's the only system in the world where greater wealth and greater abundance leads to greater poverty. In feudalism, in primitive hunter-gatherer civilization, all the systems that preceded capitalism, people were hungry because there were food shortages. It's only under capitalism you can have a situation where people become hungry, lose their jobs, there's layoffs, there's hunger because there's too much food.
Donuts in the dumpster.
Yeah. People can become homeless, and we saw this in the 2008 financial crisis because there's too much housing. I mean, that's what happened. People couldn't keep up with buying houses at the rate that houses were being produced. There was too much housing. There's a huge amount of housing in America, and people were losing their homes, and there's tent cities. And now here in Washington, D.C., I mean, we see tents of homeless people everywhere, and there's housing everywhere. And it's not that it's just ironic that there's so much housing in America and so much homelessness. It's that homelessness is created by there being so much housing. Poverty is created by abundance, and that's the built-in problem of capitalism. However, the technological revolution and the computer revolution has made that problem, that built-in problem of capitalism, that ever-present problem, so much bigger because of the fact that computers are eliminating labor like you wouldn't believe. I mean, ChatGPT, look what they can do. So there's so much less of a role of the worker in production that the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down, right? Only human labor creates value.
Exactly. You explained it so eloquently at the event. Another thing that's present in this book that I think is very worth talking about is the counter gangs and the bread tube stuff. You've been through that. Obviously, the bread tube serves imperialism, but I'm sure you went into much more detail in this book. Where did you take that?
Well,
this book.
I didn't want to spend too much time on the bread tube stuff because I wrote a whole book about it. I mean, I mentioned it in passing because it's important. But the main thing to talk about is that over the course of the 1970s, after the U.S. was defeated in Vietnam, the way the United States was able to kind of turn things around and ultimately win the Cold War was by kind of reinventing their strategy. When the Cold War started out, it was capitalism versus communism. The great democratic Christian, capitalist West versus the evil Marxist-Leninist communists. And things happened like the Vietnam War, like the Korean War, like McCarthyism, and the USA was isolating itself, and communists around the world were the champions of national liberation struggles, et cetera. And so communists actually were quite successful. But in the 1970s, Zbigniew Brzezinski and Henry Kissinger were kind of given the task of developing a new strategy. And
the pros and cons of it. I want to talk about the meaning of it and in the context of American politics, because well, everyone knows I'm a conservative, but I'll have to, show my cards a little bit here. I'm really tired of conservatives throwing that word out as if it really means much anymore. Go ahead, Caleb, in New York.
Well, the essence of socialism, in the sense that Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin and others wrote about, the essence of it is growth and progress. The idea is that the means of production, the banks, factories, major industries, should be organized to serve public good and liberated from the anarchy of production and the chaos of the market. And if we can get beyond profits in command, human growth and creativity can be unlimited, and wealth can expand for all of society. In a rational society, in a socialist society, self-driving cars would be a great thing, because then there would be less work for everybody. But under capitalism, technological progress leads to poverty and instability. The more efficient it becomes to produce things, the fewer people you have to hire, the less people are getting paid in wages, and we lead to the disaster we're seeing in the West right now, which is a high-tech, low-wage economy where working people who can only work so long as their work enriches a boss, they are left outcast and starving as the means of production get more and more efficient. And socialism is about overcoming the irrationality of profits in command, having a centrally planned economy so that growth can be unlimited.
Okay, so how do you define it? Because what we just heard from Caleb there is that everything is centralized essentially by the state, okay? And historically in the 20th century, we've seen that is problematic at the very least.
But Stalin was a synthesis, right? You had the Bolsheviks that were these ultra-liberal middle-class bohemians. You had the Russian people who wanted stability and peace and had turned to the Bolsheviks to get out of the crisis of World War I and economic famines and all kinds of hardships. So Stalin was the synthesis. He was a combination. On the one hand, he represented Marxism, which is the most radical far-left thing, but he also represented the soul of the Russian people, which is deeply conservative and longing for stability and a civilization that lasts thousands of years. Stalin was a synthesis, right? That's the reality. And, after the Second World War was over, American intelligence agencies became very well familiar with the reality that there were two contradictory souls within socialism. Socialist countries, socialist revolutions are made by millions of people who want to get out of the crisis of capitalism. But socialist movements, socialist parties tend to be very popular among this middle class that wants chaos and wants instability. So there are two contradictory souls within socialism, and there always will be. I mean, that's just a reality. There always will be two contradictory souls within socialism. But the U.S. intelligence agencies figured out a mechanism for manipulating the first tendency. They figured out how to manipulate the middle class, student, rebel, that faction. And they worked really hard at it, and they brag about this. I know this sounds like a conspiracy theory, folks. I know that, okay? He's talking about CIA and just Google right now the phrase Congress for Cultural Freedom. Congress for Cultural Freedom. The first thing that will come up is CIA.gov. CIA.gov. Smoking gun. And they brag about how the CIA launched a program, 1951, called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And on that website, who do they quote? Sidney Hook. Sidney Hook, a Trotskyite professor in New York City. And that there was a huge effort to manipulate that bohemian, middle-class radical strata and turn them against socialist countries. The Congress for Cultural Freedom was an entity created by the CIA with millions of dollars that funneled money into art galleries, into all kinds of things, into, movie, experimental filmmakers, the Frankfurt School, which was a Marxist school of cultural criticism in Germany, the art of Jackson Pollock. There was a Trotskyite magazine called Partisan Review that was distributed on the college campuses all across the United States. And it was about manipulating the middle-class revolutionary intelligentsia to oppose the socialist countries and expanding that contradiction between countries that are striving to build socialism and middle-class radicals. And the result has been the creation of an entity called the synthetic left. There is an entity now walking around that calls itself the left, and it is not left. It is not the left. There is an entity walking around that calls itself left-wing, that calls itself socialist, that calls itself left, and it's not left. It's anti-Marxist, it's anti-socialist, it's anti-historical progress. There is a bizarre bohemian death cult that exists in the Western world that is the creation of the CIA. It's a result of all kinds of CIA money and such, that walks around. It is anti-populist, it hates average working people, and it walks around and calls itself the left, and it's not the left. The Communist Party USA of the 1930s was an amazing organization of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who wanted to build socialism. The Socialist Party of Eugene Debs, an amazing organization of millions of people that wanted to build socialism. The Wobblies, the IWW, amazing organization, right? There was attempts in the new communist movement of the 70s to build something like the Communist Party USA or the Socialist Party again, right? That such things, the left has existed. But this entity that walks around the Western world.
El acto de la juventud con Chávez desde Sochi y con Nicolás. Quiero también acompañar el señor embajador, el excelentísimo embajador de la República de Honduras. Me acompaña aquí Juan Ramón Elvir.
Revolucionario, saludo solidario y revolucionario. Esa. Fidel Castro, Lenin, Mao Mao, Ho Chi Minh. Fidel Castro, Lenin, Mao Mao, Ho Chi Minh. Fidel Castro, Lenin, Mao Mao, Ho Chi Minh. Fidel Castro, Lenin.
And I think this festival is a very noble tradition, and I'm really glad that the Russian president has opted to continue this tradition from the Soviet period that has changed the lives of literally millions of people in the world and brought them into a movement for a new world beyond imperialism.
América Latina va a ser toda socialista, sin curia imperialista. América Latina va a ser toda socialista.
La esperanza es la retina, la esperanza es el calibre, y para que el alma vibre por encima de la piel, ¡vivan Chávez y Fidel! ¡Viva Palestina libre!
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Vive tu vida.
Jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
When I come back, I'm going to tell them about all the wonderful memories, all the people we met, how much work clearly went into this huge festival and all the amazing things we saw. This is the future.
I would like everyone to stand up for the pledge. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Not only today, not only this week, this year,
but always. Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To keep a just, lasting peace, to eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
To keep a just, lasting peace, to eliminate want, frustration, and forced idleness.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people, to salute our comrades who have died.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people, to salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm
shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
Saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world.
You know, an argument against Trotskyism is that it seems like it's particularly susceptible to pro-imperialist psyops.
Yes.
But now I kind of have to walk that back because I've always been very anti-Trotskyist, but I can't always exactly say that now because lots of groups calling themselves communist and Marxist-Leninists and all these things are just as useful to the imperialists as anybody else. So it's kind of like people have said on the stream before about the left-right thing. It's definitely a confusing time to be alive because I think you and I, Caleb, both can remember a time in our lives when we kind of thought that Stalin-style ML communism was the way, the truth, and the life. And now it's just not. It's not that simple. And we also see the problems and.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, at this point, we're moving away from using the communist label because it doesn't, at this point, to people that become communists, it means something that we're not. And to people that oppose communism, who are very good and anti-imperialist, it means something that it's not. And it's like we're innovationists now because, it's just such a mess, right? And that, it's like, it's like you almost can view the world as like, if you want to frame it in theological terms, it's like God and Satan are battling for control of this world. And that like God will have an idea and then Satan will be like, oh, well, I'm going to do my version of it. Right. And then Satan will have an idea and God will be like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do my version of it. You know what I mean? And that then there's a copy of the copy. Right. And then there's a response to the response. And it's like almost like everything that happens. And this is how there's like a weird duality in politics where it's like everything that happens, there's a version of it on the other side. I've noticed.
Yeah, it's a hall of mirrors. There has to be a decoy of everything.
Right. And that really, I'm at the point where are people pro-growth? Are they anti-growth? That is big. Are they critical of the censorship? And, do they want the human race to expand? They want the life expectancy to go up. They want the population to expand. Or do they want the population to go down? Are they just demonizing the countries that are under attack by imperialism, or are they pushing back against the war rhetoric? Like those are certain things to look for, and that how people explain it ideologically almost doesn't, it matters. It's like something I'll talk to them over coffee with, but it's not going to help me get anything done. If someone says, oh, Caleb, I agree with you about Trotsky, or I agree with you about Stalin, it's like, okay, well, when Donald Trump gets elected and he's under attack by the bulk of his own class, and he appoints Tulsi Gabbard, who is more friendly to Russia and has met with Bashar Assad to be the director of intelligence to like try to stick it to the CIA. Are you going to help me be in the streets to kind of mobilize some intervention there or not? Right. And what you think about Stalin really, it doesn't really answer that question.
I love what John McCarthy said, one of our CPI members, for anybody new watching. that, I mean, I don't know if I should pull it up because I don't want to misquote it, but I think he said, saying that both wings in this division in the ruling class are equally bad is just as foolish as saying trust the plan, you know. And it's like I think that we need to try to influence Trump's cabinet and not just give up on go to this ultra leftist thing of like both sides are capitalist Zionists. You know, that's like a kindergarten level analysis of what's going on.
Right, it is, and it's like we have the opportunity, and you know, it's like it's about the balance of forces, right? You know, if a lot of the people supporting Tulsi Gabbard were anti-Israel, there's a good chance that Tulsi Gabbard would be much more open to that perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as I've said, I mean, the fact that Tulsi Gabbard was persuaded on Korea and on Syria, it's like, why not Palestine? You know, it might be harder, but I don't think it's impossible. I mean, what choice do we have but to try to convince people that we don't need a nuclear war and so forth?
Right. I mean, and the point is, you know, we're struggling. We see divisions in the ruling class. We see divisions. How can we make ourselves relevant and push our agenda of anti-imperialism and ultimately put forward what we view as the solution? And that's the question, right? And if the question is just to kind of like feel right on the internet, which is so much of what the culture is, right? It's just how can I prove that I am right on the internet? You know, it's just like what do you get from that? You know, it's like, you know, I mean, it's like I've never been to a funeral where they're like, you know, Bob died. But folks, you know, there was that time that Bob was right on the internet, and we'll never forget that. You know, everyone remembers that day. Bob was right on the internet, and that's what he'll always go down in history for, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like
you know, and that's another reason of moving away from the communist label is because for so many people, being a communist is about having the moral high ground in internet debates. That's not an exaggeration. That's what being a communist is in America.
And I grew up, you know, as a Christian. And, you know, I had been in a communist organization and my faith had kind of, you know, I had gotten to the point that I was more or less an atheist. But I was on this ship and they were just constantly asking me about the Bible and asking me about my Christian upbringing. How do Christians see Moses? How do Christians see Abraham? And all of my religious training started coming back to me. And it was a deeply spiritual experience. I mean, for me, being on the ship, I really reconnected with my Christian faith because I'm sitting there on this ship, you know, fearing for my life in the center of an international incident. And I'm surrounded by a number of people that are just constantly, you know, questioning me about the Bible, questioning me about Christianity and religion. It was a very important moment. I apparently... And I don't know, I cannot confirm this, but I'm told that John Kerry, you know, at the time, John Kerry was negotiating with Javad Zarif, the Iran nuclear deal. And John Kerry was very angry about the ship and very angry that I was on the ship, apparently, because Javad Zarif had not told John Kerry about this ship. And so I was informed of this on the ship that, you know, Javad Zarif and John Kerry had a phone call about this ship. John Kerry is really, really angry that you're on board the ship. And that, you know, that was kind of a shocker for me too. And I'm thinking, oh my God, they're in the Pentagon trying to figure out if a military strike on this ship is possible or something. It was quite a moment for me. And I'm really glad I had the opportunity to really engage with, you know, these Iranians that are deeply religious and deeply anti-imperialist and talk about what America is like, talk about what, you know, Iran and their revolutionary tradition is like, learn about the Houthis and the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. And, you know, it was a deeply moving experience. I tell people I'm not the same person that I was when I got off the ship as when I got on it. It changed me deeply in a deeply spiritual way.
Well, I want to get to that and talk about those changes. But you said that there was a French national on the ship, and what was the other? Who was the other?
A German national.
A German, okay.
A German.
So did it occur to the three of you that you were human shields, I suppose, like as a way to frame it, where the Western countries would not bomb this ship or would not sanction a bombing of the ship, knowing that there were citizens from the West on board this ship?
Well, that was my hope, because I knew that the people of Yemen were starving and that the people of Yemen were being bombed round the clock by Saudi Arabia. I mean, they were just bombing them and killing them in mass. People were fleeing, trying to get out of there. There was a food blockade, a medical blockade, and the idea that I might enable food to get delivered to these folks with the Red Crescent Society, that sounded like a good thing. If I could be there and help make sure that this food was actually delivered, that seems like a great, moral, ethical thing to do. So human shield wasn't the words that I would use necessarily. I saw myself there kind of as a journalist to report on what was happening. I also saw myself there as an activist, to support the people of Yemen against the U.S. sponsored Saudi onslaught that was, attacking them and killing them. But if you want to use that word human shield, I don't think there was anything wrong with that. And I mean, we need the people of Yemen needed medical aid, and it was being blocked.
Yeah. So did the ship make it?
No. The day we were supposed to arrive, the Saudis bombed the port of Hodeidah 8 times in a single day. And there was no port for us to dock into. They just bombed the port over and over and over again. A number of dock workers were killed. In addition to that, there were Sudanese mercenaries that had positioned themselves near the port. So if we had pulled up, they would have unloaded on us with rocket launchers and attacked the ship with rocket launchers. Several days after our ship was supposed to arrive, they bombed the medical university in Hodeidah because it had been, we'd been planning to deliver medical supplies to the medical university, to the doctors there. And they murdered at least 23 medical students in Hodeidah in retaliation for their willingness to cooperate with our humanitarian mission.
So the ship ended up in Djibouti.
Yes, and Djibouti is an African country that has relations with the United States, and the Iranians couldn't get off the ship. So it was me and the French guy who we could get off the ship because he had a French passport and I had an American passport. The Iranians couldn't get off the ship, so they had to stay on the ship. They were able to unload all the medical supplies and all the food and all the other materials that were on the ship and hand it over to the United Nations Relief Works Agency. But we were not happy about that because the UN Relief Works Agency is notoriously corrupt. And there was a lot of allegations of them playing a partisan role in the Yemeni conflict, basically opposing Ansar Allah and being on the side of the Saudi-aligned forces. And so by handing over our medical supplies and our food, we were kind of giving it to forces we didn't really trust. The other thing that's worth noting is that, when we did unload the ship, all the allegations that we were shipping weapons to Yemen were debunked. And I believe the Financial Times said that we achieved, or that Iran had achieved, a propaganda coup because it turned out we didn't have any weapons on the ship. Give me a break. I mean, we're trying to bring medical supplies to people in a war-torn country with the Red Crescent Society. They accuse us of sending weapons. And then when we unload our ship and there's no weapons, they call that a propaganda coup. Give me a break.
So the ship arrives in Djibouti. The United States has a base there. Did it go to the U.S. base or did it go somewhere else?
We docked into the port, and then from there, I was able to leave the port, and then I went to the only place where you can buy an airline ticket in cash, which is inside the U.S. Embassy. So I went into it's like the hotel compound where the U.S. Embassy is in Djibouti, and me and the French guy bought our airline tickets in cash, and then we went to the airport. We were in Djibouti for less than 24 hours, I think.
What happened to the German guy?
The German guy, from my understanding, he had after it was clear that we were not going to Yemen, he had an argument with the Iranian hosts, and he asked to leave the ship, and a water taxi picked him up, and he left. I think that was when we were already in Djibouti, but he left early. He didn't leave with us.
Okay. And so the Iranians were not allowed off the ship. Djibouti, though, has other bases there. China, at the time, did China have their base there, or?
China had not set up their base yet. This was 2015, but there was talk that China had announced, I think, that they were planning one. But yeah, what I thought was neat in Djibouti was that, this Iranian ship had docked in Djibouti, and a lot of the dock workers at the port were Muslim, and they weren't really letting us off the ship. We just kind of sat there for a couple days in the harbor. But all these dock workers had heard there was an Iranian ship, and so they would walk by the port and they would see our ship and they would pump their fists and shout Allah Akbar and pump their fists at us like they loved Iran. I thought that was kind of neat. These are kind of, working class folks that work in a port, and they're Muslims, and they just thought it was so awesome there was an Iranian ship there. So that was pretty neat.
After you made it back to the United States, did anybody sit you down? Were there any state officials saying, "What the hell were you doing, Caleb?"
Wow. There's a long story there. So I didn't come back to the United States for another month afterwards. I went back to Iran. I made a documentary film in Iran. And you know, when I got back to Iran, they took me to see the supreme leader, Khamenei. You know, I was there in a crowd of 20,000 people to see the supreme leader of Iran speak. And I was the only American. It was the anniversary of the death of Khomeini, and the supreme leader Khamenei gave a speech, and I was in this auditorium of 20,000 people. And I was in this auditorium, and you know, I'm in the back with a lot of African diplomats, Chinese diplomats, but we're in an auditorium full of, I mean, this is the hardcore of the Islamic Revolution. There's teenagers in military uniforms. There's, you know, people from Lebanon with Hezbollah flags and others. I'm the only American, and I'm standing there with my translator earpiece, and I listened to the supreme leader of Iran give an address. And I mean, that moment, I mean, you can't describe being there. So the supreme leader of Iran came out, you know, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing. I guess one of his arms is disabled, but he lifts his hand up to like greet the crowd, and this whole audience, you know, starts crying and yelling, and the men are saying, like, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. That's what they chant when he enters the room. And it was just this amazingly emotional reaction to his presence. So I'm there, and I'm standing there, and he gives this speech. And at the time, the Iran nuclear deal negotiations are going on, and he's saying that he's allowing these negotiations to go on. He says, but Iran will never trust America. And he says, when we say America, we don't mean the American people. He said, we mean the American government. He said, we oppose the crimes of the American.
This guy, he wants to enforce his own style on everyone.
Yeah, just, fashion authoritarianism there.
Always.
But it's like this is the thing, and that if socialism could really blossom into what it's meant to be, we could have a better time. And probably the most problematic thing in this synthetic left ideology is the idea that average people are the enemy, right?
Yeah, 100%.
The idea is that the average people are the mob, they're the rabble, they're dangerous, and that they need to be controlled. And so, there's a fear of mobilizing around economic issues because that's populism, right? You're going to be mobilizing those rabble, and those dangerous rabble are going to be marching and making demands. And, Huey Long.
Tyranny of the masses.
Yeah, the tyranny of the masses.
Sure. Huey Long is this famous politician from Louisiana. And if you talk to anyone from Louisiana, people remember him as like a great hero of the working class. Huey Newton, the founder of the Black Panthers, is named after Huey Long. And why is that? Because the first black nurses in Louisiana got hired because of Huey Long. And he talks about this in his autobiography. And that Huey Long enabled a lot of black people to vote. He enabled voter registration for black people to expand. He built highways and bridges all across the state. He provided school textbooks to the African-American segregated schools, which the right wing was furious about. Why are you giving textbooks to black people? But Huey Long was a champion of the working people of Louisiana. And he was a champion of working people, both white and black. And Louisiana, there's a lot of Catholics in Louisiana, but it's the South. And back then the Ku Klux Klan was very popular. And he rose to power as an enemy of the Ku Klux Klan, as an ally of the Roman Catholics and the black people against the Klan in the Jim Crow South. So Huey Long was definitely a progressive. Now, his relationship with the Communist Party was complicated, but he was largely accused of being a communist and a socialist. He started the Share Our Wealth movement that was started. And he was considered to be, just somebody who fought for the working class and was ultimately assassinated. And it was the rich people who killed him. It was very clear. I mean, if you watch any documentary or read any book, people will tell you that among the rich neighborhoods in New Orleans, they were all saying it's about time for somebody to shoot that son of a bitch. He was considered to be a fighter for the working class. But, in the Communist Party's hit piece on me, they bait me for supporting Huey Long because they consider Huey Long to be a fascist or a populist. Well, he was a populist. But populism shouldn't be a dirty word. It's not a dirty word to Huey Newton. It's not a dirty word to most African-American folks in Louisiana. And he was a fighter for the people. But if you look at the way Huey Long framed his arguments, it was very much, fighting for the common people, share our wealth. It wasn't a highfalutin intellectual thing about postmodernism and everyone can think what they want. It was, I'm going to be a tough authoritarian and fight for you. That was the message, right? I'm going to be your strong man against the rich and powerful. That was the message. And it has a whiff of authoritarianism in it that kind of triggers these bread tube types.
Exactly.
The synthetic left and bread tube is entirely antagonistic to populism, which is the only effective route to achieve it.
You have to appeal to people.
That's what we have to do. The goal is not to be king of socialism. We are never going to be king of socialism. Look, I mean, I don't want to name names here, but, I used to go to the Left Forum, right? The Left Forum is a great place, but I've noticed that the Left Forum is a really little pond. And if you have got a budget or a mainstream publisher behind you, you can be king of Left Forum very, very easily, right? And it's all about how much money you have. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And being the king of socialism, being the top socialist, is just a matter of getting the right book deal and getting the right social media promotion. And at the end of the day, we're never going to be able to whiz bang the ruling class, right? They created BreadTube, and BreadTube is going to be the top voice of socialism on the internet. Right? They put certain voices out there, and they're the books at Barnes and Noble you find on socialism. The ruling class knows what they're doing. Okay.
Absolutely.
The way that socialists historically have been successful is by getting to average people, getting to the broad masses of people and building organizations among them to fight for their rights. That's how you do it. It's not through taking over academia. It's not through taking over the activist circle and being the most sexy, revolutionary looking. That's not how it works. It's about getting lower and deeper to the real masses. And
Absolutely.
That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. And that too much of the left material is focusing inward. right? And that I will actually often go out of my way to say things that I know are not popular with socialists because I'm done trying to win over socialists to like me. I'm trying to build a mass movement that could actually win over the broad masses of Americans, right? I mean, I'd like socialists to like me. That's great. But I would prefer that people who aren't socialists become socialists. You know, the way that
wing circles, everyone kind of knows that they're supposed to like Rosa Luxemburg, right? And because, I mean, you know, and to be fair, I mean, she is a woman, right? And there's not many prominent Marxist women from that time period. And she died, gave her life for her beliefs. And so there's a lot of people who, you know, they hear the name Rosa Luxemburg and they cross themselves almost. It's like a holy name in lefty circles. I notice nobody knows anything about those events. And it surprises me. People just know that there was this revolutionary woman. She was in Germany. She was Polish. And there was an uprising and it failed. And eventually Hitler came in. And it's like Hitler didn't come in until 1933. So you're way behind. But let's get to that. Because it's interesting. Because I've seen a lot of commemorations for Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. And all of them completely miss the point. And they give bad conclusions. There's a way that Marxists generally talk about the events of 1919 in Germany, and talking about them that way at this point is just completely wrong. So let me back up. All right, Germany, World War I. When World War I broke out in Germany, at that point there was a huge institution. The biggest Marxist party in the world prior to World War I was in Germany. It's called the Social Democratic Party. And actually, I don't know if folks have ever read, Karl Marx wrote a pamphlet, Critique of the Goethe Program. Well, that was about the founding meeting of the German Social Democratic Party. It goes back that far. And the German Social Democratic Party was the Marxist party. It was led by Karl Kautsky. He was their theoretician and ideological leader, and it was millions and millions of people. And they believed in socialism, and they had seats in the parliament, and they controlled the trade unions, and they were Marxists. And Lenin admired them in a lot of ways. Lenin was constantly quoting Kautsky and talking about Kautsky, and they were Marxists, and they were even critical of a lot of the reformism of social democracy in a lot of ways. They were not completely reformist. In a lot of ways, they did a lot of things, and they were huge. I mean, you wouldn't believe, I mean, they had, you know, like Marxist choirs that people sang in. They had Marxist sports leagues that played soccer. They had, you know, Marxist summer camps for little kids to go to. It was a big deal. It was a very significant percentage of German society was in or around the German Social Democratic Party. It was huge. Marxism was a big part of German civil discourse. And the German Social Democratic Party was a massive institution. I mean, a very big percentage of the parliament. I mean, whole neighborhoods and communities they controlled. Much bigger than the German Communist Party was later. I mean, it was a thing. I mean, it was on the level of like the British Labour Party is today, right? Which is just like the main left-wing party in the government, right? That was German Social Democratic Party. You know, Karl Kautsky, as Thomas Torrance is pointing out, he even published the 4th volume of Capital. Karl Kautsky was Mr. Marxism. German social democracy was an institution in Germany. And then World War I came along. And the German Social Democrats had promised that they would never support a war. They would always be internationalists. They would always be workers of the world unite. And then World War I came along and they made excuses. And they supported World War I. And they sold out, basically. They sold out. They supported World War I. And a lot of German Marxists didn't support World War I. And they were opposed to World War I. And they actually formed the German Independent Social Democratic Party to split, to oppose World War I. And Germany, you know, it became a militarized, I mean, it went to World War I. Millions of people were dying and suffering and dying. And World War I was happening, and people were demoralized. And eventually the United States got involved, and you know, there's the Russian Revolution. Lo and behold, around 1918, World War I came to an end. And as World War I was ending, the Kaiser ordered the German Navy to basically commit suicide. To, you know, just go have one last mission and die before we surrender. And the German Navy officers said, geez, you know, the war's about to be over anyway. I don't think we're going to do that. And they rose up and took control of their ships. And then the military, there was uprisings. And then pretty soon, workers' councils were springing up in cities. And whole areas were taken control of. And workers it was a revolution. There was a German revolution that took place at the end of World War I. The Kaiser was forced to step down. It was a widespread revolt of soldiers, turning their guns around and refusing to fight for the government. And as World War I ended, the German government collapsed. And at that point, the Social Democratic Party and the Independent Social Democratic Party, which had opposed World War I, they were the main party that represented leftism. And most of the German workers who had brought down the German government and refused to fight in World War I and rose up, most of them were Marxists, more or less, right? They said, hey, look, the Kaiser is tied in with the big bank world. This entity, this counterculture, really counterculture is what it is. That entity is not the left. It's the difference between left and right is this: progress. It always has been, right? The reason that they came up with the concept of left and right was in France, after the French Revolution, they formed a national assembly. And the people that were loyal to the king and feudalism in the old system, they sat on the right. And those that were enthusiastic and supportive of the French Revolution and the modern world and marching into the future, they sat on the left. If you're a conservative, you want to go backward, you sit on the right. If you believe in historical progress and getting to a higher form of civilization, you sit on the left. That's the difference between left and right. Are you for progress or are you against it? Right? And this entity emerged in the Western world that does not believe in historical progress. Let me repeat. There is an entity that emerged in the Western world, funded by the CIA, funded by the intelligence agencies, that does not believe in historical progress. And that is not the left. That is the synthetic left. And this is probably the most clear manifesto of what they believe that I have ever read. It's called The Aquarian Conspiracy by Marilyn Ferguson. Marilyn Ferguson is a spiritual guru. She was the spiritual guru of Al Gore, right? She visited the White House and hung out with Al Gore, right? This book is endorsed by all the CIA intellectuals. Carl Rogers, a psychologist with all kinds of ties to the intelligence agencies. Arthur Kessler, who published an anti-communist book for the CIA called The God That Failed. It was like an anti-communist manifesto, right? You read this book by Marilyn Ferguson, the spiritual advisor of Al Gore, is not Marxism. This is not Marxism. This does not believe in historical progress. This is not left. This is a demented death cult. This is a demented death cult. It is people who want to destroy human progress. And they have taken the place of the left. I'll read to you from it. A leaderless but powerful network is working to bring radical change in the United States. Its members have broken with certain key elements of Western thought, and they may even have broken with the continuity of history. That's the first sentence of the book. A leaderless but powerful network is working to bring radical change in the United States. That's sentence number one. Sentence number two, its members have broken with certain key elements of Western thought, and they may have even broken with the continuity of history. Goes on. There are school teachers, office workers, famous scientists, government officials, lawmakers, artists, millionaires, taxi drivers, celebrities, leaders in medicine, education, law, and psychology. Some are open in their advocacy and their names and may be familiar. There are legions of conspirators. There are corporations, universities, hospitals, on the faculties of public schools. They're in the White House staff. They're in state legislatures, in volunteer organizations. You read this. This is what the synthetic left is. This is the most blatant manifesto. 1981, I believe it was published. The paradigm of the Aquarian conspiracy sees humankind as embedded in nature. It promotes autonomous individuals in a decentralized society. Human nature is neither good nor bad, but the continuous transformation of and transcendence. Right? And where is ground zero for the Aquarian conspiracy that she spends this whole book describing. America is free, but California is freer. If America is open to innovation, innovation is California's middle name. California. And who is carrying out these operations in California? Right? In California, we are creating an aristocracy, a new aristocracy, an aristocracy of those who care. Membership is restricted only by capacity for concern. And who is carrying it out? Who is carrying it out? In Santa Barbara, the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, the Center for the Advanced Study in Behavioral Sciences in Palo Alto, and the Stanford Research Institute. CIA think tanks. The think tanks of Western capitalism are carrying out the Aquarian conspiracy.
That America can't take best practices? Because that's the question I ask myself all of the time. Go ahead, Caleb.
Well, part of the rise of neoliberal economics, Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand and Alan Greenspan, was pushing this notion that any involvement by the government in the economy is by definition socialism and leading to communism. And a lot of Americans believe that if they pay taxes, that is socialism. A lot of Americans believe that the post office is socialism. But all capitalist economies have state actors and state government spending to some degree or other. I mean, you have to have paved roads, to facilitate people going and shopping at capitalist stores. And the notion that any state sector is somehow communism and we should get beyond it, that was introduced into the United States during the 1970s. Really, we saw the rise of this kind of economic thinking, and it has led to big economic problems. Look at the United States, crumbling infrastructure. I mean, the Rust Belt, economic decay. We got a system of prisons for profit, military contractors. I mean, we're seeing neoliberal free market extremism brought to its logical conclusion in the United States. And I think that it's those ideas that say that any involvement by the government, any social welfare state is, you should immediately think of Joseph Stalin. That kind of thinking has led to big problems in the United States, but that's why the term is now being used so loosely, is that, we've been programmed through the Cold War to just, have this gut hostile reaction to anything associated with communism. So now it's useful, as we're facing an economic problem, to point at those who would want to resolve it or implement measures that are designed to address it and say, aha, you're a communist. It's politics.
No, but Caleb, you're absolutely right. I mean, conservatives and progressives, there's a lot to discuss among ourselves, a lot, and a lot of progress can be made.
Part of that strategy was muddying the waters, playing the Soviet Union against China, manipulating socialists against each other. We saw the rise of Euro-communism in Western Europe, where the various communist parties were kind of bribed and nudged into terminating their relationship with the Soviet Union. And there was an effort to manipulate left-wing politics that was very successful. And by the time the Soviet Union ultimately fell, the global communist movement was in such confusion and chaos that, you had situations like the Kampuchea War of 1978, where communists were killing communists. I think there was a Vietnam vet who said, it was crazy. They sent me to Vietnam telling me my job was to fight communists. But now in Vietnam, we have the United States backing the Cambodian communists to kill the Vietnamese communists, who are then being invaded by the Chinese communists, all on the grounds that they're being backed by the Soviet communists. And it was about that manipulation and confusion of left-wing politics. That's how the USA was ultimately able to bring down the Soviet Union, disorienting the left-wing movements. And that term counter-gang, let me just tell you real quick where that comes from. Mm-hmm. That comes from Kenya. And that was, the Land and Freedom Army, the Mau Mau. They had a huge uprising against the British in the 1950s that was defeated. The way it was defeated was British intelligence and military strategist Frank Kitson developed what he called counter-gangs, which were groups of people who acted like Mau Mau liberation fighters, but were actually working or being covertly supported by the British. They would commit atrocities that were blamed on the Mau Mau. They would sometimes claim the Mau Mau were selling out and they were the real anti-colonial heroes, and by sending these groups of people that looked like anti-colonial revolutionaries out to muddy the waters and confuse things, they were able to diffuse the struggle. And ultimately, we know what happened, and the Kenyan Liberation Army and liberation movement was defeated. The British colonialists were successful.
I brought that up after the crisis of overproduction, because ultimately that, I think, is it's so important to understand that, to understand why we're not talking about things like the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, the crisis of overproduction, et cetera. But there's an interesting aspect to it in that you also touch on in chapter 2, which is about fascist ideology, and how there really isn't a fascist ideology or aesthetic. And the counter gangs and all those revolutionaries are just constantly focusing on the idea that there is a fascist ideology or aesthetic, and that seems to primarily be what they're talking about. And obviously you can kind of warp that to be whatever you want it to be. It's ideology, it's aesthetic. You can say anyone's a fascist if you really want to, and they do. How ultimately can we get back to talking about these important aspects of, like, the fundamental contradictions of capitalism that permeate themselves up to now the, sort of extra super imperial stage that we're in today?
Well, in the book, I point out that fascism is economic in its nature. And that R. Palm Dutt, who I think is probably the most important writer.
Yeah, I'm 100% there with you on Dutt.
Yeah, R. Palm Dutt, in his book Fascism and Social Revolution, which was written at the height of 1930s fascism, 1934, he made clear that this is an economic system. This is an attempt to save capitalism. And the ideology and the aesthetic, all that's made up as they go along. Fascism is what they do. It's not what they say. And that what it is that when capitalism enters a long-term economic crisis, the capitalists have to figure out a way to save their system. And the only way they can save their system is with mass destruction, driving down living standards, reducing consumption. And what the Nazis did is they created a layer of the population that were slave laborers in concentration camps. They restarted. When I talk about shallow political analysis, and this is what I really want to get to on this stream, because I'm going to talk about a lot of different Broadway shows, but a friend of mine, good friend of mine, was taking a class on Marxism at New York University, at NYU. And I asked him, what they were reading in his class called Marxism. I think it was called Marxism and Society, something like that. And I assumed they'd be reading the Communist Manifesto, the Poverty of Philosophy, the Critique of the Goethe Program. But no, that's not what they were reading. What they were reading in his class on Marxism and Society, they were reading novels. They read Dracula. And I said, why are you reading Dracula in your class on Marxism? And he said, well, we had a discussion about how Dracula is a parasite and he lives by sucking the blood of other people. And that's like a capitalist. And I heard that. And again, this is very surface level analysis. Very, very surface level analysis. Is it true? Yes. Dracula, vampires are parasites. They do exploit their victims. But you could say about any vampire book, any vampire movie. That's what it's going to be about. But if you read the Victorian novel Dracula, published by Bram Stoker, there is so much more there than just he's a parasite. And I don't think Bram Stoker intended for Dracula to be an analogy for capitalism. Dracula was written in the late 1800s when imperialism was in ascendancy. It was written by an Irishman, Bram Stoker, who worked in London, the capital of global imperialism at that time, the center of global imperialism. And he was a play producer. He worked in theater in London's theater district, and he had the idea to write this novel about a vampire, Dracula. So he wrote this novel, and Dracula has a lot to say about what's going on at that time. First things first, the most obvious thing on the surface is the Victorian era was an era of intense sexual repression, right? There was a huge public relations campaign back then telling people don't masturbate. There was a huge effort to contain women's sexuality, to crack down on anything that might be sexually appealing. It was a big part of British culture during that time. It was this really big, they were putting curtains over the piano legs because people thought the piano legs looked like human legs and they might turn somebody on. Huge, huge crackdown on sexuality. So Dracula is about as close as you can get to porn in that time, right? If you wrote erotic stories, they might throw you in jail because that was just utterly disgusting. But Dracula, you have beautiful women, beautiful young women who are sleeping in bed at night, and then this man breaks in and pricks them with his fangs. And if you look at what Dracula does in the novels, it's much more graphic than simply biting them. At one point, he's piercing holes in his chests and making the women suck the blood from it, obviously hinting at something else that people do, which I'm not going to get into detail about. But it's porn, and it's rape porn. It's sadomasochistic rape porn, right? He can't write a novel about a man breaking into women's apartments and raping them. So instead, he writes a novel about a vampire breaking into their apartments and biting them and forcing them to suck his blood in great detail. So there's that. On the surface level, it's very clearly about as close to pornography as you could get away with at that time. And people knew that at the time. It was considered to be very, very, very vulgar, right? On top of that, where is Dracula from? Dracula is from Romania, Transylvania, a region of Romania. And what was going on at that time? Eastern Europe was being colonized by the British. The British were exerting economic domination over Eastern European countries like Romania. And the idea, there was a lot of stereotyping of Russians, of Lithuanians, of Hungarians. People from Eastern Europe were considered to be barbarians. They were considered to be scary, monstrous, people. So Dracula, the way he's portrayed in the novel, is he's got a huge beard. He's got a beard. He's a wild creature from Romania. And how does he get to Britain? He gets to Britain because Jonathan Harker, a British capitalist, is going over to Romania to buy up the land, right? He's an imperialist. He's coming in and dominating. It's the export of capital. Jonathan Harker, the real estate imperialist, the wealthy British capitalist, the gentleman, goes over to this uncivilized territory of Romania to purchase land and all of that. Ends up going to Castle Dracula. Dracula's this Romanian noble he's supposed to make a deal with. He doesn't realize he's a vampire. And Dracula uses his train tickets or whatever and gets back to Britain. So it's the fear of reverse colonialism, right? And this is what Nietzsche, this is the Marxist interpretation of Nietzsche. If you read George Lukács, right? It's the idea that as the, capitalism is entering its monopoly stage of imperialism, you see the pretenses of being civilized being stripped away. And the idea is the imperialists are becoming more and more ruthless. All of a sudden, they're committing atrocities that are horrendous. And the idea is that that we're going over to the developing world and we're proving that we are the superior man. We're proving that we're the Ubermenschen by engaging in cruel, barbaric activities. We're doing that, and the fear is that someone will turn around and do to us what we've done to them. That's the idea. So the idea is that as the British are colonizing and taking over and, putting economic domination over Eastern Europe, some kind of, brute, strong, scary, sexy man, with a beard, a big, strong Eastern European guy is going to come back to England and start breaking into the apartments of the women. And I mean, the whole thing is very, very loaded with political implications. And of course, what is Dracula afraid of? It's the cross, right? It's the cross. It's anything Christian is what he's terrified of. So it's like, with the crucifixes and the cross, with the Christian values, they're going to tame the beast, right? There's all kinds of politics in Dracula, right? It's sexual repression. It's colonization of Eastern Europe and the fear of reverse colonialism. The imperialists become bestial and fearing that people will do to them what they're doing to others. They're going to Eastern Europe and exploiting the people horrifically, et cetera. And they're fearing that somebody from Eastern Europe will come back. That's a really common theme in horror stories, et cetera. Plus, there's this longing for the good old days. It's almost like Charles Dickens, longing for the Christian values of the pre-capitalist era. Oh, can't we all just be nice? We can make the beast go away with our crosses and with our Bibles. That's what Dracula's about, right? It's very much, it's about the Victorian era. It's about capitalism moving into its imperialist monopoly stage. That's a deep analysis of Dracula. But if your Marxist analysis of Dracula is Dracula lives by sucking blood, he's a capitalist, that's just surface level. That's just surface level. American police, what they do to African Americans, just like we oppose the crimes of ISIS. This is unacceptable to kill innocent people. And then I will never forget when he said, some people in Iran say we shouldn't say death to America, and we shouldn't call America the Great Satan anymore. And he said, well, we do call America the Great Satan. We don't mean the American people. We mean the American system that sends war all over the world and keeps people in poverty. He says, we do say that America is the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in the room of 20,000 people who in unison just started chanting, death to America, death to America. And I'm standing there and I broke down. I just started crying. And it was just such an emotional moment for me because I knew that these people were not chanting against my family. They weren't chanting against the people in the town I grew up in. They're not chanting against me and the people that I know and love. They're chanting against a system that leads to war, death, and destruction all over the planet. And it breaks my heart that that's what it means to be an American. That's what America means to so many people around the world, is this evil system. And right now, the United States is falling apart. Our roads and bridges are falling apart. Our living standards are going down. Young people are dying from opioids. This system is also destroying the America that I know and that I love. And that moment was so pivotal for me to look at the Supreme Leader, to hear this crowd of people chanting death to America. It was just a really, really pivotal moment for me. So it was a moment I will never forget. And then I also remember that afterwards, I was talking with this Iranian filmmaker who'd put on the conferences. And I remember we're driving around Tehran in his car. And he says to me, Caleb, do you ever think that Mel Gibson would ever want to come to Iran? And I immediately, of course, my mind goes to all the, the anti-Semitic things that Mel Gibson has said. And I'm saying, like, I don't know if you would really want that, And he's like, no, it's not about that, Caleb. He says, have you ever seen Braveheart? And I said, yeah. And he said, have you ever seen The Patriot? I said, yeah. And he said, in Iran, we think those are the most Shia revolutionary movies that are out there. Those are the wildly popular movies in Iran because they're about sacrificing for what is right. They're about, people loving their family and their community and going out and fighting for justice. Those movies are just wildly popular in Iran because they're so much in line with our Shia revolutionary Islamic values. And I did a double take because I remembered when I was a kid, Braveheart was my favorite movie. And I thought, wow. And that just blew my mind for a moment. And I thought, there's so many things about the Iranian people and about the Islamic revolutionary movement that really, if average Americans from small towns like mine really could understand it, they would connect with a lot of it. And what was funny was when I first went to Iran, they assumed, because at the time my address, was Brooklyn. I lived in Brooklyn and that I was working with Ramsey Clark, and I talk about, I'm a communist or whatever. So they assumed that I was, from like kind of a middle class demographic of, people that are just kind of, anti-war activists, that their parents were doing that and their parents were SDS and their parents were it. But when they found out I was from a small town in Ohio, and they found out that I had a Christian upbringing and that, that I grew up in a small town, they were like, Caleb, you don't know how important you are, because guys like you from small towns in Ohio, Christian guys like you, are the ones that want to kill us, that hate us, that think we're all terrorists and murderers. And it's people from small towns like you that are getting screwed right now by the American system. Wages are going down. And I thought about all the people that I went to high school with who died from opioids and the conditions. And I they didn't know how right they were. And that was an important moment for me too, because in the left circles that I'd been running in, I'd often been taught that I was a privileged white male. I should be ashamed of the fact that I grew up in a town full of conservatives, et cetera. And all of a sudden the Iranians were saying to me, well, no, that means you're special. You have something to offer. You can bring anti-imperialism to people in the United States who really need to hear it, who are really suffering now. And that really changed how I saw myself. And that was meaningful for me. So anyway, to answer your question, sorry, that was a roundabout thing I had to say, but to answer your question, so, I expected to be arrested as soon as I got back to the United States. I was anticipating being arrested. I called my friends in the United States. I had attorneys ready. I was expecting that when I got off the plane, I would be arrested. The Iranians did tell me, and I still don't know what to make of this. And this is just a bizarre thing. It sounds like something out of a horror movie or whatever. The Iranians said to me, they said, when you get to the United States, the Americans, they're going to try to get you to eat or drink something. and don't do it. And I just thought that was the weirdest thing I'd ever heard. Like, what in the world are they talking about? So anyway, I get on the plane and I fly to I think it was one of the UAE cities, Abu Dhabi. I fly to Abu Dhabi to change planes, and they pre-screen you for U.S. Customs to get on your plane to the United States in Abu Dhabi. And right at my gate, there's U.S. Customs. Hello, Mr. Maupin. We'd like to talk to you. I don't wait in line to go through U.S. Customs. They escort me to U.S. Customs. They take me to a room. They sit me down. And they're like, started military spending. They crushed the labor movement and were able to kind of rejuvenate the economy of Nazi Germany for a few years. And it was a mechanism to try and stabilize capitalism. And ultimately, it wasn't a long-term solution, and it led to the Second World War.
I mean, again, just returning to like the very root of the problem, the beginning of the book, that is not possible to change. It's just something that, you get to a point where production is way past consumption, and you're going to have to figure out a way to maintain the class supremacy of the bourgeoisie in some way. So ultimately, that kind of leads us into the coming triumph of illiberalism. And I'm just going to tee you up for this, because I think that is just where we have to be prepared for it, so we have to know what's coming.
Well, when we talk about liberalism and illiberalism, this is a big conversation that a lot of academics have, right? Liberalism is the Western view that celebrates the rights of the individual above all else, right? It says the individual is great and that any form of collectivism is some kind of threat. And the ultimate expression of liberalism is philosophical irrationalism, and that's largely the teachings of Friedrich Nietzsche. And his work about the Übermenschen, the great individual who's suppressed by society, and the work I draw from Lukács, who talks about how that was the basis of Nazism. Really, that Nazism drew from Nietzschean supremacism and contempt for the masses of people.
Absolutely.
But
through Heidegger.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that in the West, that liberalism, that ultra-liberalism, that philosophical irrationalism has become almost the ruling ideology.
Agreed.
The main American or purveyor of it in American society was Ayn Rand. And Ayn Rand is a huge influence on U.S. culture, not simply among conservatives. Stacey Abrams, who's a liberal, she says Atlas Shrugged is the book that changed her life. She bases herself on that. And this is the belief that one should not have compassion, one should not have empathy, one should not have any loyalty to a country, a cause, a religion, or anything like that. One should simply be motivated by their own self-interest, and that anyone who tries to get you to be part of a larger group or something is trying to con you and scheme you. And that worldview used to be the worldview of the ultra-rich. They've always felt that way. They've always been self-interested and callous and cold and calculating. That's how they got to the top of the pyramid in capitalism.
Of course.
But they've been foolish enough to spread their ideology all throughout U.S. society, and now the country is literally coming apart. And the elites don't even have any loyalty to each other. They're not all on the same team at this point. They've all got competing economic interests, and they're fighting with each other because they have no real loyalty. Plus, the population doesn't feel any particular loyalty, to anything, and society overall is coming apart. And this is the expression of political liberalism. Now, it's rooted in the capitalist system and the rule of profits, but it's taken to its logical conclusion. And ultimately, some kind of illiberalism will emerge. Now, my hope is that it's a socialist illiberalism.
Mine as well.
Yeah, and there was then an ad recently that a lot of academics signed where they called out cancel culture and they referred to it as illiberal because there is an element of illiberalism in cancel culture, silencing free speech, taking action against people for the way they speak, imposing certain social rules on people, and that the ruling class is at the same time that they're pushing this very, very extreme liberalism, they're also experimenting with little illiberal movements that might be necessary. And it's this weird contradiction. And that one thing that's always pointed out is that liberalism is always propped up by illiberalism.
Absolutely.
All these people who say they believe in free speech and freedom of assembly and all of that, and all these people who don't believe in repression, they're living in a society that's propped up by the U.S. military, a highly collectivist, illiberal organization. They've got police, that are, the way the FBI is trained. You look at it, all this belief that everyone should just think for themselves, there is no cause. They need illiberal institutions to prop up their privilege of being ultra-liberal and individualistic.
The whole idea of spreading democracy feeds right back into that. We're not spreading democracy. as well. Our state isn't. We are, hopefully, but we're spreading what the American state wants. That's really all it is. Democracy to the U.S. state is doing what the U.S. state says. That's a liberal. Yeah, that's heading down that path,
right? And that liberalism is I guess I'll use your word, an Ouroboros, right? And capitalists, we've been ripped off. We've been sent to die in a boss's war. We ain't gonna have it. And so the Marxists had their moment. They were brought into power, and they came to power. The Social Democratic Party was in there, and they were running the country. They were in there, and the question became, are we going to create a socialist Germany, or are we going to create a bourgeois democratic Germany? And folks are probably very familiar with what's called the Weimar Republic, because the Social Democratic Party, led by Marxists, took power in Germany, had a constitutional assembly, and did not create socialism in Germany. They created the Weimar Republic, which was capitalist. It was a capitalist constitution. It was a capitalist democracy. They did not create socialism in Germany. They didn't, right? They were brought to power. The revolution happened. The moment that they had been waiting for, the moment that Marx basically predicts at the end of the Communist Manifesto, when he says, and we turn now to Germany. That's like, look at like the third paragraph from the end of the Communist Manifesto. Karl Marx is talking about Germany. It happened. The Götterdämmerung had arrived, right? The twilight of the gods. Capitalism had fallen. The Kaiser had stepped down. The end of a war. As Germany was losing a war, the soldiers said, we will not fight a boss's war. They brought the government down. They came to power, and they elected socialist leaders, and the socialist leaders went in there, and what did they do? They created capitalism. Right? That's what happened. They created capitalism. The Weimar Republic was a capitalist government that they created. And they said, well, if people want to vote for a socialist party, that's fine. We'll enact Marxist policies if we're elected. We're not going to do what the Bolsheviks did. And Karl Kautsky wrote a pamphlet denouncing the Bolsheviks, calling them terrorists, saying they're engaged in red terror and authoritarianism, and that they were extremists. So Lenin wrote a pamphlet in response to Karl Kautsky called Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kautsky. And the Social Democratic Party, the Marxists, created capitalism. So Rosa Luxemburg and her partner Karl Liebknecht, they formed an institution called the Spartacus Bund, or Spartacus League, named after Spartacus, the leader of the ancient Roman slave revolt. And they said, we're not going to stop fighting. We are going to fight for continuing a revolution. And so they published this pamphlet, this beautiful pamphlet you can read, called What the Spartacus League Wants. Check it out. It's a very, very well-written pamphlet. What the Spartacus League wants. They say what they want, right? They want a socialist government for the people. You read it. It's a very, very fiery, exciting pamphlet. What the Spartacus League wants, and that the Social Democratic Party of Germany has sold out the revolution. They've created capitalism. So the Spartacus Bund, they rose up. And so the Social Democrats, who were Marxists, they called themselves Marxists, teamed up with what they called the Freikorps. And the Freikorps were right-wing soldiers who didn't agree with the surrender during World War I. Together, the Social Democratic Party and the Freikorps came together, and they smashed the Spartacist uprising. And they killed Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. And they killed a lot of the communist rebels that came together. And they made sure that there would not be a socialist revolution in Germany. And the reason that Germany did not have a socialist revolution after World War I was not because of capitalists. It was because of fake socialists. It was because of the betrayal of social democracy, right? And there's a lot written about why that was. There's a pamphlet called The Failure of a Revolution. There's a lot, Lenin wrote about, it's a topic people have studied quite a bit, but again, in the USA, no one knows anything about it. And, why was there no revolution in the aftermath of World War I? Well, the reason was that the German Social Democratic Party had too much to lose. right? They had become an institution under capitalism. They controlled huge trade unions. They controlled huge seats in parliament. And revolutions tend to involve risks. And if they had, written a socialist constitution for Germany, there was a chance that they would be invaded, just like Russia was after World War I, after the Russian Revolution, and there's a chance they could lose it all. And they didn't want to take the risks. They were too tied to the order as it was. They had the huge kindergartens and the huge choirs and the huge labor unions that they controlled, and they didn't want to take the risks necessary to come to power and actually build socialism in Germany. It was too risky. And it was like gambling, right? They had so much money that they didn't want to go all in. That's what happened, right? And Lenin in Russia, the Bolsheviks, they didn't have a lot under the old system. They did have seats in the Tsarist Duma, but not real representation. And they were not based in communities. They were a party of new type. They were a conspiratorial underground party. And so, Lenin, argued that, that this proved that the Bolshevik political model was best, right? And that the party of a new type, a party that is obsessed with revolution and doesn't want to build up an apparatus under capitalism, is what's needed. And a lot of Marxists, most people that have been writing about Rosa Luxemburg and what went on, most of those people that have been studying that and been studying these events, they just leave it there. They say, see, this proves that we shouldn't have big socialist, sports leagues. We shouldn't.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you can't really have liberalism at the end of the day because human beings are collective creatures in nature. Everything human beings have ever achieved, they've done in a group, from the time of hunter-gatherer civilization right up to today. If you look at the New York City skyline, every single building there is the collective result of thousands and thousands of people's collective labor. I mean, no one can point to anything in our modern world and say, well, I made that. I made that all by myself. Now some people might say, what about like a wood carver, like a craftsman? Well, he's using tools. Yeah, and those tools were made in a factory and shipped by, everything human beings do is collective.
Well, you could make the case that, I make documentaries, and you could say, well, I make them all by myself. I film stuff, I research them, but I film stuff, I'm using a camera, I edit it, I'm using software that a bunch of people made. I research things, which means I'm reading tons and tons of books, tons of academic studies, news articles. All that stuff is made by other people. It's not me. So there is truly, like to your point, really nothing that is fully made by one person. And unfortunately, they want us to think like you can, like they don't want you to think that there's some, that brings us back to alienation. Like ultimately the alienation from the process of producing. You don't understand, you have the specialization of labor. You don't understand where people are in the process. You don't understand that there's somebody other than you in the process. And ultimately that's how they're justifying this market liberalism, which is, of course, it's all fake. It's again, to use the word again, it's an Ouroboros. It's eating its own tail.
Yeah, and this is why, ultimately, I do think that the fact that there is an anti-imperialist bloc and the fact that there are a number of countries now that are tied in with the Belt and Road Initiative, with the Eurasian Economic Union, and with economies that are not run by profits and command, the anarchy of production, the chaos of the market, that lays the basis for there to be divisions within our ruling class. The fact that Jim Rogers was such a big, outspoken supporter of peace with North Korea. And now we also see sections of the military, Tulsi Gabbard is active duty military. Michael Flynn comes out of the military. And these are individuals that don't want to have war with Russia. And they want to get along with Russia. And they seem even also more interested in getting along with China, some of them. And that there are sections of the U.S. financial power structure that realize that their hope is finding an alliance and kind of attaching themselves to this new emerging alternative economy.
Guys, this is a pretty big waste. What are all these kids doing? They were all sitting there ready to kill the kids on the other side. It was austere, there wasn't much there. Then I went to the DMZ on the South Korean side, and my main impression was, what a waste. Why don't they just tear this down and let's have a K-pop concert?
The bulk of the capitalist class in the United States just wants to make money. And if they just want to make money, why not do business with Russia and China? Why not be part of the explosive, anti-imperialist socialist bloc? But among the ultra monopolies that want to stay in power, they realize the only way they can maintain their monopoly is beating down and grinding the world into poverty. And Russia and shouldn't have big socialist choirs. We shouldn't control trade unions. We shouldn't run for office. We should just build some kind of revolutionary party that screams revolution. And they're missing the point. Okay, they're missing the point entirely. All right, because the United States in 2016 is nothing like Germany in 1918. We do not have millions and millions of people in a mass socialist movement. We do not have huge socialist sports leagues and kindergartens and choirs. We don't control whole neighborhoods. We don't have trade. I mean, that's not the situation at all. There's very, very little socialist consciousness in the United States at this time. It's very, very low. Not a lot of people understand basic socialist arguments. That's why these lives are so unique, because you don't hear what I'm saying. So the idea that yes, you're right, we shouldn't try to build mass socialist consciousness. No, that's completely wrong, right? We have the opposite problem. We have the opposite problem that the Germans had in 1918, right? The Germans, yes, they had built this huge social democratic institution under capitalism that got a little bit too powerful, had too much to lose, was too heavily influenced by high-paid workers and by teachers and by professors and people that were not from the working class, and it had too much to lose, and a revolutionary situation arose, and they didn't take the risks. That's the problem they had in Germany in 1918. That's nothing like what we're having right here, right? That is nothing like the problems that we're having in the United States. Right now in the United States, most people think that socialism is the post office. Okay? Bernie Sanders is running for president as a socialist, saying he wants us to have guaranteed health care like they have in every other industrial country in the world. People have no clue about basic Marxist ideology. The idea that we should avoid trying to build a mass workers, movement. We should avoid trying to popularize these ideas and instead focus on building a vanguard party of the new time. I mean, that's kind of the opposite. We've got a million vanguard parties of a new type. What we got? The RCP and the SWP and the QWH and the XYZ and the 12th International and the 4th Committee of the 16th International and oh my God, you go to one of these like labor rallies and you got the Spartacus League and the 4th Internationalist Vanguards and oh my God, we got more people doing we got more people LARPing. Live action role play, LARPing, pretending they're Bolsheviks than we ever needed. What we don't have is mass socialist consciousness, right? People in the United States don't know about socialism. It's the opposite, right? It is the opposite, right? So to look at Rosa Luxemburg and to say, aha, that proves we shouldn't try to build a mass no. And the reason that people are tempted to say that, I must say, because even in the 1930s, the Communist Party was very tied in with the Soviet Union. They very much, looked to the Soviet Union for inspiration. Even then, the Soviet Union, they built the Young Pioneers, clubs. Noam Chomsky always talks about his parents joined the Communist Party because they had, a baseball team that girls could play baseball. It was like they had community organizations. The Communist Party was a mass party in the United States, right? The reason that people like to fetishize Rosa Luxemburg's, and this proves that you shouldn't have a mass party like the SPD. The reason for that is because during the 1970s, the new communist movement was unable to set up a base, right? In the 1970s, when the USA's economy was still big, when you still had a big industrial working class, you had a lot of, burned out 60s radicals who, after the 60s ended, they went and got jobs in factories and tried to recruit their co-workers to the Communist Workers' Party or the RCP or the October League or the Socialist Workers' Party or the Workers' World Party or whatever, and it didn't work. People just didn't want to hear it, right? And then Reaganism came in at the end of the 1970s, early 80s, and basically there was this great retreat where what you call the new communist movement basically declared that it can't be done, right? Average workers in the USA are just too bought off. They're too bourgeoisified. They're labor aristocrats. They don't want to hear it. And so they just kind of gave up on the broad masses of people in the United States. And as a result of that, all the kind of baby boomers that are leading the American Communist parties have basically stuck with what they learned in the 1970s, that, average Americans Your typical suburban or rural white Americans are just incapable of being won over to Marxist ideology. They'll never be convinced. It'll just never happen, right? That's what your typical group. And so all the groups do stuff. I mean, there's groups that are focused on trying to organize against police brutality in the black community. That's not something I oppose. I think police brutality is an awful thing. I believe in civil liberties. There's groups that are on the campuses trying to recruit college students. There are groups that, that are trying to work within the labor unions and try to like maneuver within the bureaucracy. But nobody is doing what the Communist Party did in the 30s or what Eugene V. Debs did in the 1920 or in the 19 teens and before that. And going to average people and saying, hey, capitalism is the problem. And the banks, factories, and industries ought to be controlled by the people. No one's doing that. No one does that anymore. And the reason they don't do it is because in the 70s, all these 60s radicals learned that it can't be done. But the thing is, the world has changed since the 1970s. In the 1970s, it could not be done. You're right. The economy was just too good. Average Americans didn't want to hear it. Detroit, you had, the new communist movement made some really big inroads. Georgia, some other places, but overall, average Americans didn't want to hear it. But since then, the U.S. economy has really collapsed, right? The industrial middle class is decaying. Socialism is more popular than ever before. People are packing into Bernie Sanders rallies. There's a whole generation of young people that don't have that Red Scare stigma of anti-communism. And it's possible. You can go and win people. I've done it. I've spent so many hours of my adult life trying to sell people newspapers and talk to people about socialism, and it's not that hard to do. And nobody does it. All the groups, they don't do it. They all do something else. They all have this other thing that they do. They don't go out and just try to win people over to socialist ideas. And that's a problem. And that's what needs to be done. There needs to be a socialist community in the United States. I'm not talking about a political party. I'm not a political activist. I don't engage in the political process. I'm a journalist and political analyst. But socialist ideas, Marxist concepts, the concept of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the work. China and Cuba and Venezuela and Iran are the biggest threat to that. So there is a division in the ruling class around this issue. And at the end of the day, that division kind of lays the basis for an opening for those of us who do want a better life for working families to enter a strategic alliance and really build up an anti-monopoly coalition. I point out the 4 stars on the Chinese flag represent the block of 4 great classes. Mao understood the proletariat. The working class was not the majority in China. It was the peasantry. But even the middle class and the national capitalists, those 4 stars on the Chinese flag represent this anti-imperialist or anti-monopoly coalition that Mao built in order to rescue China from imperialism and lead it to socialism. And that's what we should be doing in the United States. That's what William Z. Foster and the Communist Party understood their job was back in the day, to build an anti-monopoly coalition. And that's what we ought to be doing. We ought to be polarizing U.S. society, not around social and cultural issues, but around the issue of the imperialists and building a block of forces that will resist the imperialists.
Obviously, we know that that's what you want to do. That is. It's a very general idea, though. What can an individual who is watching this do to move towards that, in whether it's in a very small scale or something they can join that brings us to that on a larger scale?
Well, there is a very important small but growing layer in U.S. politics. The Rage Against the War Machine rally that happened February 19th had a diverse number of speakers. Jimmy Dore spoke, Nick Brana of the People's Party, Max Blumenthal, Tara Reid. This was a diverse coalition that's kind of centered around opposing not just the wars that they wage around the world, but also the low-wage police state they're trying to set up at home. And that is the section of U.S. society. That is the political current that I think we should be pouring all of our energy into. And a lot of it is a break with the left. A lot of it comes out of libertarianism. But ultimately, it's saying we're not going to accept your low-wage police state, and we're not going to accept your march toward World War III. And the woke left hates it, and the traditional neoconservative right wing hates it. And some even in the Trump camp are not completely comfortable with it, but it's a layer that's growing, and they question the vaccine mandates, and they question the lockdowns, and they also question the war drive, and they are opposed to the tech censorship. And now we see with the Twitter files, all the censorship that was going on, and that this is starting to be the basis of some kind of anti-monopoly coalition. So if someone's watching this, that's where you should be putting your energy. That's where you can go and talk to people. people. And I've also noticed, and this is one thing that's worth pointing out, is that every political current in the United States is being divided right now. The left, obviously there's big divisions, but, among the libertarians, you have the Mises Caucus, they're, taking positions supporting Julian Assange, opposing the tech censorship, but then you have a lot of libertarians who are supporting it, right? And then among conservatives, there's a similar divide. And so we're starting to see a polarization in U.S. society. It's not about what ideology you believe in, but rather what you advocate in the here and now. And anyone can say they're anything. Anyone can say they believe in any ideology, but it's what positions do you take on the actual issues? And that's where the polarization increasingly is. What positions do you take on the actual issues? Are you for Julian Assange or are you against him? Are you for the tech censorship or are you against it? Are you for sending weapons to Ukraine or are you against it? And that's very interesting. And it shows that the kind of coalitions that will emerge to challenge the low-wage police state and the wars are probably going to be very unique and interesting. However, I do believe that Marxism, because it's the ideology that raised millions and hundreds of millions of people out of poverty around the world, and the Chinese Revolution, the Russian Revolution, Bolivarian socialism in Latin America, I think Marxism is going to be an essential part of the anti-monopoly coalition that ultimately breaks the United States out of imperialism and moves the United States toward a healthy, progressive illiberalism where the country comes together and we build ourselves up. So, in short, if there's something you want to do, I would encourage you to join the Center for Political Innovation. That would be a first step.
That would be ideal, yes.
Yeah, but I would also just encourage you to get involved with the Rage Against the War Machine efforts, with other efforts to promote these ideas, because we are entering a period where most people realize something is deeply wrong with their country. Something's deeply wrong, and they want to do something about it. And they're being told by the elite they should just go along with it. Not only are they being told to go along with it, they're imposed upon to build it. I mean, it's like you're practically required to have a Ukrainian flag. If you have a business or a social institution, I mean, you're practically required to have a Ukrainian flag. They're trying to impose their politics on us, make us carry these things out. And there's a lot of people that just say, I don't want to go along with this. I don't trust you. And we need to speak to those people more than anybody.
Well, that's Caleb Maupin. The book, Where is America Going?, is available now. It's great. I would definitely say pick it up, join CPI, and have a very lovely day.
Thank you.
Darkness gaining power within, tempting my soul to fall. Weak is my heart, blurred are my thoughts. Soon I am overcome. Blind to the truth, losing the way, thinking of myself. So I can see how sin began, sprouting within my soul. So I can see how sin began, sprouting within my soul. When my Lord came over to me, I would not hear his voice. Blinded and deaf, closing my heart, I ran away from him. So I remained lost in desire, only for myself, grieving the Lord suffered for me, going again to the cross, grieving the Lord
Caleb, tell us about this ship you were on and all of this. And of course, I've been trained. I'm a U.S. citizen. They cannot block me from entering the United States. And so you only have to answer like your home and your address. So I'm saying on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm just saying, look, I don't have to answer your questions. I have the right to remain silent. So I don't answer their questions. So then I will never forget the U.S. Customs guy pulls a bottle of water out. He says, "You look tired, Caleb." And he plants this bottle of water like right in front of me. He's like, "Here's a bottle of water. You can drink this and, you'll feel more relaxed and then I'll come back in." And he just plants this bottle of water in front of me. And I immediately thought of what I'd been told about don't eat or drink anything. They're going to try to get you to eat or drink something and don't eat or drink it. And so I thought, I'm not drinking that water. So they go in the other room and they leave me in this room for like an hour. And I'm sitting there in this room for like an hour. And then they walk back in and I haven't touched the bottle of water. And they're like, "Why didn't you drink the water?" And I said, "Well, I'm not going to." And they're visibly like upset and shaken. They're like, "He didn't drink the water." And I hear the U.S. Customs workers talking to each other like, "He didn't drink the water. He didn't drink the water." I have no idea what was going on there, but that was a very strange moment. And I will never forget that. So, I don't know what was going on there, but that was certainly a strange moment. And I came back to the United States and I never faced any legal trouble for it because, I was participating in a humanitarian mission. The Red Crescent Society is recognized by the Red Cross. We were not delivering weapons, as they alleged. We were definitely not doing that. I do know it is now illegal to go to the conferences that I went to in Iran, and everyone who did attend those conferences got a visit from the FBI. And so, but I'm no longer going to those conferences, and it's illegal. And I have a different life situation now. But I haven't been prosecuted.
Why are those illegal? Do you know what the reasoning is for that?
My understanding is that it's something related to there was like a U.S. Air Force intelligence person who defected to Iran, and that they're alleging she was some kind of Edward Snowden figure, and they're trying to say she was somehow recruited through those conferences or something. I don't really know the details of it. There was some kind of indictment, and what's very clear to me is that Barack Obama really wanted to sign the Iran nuclear deal. That was a really big part of the Obama administration. And it seems like there was a lot of back channel communications, cultural exchanges between the USA and Iran that were going on at the time of the Iran nuclear deal negotiations and in the lead up to it. And I think these conferences were more or less set up so that Americans could go to Iran and meet Iranians, and Iranians could see Americans. And so I think that when the Trump administration came in, they did not want the Iran nuclear deal to ever be revived. And so part of that was making these conferences illegal. I don't know the details about the woman who was the Air Force intelligence officer. I just know nothing about that. I went there as an activist. I went there representing the International Action Center of former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark, who I was working for at the time. I went there as a journalist. So that's how I went to Iran. And I can't speak to anything. Nothing shady went on. The conferences that I went to, a couple of them were covered by ABC News, I believe, like ABC or CBS News, did stories about these conferences taking place in Iran. They seemed pretty transparent to me.
Okay, so let's get to the background of the Yemen civil war, what's going on there, and the importance, the significance of Iran in that civil war. From my understanding, and I'm sure from the understanding of many people, the reason why Saudi Arabia in particular, I'll let you kind of explain how they got to the point of the civil war and how it started breaking out. But Saudi Arabia got involved when they saw that the Houthis started to gain a lot of momentum and started to actually gain land. And the Houthis are Shia Muslims. Saudi Arabia is Sunni. The Houthis, Iran is also Shia Muslim. And so they saw the Houthis as a threat, because if they were to have to share their southern border with a bunch of Shia Muslims who are aligned with Iran, Saudi Arabia and Iran have had historically very tense relations and proxy wars between the two of them. And so they saw their southern border, it was being threatened by Iran in their viewpoint, and that is why they...
Now we got Caleb. Oh, this is perfect. We have to really salute Caleb Marvin and the Center for Political Innovation. You've seen him all around the world. All around the world. Right? So you've seen him in Russia standing up, bringing us to the world stage. So we talking about the elephant stompers, right? And the people coming. in support. That's Caleb Maupin and the Center for Political Innovation. All right.
It's really humbling to be in this room with so many lifelong fighters against imperialism. It's really an honor to be here. And I'll be brief, but I just want to say this. I'm an Irish American. I'm a Protestant Christian, but on my finger you will find an Islamic Akek ring. The reason that I wear that is because when I visited the Islamic Republic of Iran in 2015, I learned the origin of this, and that apparently the template Mecca, before it was conquered by Islam, was full of idols. And so the Prophet Muhammad, his followers smashed the idols, and he wore a piece of one of the idols on his finger to commemorate the victory of the one true God over falsity and idolatry. And when I heard that story, I was forced to think of what I read in the work of Thomas Carlyle, the Scottish philosopher, who spoke about why it was that so many of the great prophets, Jeremiah, Moses, and so many of them smashed idols. And he said, we don't really believe that ancient people were stupid and they thought they could just carve a piece of wood in their backyard and it would be God. No, originally these idols stood for real truths. But generations went by, generation after generation, and those real truths were forgotten. So the prophets returned to earth to smash those idols, to connect the people with the truths that those idols once stood for, with the truths and the principles that they once stood for. And so I've always worn this ring since I visited Iran, and I've always looked up to people who I see as idol smashers, as returners to truth, and that's Chairman Mao. Because we'll say that the Democrat Party is an idol. The white left is an idol. And I am high time ready to celebrate and stand up for those who smash the idols that hold us back in the struggle to defeat colonialism.
It is an honor now to be joined by our comrade Belinda Parker Brown.
All right. Wow, it feels good up in here.
China has figured out how to have socialism and sneakers, right? Interesting conversation. When I was in Russia, I was talking with a young woman who had lived through the fall of the Soviet Union. She was telling me it was horrendous. The fall of the Soviet Union was an economic disaster for Russia, but that in the 1996 elections, she did not vote for the Communist Party. And why did she not vote for the Communist Party? She said, because even though everything was so awful at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union, even though people were dying en masse, she was excited about the fact that she was actually able to go buy some fancy new sneakers. In the time of the Soviet Union, you couldn't buy fancy consumer goods, fancy new sneakers. And so she couldn't bring herself to vote for the Communist Party because she was excited about having new sneakers. And that was basically how global capitalism framed the debate. You can have socialism or sneakers, right? Yes, you can have socialism, you can have guaranteed jobs, guaranteed health care, but you can't have consumer goods. You're going to have a level of poverty, you're going to have a level of stability, but you're going to have a level of poverty. But China has figured out how to have both socialism and sneakers, right? In China, you can have billionaires, but you can also have the state controlling the economy and taking care of people, right? Now, we don't have a situation where people have to pick between socialism and sneakers. China has got socialism and sneakers. They have got socialism that is based on Deng Xiaoping's very, very famous statement, poverty is not socialism, but to be rich is glorious, right? That you can have the state controlling the economy, but you can also have people working very, very hard, becoming wealthy, and living a decent life. There's not a trap. Socialism is no longer a trap. It's no longer poverty for the benefit of all society. It's no longer trading wealth for stability. Oh no, now China has figured out, with their 5-year plans and their state-controlled mega corporations and their 90 million members of the Chinese Communist Party, how they can control and regulate the economy with the means of production being operated according to a rational plan, but at the same time, people can still live out their dreams, invest, start new companies, start tech giants, become wealthy, but do it in a way that serves society overall. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, 21st century socialism. has kind of solved some of the problems that led to the fall of the Soviet Union. They have brilliantly figured out what is it that attracts people to Western capitalism, and then they have used that to strengthen the state-controlled economy of China. Right? They've basically stolen the thunder of Western capitalism. The Western capitalist argument was, sure, we have poor people, we have economic insecurity, but every so often you get somebody who has a new idea and they go out and they start a company and they live out their dream and they're full of hope and optimism. Well, now you can have that in socialism. You can have Jack Ma's in socialism. You can have tech millionaires in socialism. You can have socialism in which there is a planned economy, but there is also innovation and creativity. You can have state-controlled capitalism. You can have capitalism with people starting new businesses and all that, but overall, the state, the socialist government, has the power. You know, it's funny, you get a lot of people that will like Venezuela, but they'll say they don't like China. Well, in China today, the state apparatus in China is much bigger than the state apparatus in Venezuela. In Venezuela, the government controls the oil and it dispenses the oil money, subsidizes a lot of private businesses. But in China, the state controls the steel industry, the biggest steel industry in the world. The state controls the banking sector, a huge banking sector. The state controls healthcare. The state controls a lot of things in China, a lot more things than it controls in Venezuela. If you equate socialism with state ownership, China is more socialist than Venezuela. However, that's not the definition of socialism. Socialism is not when the government does stuff. Socialism is when the state plans the economy, when the economy is not under the control of private capitalists who are just trying to make a huge amount of profits, when the economy is organized by society to serve the people, not to serve the profits of a small ruling elite. That is the definition of socialism. Capitalism is profits in command. It is the rule of the dollar. It is when big corporations and banks run the economy and the people are left behind and no one cares because the rich are just trying to get richer and they have no loyalty to society. But when the state controls the means of production, when society has taken control of the economy and the economy is forced to work for the benefit of all the people, that is what socialism is. And China, despite its flaws, and yes, there are huge flaws there are huge problems with corruption. I'm not an apologist. I'm not going to sit there and tell you their system is great, and no one there, even the most fervent supporter of the government, is going to tell you that it is. They know that they have big problems they have to tackle. But overall, socialism with Chinese characteristics, that model, where they use the strengths of capitalism to build socialism, has been highly, highly successful. And if we could take control of the economy in the United States, if we had a government of action that would control the economy and force it to work in the interests of ordinary people, we could make the United States better than it's ever been. If we had an operating modus with the rest of the world, a modus operandi of win-win cooperation, not twisting people's arms and demanding they buy our products, but instead, win-win cooperation, developing impoverished countries, helping them build infrastructure, helping them build up their economy while we build up our economy, controlling the economy. If we had that, we could have a very, very, very wealthy country in the United States, and we could be helping the rest of the world to get wealthy at the same time. There would be no contradiction, right?
You know, when I got interested in communism when I was a kid, right? No one in my family was a communist. Nobody in my town was a communist. I had to get on the internet, which was like a new invention then. And I was shocked to learn there was a communist party in the United States, let alone there were 15 or 20 or 100 communist parties. And I had to track down these groups it was they weren't in my face, right? That's not, and most people my age, that's their story. They got interested in communism because they learned about it in school. And then they thought, well, I wonder if there's anybody who still believes in it. And then they went and did all kinds of research to actually track down communists and found them. And often they're quite disappointed with what they find. You know what I mean? They find something and they're like, oh, okay, well, if I want to be a communist, this is what I got to do. And that's kind of how it works. But
campaign for my local Democrats.
Yeah. Or sell Bob Avakian's newspaper or whatever.
Or subscribe to the idea that I'm not supposed to have anything at all. And
yeah.
This isn't how, nobody in China in the 1930s was like, I wonder if there's anyone who believes in communism in China. He went and looked up and said, oh, there's this guy Mao. I'm going to go check out his books. That's not how it worked. The way people got into communism in China was they were starving villagers and they were fighting for their rights against landlords. And then there was this big, huge political organization that said, we're on your side and we have your back. And they found out that this big, huge political organization believed in communism, and they learned it, right? And in the 1930s, in the United States, nobody joined the Communist Party because they read about communism someplace. It seemed interesting. They went, no, it was, they were in a neighborhood, they were in a factory, and there was people organizing the union, and they happened to be in the Communist Party. This is how our ideas work, right? And until we get into the mode of going lower and deeper to the real masses and not being this kind of circle of intellectual intrigue, which is kind of like what we are right now. Look, in a lot of ways, being a communist in the United States, I mean, it's getting a little different now because politics is getting so intense, right? Things have changed a little bit, but for the most part, you know, especially in the 90s, being a communist in the United States, I mean, you might as well be into Aleister Crowley. You might as well be into Esperanto, the universal language. Maybe you're into UFOs. It was just, there was a lot of like little niche, absurd interests that one could have. And communism was one of those.
Oh, yeah. I remember very distinctly in the 1990s, this game called Command and Conquer Red Alert. Did you ever see that video game?
No, I didn't.
I have infantile amnesia for that period because my brain wasn't fully there yet.
No, it was a real-time strategy game.
I was working on my fine motor skills.
Yeah. I wasn't. I was playing this real-time strategy game. It was a real-time strategy game that actually starred Tim Curry as a communist. And it was totally absurd. Like, it was intended to be funny, and it is very funny. But, like, that was probably my actual first exposure to communism. And it didn't treat it in a way that was like a serious political affiliation, but rather sort of a novelty.
So you didn't listen in school at all?
Oh, no. Well, the way that school treated communism for me was more along the lines of, this is a thing that just fell apart completely.
Well, yeah.
A year ago.
Also, holy shit, yeah. Wow, I was not thinking about that. You were literally in school when that, wow.
Yeah.
You're 100.
Yeah, I literally had to reprogram my mind to not know it as the USSR anymore.
That's so
weird. Up here, isn't it?
You're the oldest, and then I'm like middle, and then Miss Astronaut Cowboy is the youngest, right?
Yeah. Smart though. Very smart though.
The Seinfeld episode. I don't know. Do you ever see the Seinfeld episode about the communist?
You probably have.
I feel like yes, but it's been a long time. I haven't seen most Seinfeld since probably the late 90s.
Elaine starts dating this guy who wears like a hat with a visor on it, and he's just kind of socially awkward. And then she finds like a communist newspaper at his house, and she
right.
Is he a communist or something? And they're like, does he dress really drab and his clothes are really? Yeah, well, definitely he's a communist or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. He was the secret communist. That's what it was.
And it's just this like, you know, it's like this. I mean, and that's really what being a communist in like the 90s was. It was like, was this, now things are a little bit different with the right wing always calling, first they called Obama a communist, and now there's this whole thing with BreadTube. And so there's more people interested in it now because of like divisions in the ruling class and stuff. And among like the BreadTubers, it's still seen as this expression of like counterculture, right? It's this expression of like, you know, I'm going to go against US society and be really edgy. And it's like, again, it's in the same category as occult mysticism, as psychoanalysis, as, you know, hypnosis. I don't know what else. UFOs, you know, people who might go hiking in the mountains of Nepal.
And what is further evidence that in the last chapter, the whole Earth conspiracy, it exists around the world. What's central to it? The Club of Rome. The Club of Rome. Who are the Club of Rome? The Club of Rome, they wrote a book called The Limits to Growth. And they said that the human population is just too big. There are too many people, and we need to drastically reduce the human population. We need to drastically end technology. This entity, created by Western intelligence agencies, is walking around pretending to be Marxism, pretending to be socialism, pretending to be the left. The Aquarian conspiracy, created by Western intelligence agencies, and they don't believe in essential aspects of Marxism. Historical progress is the essence of Marxism. They don't believe in historical progress. History's gone too far. It's the Tower of Babel. They worship primitivism, right? And if you look at them, who are some of the most beloved figures on the synthetic left? The Dalai Lama, who presided over a feudal, oppressive regime in Tibet, that tortured people, who, is working, waged an ugly civil war in Tibet in the 1950s when hundreds of thousands of people died, was trying to keep feudalism intact in Tibet. Who else is a big central part of the synthetic left? The Hare Krishna movement, one of the most right-wing traditionalist Hindu sects in India. Somehow they're a big part of what it means to be a leftist in the United States, right? Julius Evola. Do you know the name Julius Evola? He was one of the main ideologues of Italian fascism. He wrote a book called Revolt Against the Modern World. Revolt Against the Modern World. And if you read it, it's all about admiring feudalism, right? The Tibetan regime where, there was no strikes or protests. It was so authoritarian. The Indian caste system is so beautiful. Eastern mysticism, all of this stuff that was associated with fascism in the 30s has entered the left. These entities that walk around that don't believe in historical progress, that believe there are too many people in the world, that believe that we need to go back to nature, we need to go back to some kind of Eastern primitivism, that primitivism is beautiful, modernity is evil, that favor destruction, want to reduce the human population. That entity is walking around calling itself left. It is not left. It is the synthetic left. It is a middle-class movement that is trying to drastically reduce the human population, that is trying to beat back socialism and destroy historical progress. It's the synthetic left. It was intentionally created by the CIA, and it considers communism, actual communism, to be fascism. Susan Sontag declared that communism is nothing but the most effective form of fascism. Right? They think that if you're an actual communist, you're a Nazi. And you'll notice all over the internet, anyone who is anti-imperialist suddenly gets called a red-brown. Right? There's a lot of nasty stuff said about me, a lot of nasty stuff said about Max Blumenthal, a lot of nasty stuff said about anyone who won't join them. If you still believe in socialism, if you still believe in historical progress, if you defend socialist states, countries that are trying to raise themselves up from poverty, you are declared to be a fascist because according to the synthetic left, communism, actual Marxist governments are merely the most effective form of fascism. That's what these people believe. That is what they believe. Right? The people who saved the world from Hitler, the Soviet Union, the anti-fascist underground fighters in Germany that blew up armaments factories, that freed Jews from the concentration camps, they're all only the most successful form of fascism. That's what these people believe, that communism is just the most successful form of fascism. In my book, I quote extensively from Susan Sontag. Susan Sontag, made famous by the CIA Partisan Review. They go after me, they go after Max Blumenthal, they go after the Workers' Party of Belgium, they go after the CPGBML and Jyoti Brar, they go after George Galloway. Anyone who is genuinely a socialist gets declared by these people to be a fascist because they have usurped, they declare that they are the left. They are the left, right? They are the left. This cult, this death cult that doesn't believe in historical progress, that wants to tear things down, that wants poverty, they have declared that they are the left. And if you still believe that the workers should control the means of production and that human history isn't over and that we can advance and we can get beyond the horrors of capitalism, they say that you're a fascist. Meanwhile, why is it that Donald Trump and the new right has hijacked all the working class anger? Because the left has been destroyed. And this entity that tells the working class they should be poorer because that's good for Mother Nature, that they deserve to be poorer. This entity
eventually, why they got involved and started bombing. They did something very similar to what we're seeing in Gaza. They started to bomb civilians in Yemen. They were very much criticized for committing war crimes, that they were not just targeting actual military installations and the Houthi fighters, but they were targeting civilian areas, killed close to 20,000 people, civilians from these strikes, and continue with American support. So the United States was, because the United States has also been in sort of proxy battles with Iran this entire time, so saw this as an Iranian expansion project. And that is why Saudi Arabia is involved. That's how they got involved. Now, Saudi Arabia and Iran have been trying to normalize or sort of reestablish themselves together to try to stabilize the Middle East. But can you give us more background? Was I wrong on that, or is that accurate? Can you fill in the gaps?
That's a very limited understanding of what's happening there. I mean, that's, you said a lot of true things there. You said some things that are kind of generalizations. So what you have to understand is that Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the world. By some estimates, it is the poorest country in the world. 28% of the population, over 1 in 4, live in poverty. And Yemen used to be divided. During the Cold War, South Yemen was a communist government. It was the Democratic People's Republic of Yemen, and North Yemen remained a capitalist, society. And after the Cold War, South Yemen dissolved, and now we have one Yemen. And South Yemen is a little bit more developed and industrialized than North Yemen. North Yemen is very mountainous. And the Houthi movement started with Hussein al-Houthi, who was he was a Muslim preacher, basically, who was friendly to South Yemen. He was religious, but he was friendly to the idea of having the Democratic People's Republic of Yemen. And in the 1990s, he started youth programs, summer camps, school programs, and this is in, the poorest country or one of the poorest countries in the world. So that's providing people with literacy. That's providing people with food. And in these mountainous areas of northern Yemen, he started this organization called the Young Believers. And they started kind of a religious revival movement. And they are Shias, but they're not the same type of Shias they are in Iran. In Iran, they are 12er Shias, meaning that they recognize 12 imams after the Prophet Muhammad. The Houthis are Zaydiya Shias, meaning that they follow an individual who led an armed uprising against the caliphate, Imam Zayd, who was a figure who led a failed uprising of the poor people against the Islamic caliphate when they felt it had been corrupt. They pray like Sunnis do. And they're in the mountains. And one of the beliefs of Zaydi Shias is that you must own a gun. They believe that it is your duty, that every man must have a gun to protect his household. And that's why if you ever see videos of a Houthi rally, they're waving their guns around because that's part of their religion. You must have a gun. That is their belief. And these are, some of the poorest people up in the mountains. He's doing summer camps. He's training them. And he builds this kind of religious revival movement, and so then in 2003, the USA invaded Iraq, and, he's very opposed to this, very, very opposed to it. And so he started having rallies against the US invasion of Iraq, burning the American flag, saying things like death to Israel, death to America. And the official Yemeni government, which was at that point headed by the dictator Saleh, was freaked out by that. And so they went and they tried to take their guns away. They tried to disarm the Houthis. And that didn't go over real well, as their religion says they have the right to bear arms. So they got into a civil war with the actual, Yemeni government. And there was kind of civil war, and they carved out liberated territory, etc. And one of the central planks of the Ansar Allah, that's what they call themselves. Ansar Allah means supporters of God. That's the name of their movement. Houthi is kind of a slur. There's the Unification Church, the Korean religion in the United States. People call them Moonies. Well, that's not their name. They're called the Unification Church. Well, Houthi is kind of a slur. They followed this guy, their founder. His last name is Houthi. Houthi's a tribal ethnic name. Houthi's kind of a slang term for them, but they call themselves Ansar Allah, which means supporters of God. And one of their central teachings is belief in economic development, which I'm not sure if that translates really well. It sounds like kind of a cold term, economic development, but it means we're a deeply poor country and we have a huge amount of oil. We have a huge amount of oil that we're not doing anything with. That oil's staying in the ground. And if we took control of our country, if the foreign occupiers and the foreign governments stopped controlling us and we actually established economic independence, we could use that oil to
jobs, and it pays for itself eventually if it's done right. There's one thing I really worry about, Caleb, and maybe I'll kick up a little bit of dust on the program with this one. I don't like the strings attached. You know, do you have to have critical race theory? Do you have to have these wokest elements, you know, to be able to get the money? You know, there's a lot of people that are very uneasy about that, and it feels very totalitarian. And particularly if it is a demand and not a negotiation, an explanation here. How would you alleviate worries of half the country when it comes to that issue? Go ahead, Caleb.
Well, I share a lot of your concerns, Peter. Look, I started out by saying the essence of socialism is growth. But if you listen to a lot of the rhetoric coming out of the White House right now, it seems like Sleepy Joe doesn't believe in growth. He thinks growth is bad, smaller is better, build a bigger empire. I mean, this is Rockefeller, Malthusian idea. Right? This is very dangerous. And all throughout the United States, we have seen the rise of pessimism. In a lot of ways, you know, Joe Biden seems like Jimmy Carter 2.0, pushing this notion that we need to reduce consumption. You know, while Republicans are pushing for full deregulation, libertarian free market policies, it seems like a lot of what the Democrats want is not growth and rational planning of the economy, but rather what they want is simply state-managed austerity. You know, gradually roll back the living standards, oversee a continuing process where the next generation has a much lower standard of living than their parents ever had. You know, try to control them, whether it's with, you know, managed social media or whether it's with drugs. If they haven't already gotten on Ritalin when they're kids, you know, give them marijuana and give them hallucinogens as adults. And you know, there is a very dangerous kind of managerial, social engineering aspect to what the liberals are doing right now. And small businesses seem to be the most, you know, targeted by it. They seem very, very, you know, upset and, you know, they may be wiped out. It may be the big capitalists like Amazon and Walmart who really benefit from what they're proposing. But it's interesting because if you look around the world, the strength of socialism in the 21st century, whether you go to Vietnam or Nicaragua or China, has been, you know, while you have a state central plan, empowering small businesses, micro entrepreneurs. You know, socialism with Chinese characteristics is all about having a market sector in order to combine the strengths of capitalism with the overall vision of socialism and planning.
Caleb, you're talking about, you know, lowered expectations and downsizing. Do you know what one sector is really exploding? Super yachts. That's exploding right now. They're building the biggest yachts of all time.
Make our country wealthier. And it was about, the movement is largely calling for public control of their natural resources so they can carry out economic development. Their logo actually it shows a hand holding a rifle, and that's for armed self-defense. The hand is supposed to be the hand of God. But parallel to the hand is a shaft of wheat, and that shaft of wheat stands for economic development. So the Houthis were this movement in northern Yemen that had carved out liberated territory, was fighting the government of Saleh. But then fast forward to 2011, then the Arab Spring happened. And all over the Arab countries, all over the Islamic world, there were uprisings and protests. And the dictator Saleh was forced to step down. And the Houthis already had this big army, and they controlled a big part of territory. So they were a big part of the Arab Spring uprising that was happening. But there were many other groups involved, such as the Southern Movement that wants to bring back the communist South Yemen, such as, there were Arab nationalists, Nasserists, Baathists. It was a wide, vast movement in Yemen in 2011, against the dictator Saleh, and calling for independence and opposing the drone strikes, because the USA had been carrying out drone strikes, and all over the country, people in Yemen were terrified of these drone strikes, terrified their kids might not come home from school, terrified that their neighborhood or their home might be hit by a drone. So there was this widespread uprising in 2011, and they formed these popular committees all over the country where people were debating and discussing the future of Yemen from different religious backgrounds, different political movements. So then the Saudis didn't like that, obviously. So they picked their guy, Mansour Hadi, who's a Yemeni guy who does business with Saudi Arabia, and they staged an election with only one man on the ballot. Mansour Hadi was the only guy on the ballot, and he was Saudi Arabia's handpicked guy. And, shockingly, he won, being the only guy on the ballot. And so they declared Mansour Hadi to be the new president. The revolution was over. Well, many people in Yemen didn't agree with that. And the Houthis already had this big army. And so they entered an alliance with people from the Southern movement. They entered an alliance with Arab nationalists. They entered an alliance with a feminist group called the Arab Spring Party. It's a vast, they call it the Revolutionary Committee. And they started recruiting people from the regular Yemeni army, and they built up their forces. And in 2015, they marched into the capital and they declared the Revolutionary Committee to be the Yemeni government. And at that point, Saudi Arabia said, no, Yemen is our property. That oil is staying in the ground in case we want to make money off of it in the future. And we're not going to have an independent country right on our southern border. And so they brought the military in there and they rained death and destruction onto Yemen. And the cruise missiles and the bombs and the food blockade, and they brought in Pakistani mercenaries. You have to keep in mind, Saudi Arabia has the 4th largest military budget of any country in the world. And Yemen is like the poorest country in the world. And if this war was simply a matter of Iranian proxies or Iranian puppets, it would have been over in a week. It would have been over in a month. It would have been over in a year. But it continues. And the Houthis have continued getting stronger and stronger and stronger throughout all of this because they have a huge base of support among the population, because they provide the services that people need, and because they tap into kind of a spiritual passion that really burns throughout these people, especially the poorer people in the northern regions. And they have just continued to inspire these people to fight heroically and relentlessly against everything that has been thrown at them. This is the David and Goliath story of the 21st century. I mean, this is like the poorest country in the world holding out against Saudi Arabia with the 4th largest military budget, backed by the United States. In 2015, U.S. Army generals were in Riyadh advising Saudi Arabia how to carry out its strikes. The USA was providing satellite support to Saudi Arabia in their military operations. And they have just continued to hold out against all odds. This is one of the most epic stories of the 21st century that we've ever seen. This is a group of people that just will not surrender. I mean, the food blockades, everything has been thrown at them, and they just keep fighting. This is a relentless group of people who have now, at this point, because they're grabbing Israeli ships, and they're enforcing a naval blockade of Israel in solidarity with the Palestinians, they're now the heroes of the entire Muslim world at this point. And, one of Mao Zedong's last statements before he died, he said, "A weak nation can defeat a strong nation. A small nation can defeat a big nation, but only if they dare to rise in struggle and take up arms and grasp the destiny of their country." And I thought of that statement so much when I was on that ship to Yemen, and I think of it every time I think of Yemen, because this is something that it doesn't make sense according to any military analysis. They should have been defeated a long time ago, but they just continue to fight, and now they're going up against Israel.
Yeah. And from last I checked, they have about 70% of the country at this point under their control. And they're just kind of waiting it out until the rest of the Saudi-backed government, I suppose, collapses. And then there's also fighting with Al-Qaeda and ISIS that have joined in. Not with any of those groups. They're fighting separately their own holy wars that they're trying to grab areas and to put under their own control. But they're not as successful. Their fighting force is very small, Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So they're all kind of, so there's 3 divisions in this civil war. You've got the Al-Qaeda, ISIS, you've got the Saudi-backed government, and then you have the Houthi-backed government, and the Houthi-led with what's going on there now. And they have 70% of the control.
Al-Qaeda and ISIS consider Shia Muslims to be apostates.
Right.
They argue that anyone who's a Shia they say that Shia Islam is a conspiracy by the Jews against Islam or something like that. And so they hate the Houthi movement on that basis.
So that's where it gets complicated,
the ideology,
right? Because the Houthis are also fighting the ISIS and Al-Qaeda, who we're supposed to be fighting as well.
Yeah, but ISIS and Al-Qaeda, their ideology is the Saudi ideology. It's Wahhabism. Right. It is this, officially they're not on the same side, but, they have the same opinion of I wanted to talk about what I thought was the greatest moment in Donald Trump's presidential campaign that showed real political bravery on Donald Trump's part. And that was when Donald Trump invited Muslim leaders from Michigan onto the stage at his rally.
The most wonderful thing is happening. We're winning overwhelming support from the Muslim and Arab voters right here in Michigan. Can you believe it?
We are supporting Donald Trump because he promised to end war in the Middle East and Ukraine. The bloodshed has to stop all over the world. And I think this man can make that happen. I personally believe that God saved his life twice for a reason.
Now, somebody watching this might say, well, Caleb, that's no big deal. They already said that they were voting for him, and Donald Trump wanted as many votes as he could get, especially in states like Michigan, so it's no big deal. Well, you have to look at how many wealthy Zionists were funding Donald Trump's campaign. And those wealthy Zionists hate Muslims, absolutely hate Muslims. I mean, I live in New York City, and I used to work at an insurance company, and I gotta tell you, these people think Islam should be outlawed. They say it's not really a religion, it's a terrorist cult.
You are terrorists. Every one of you are terrorists. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you think. You can smile at me, you can say whatever you want, but every Muslim is a terrorist.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time, he wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them.
Because they want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old. I'm sorry I don't take a risk with people that are taught to kill Americans at 2. I'm on the side of Israel.
One of my coworkers, when I worked at the insurance company, her son wouldn't go to a movie theater in New York City because it was near a mosque, and he had been brainwashed at his Zionist school that he might be blown up inside the movie theater just because the movie theater was next to a mosque. You know, the hatred that Zionists, wealthy Zionists, have for Muslims is astounding. And for Donald Trump, who, you know, was getting backed and supported by a lot of wealthy Zionists like Sheldon Adelson, to take the bold move of inviting Muslims onto the stage at his rally and embracing them and welcoming their support, that was huge.
And earlier today, I had an incredible meeting, a great meeting. You know what they want? They want peace. They want their great people with a group of Muslim imams. And like everyone here today, Muslim and Arab voters in Michigan, and you know, they're going to be they could turn the election.
And it put Trump at risk. I'm sure there were a lot of wealthy Zionists who really didn't appreciate Donald Trump doing that. But Donald Trump knew that there was a lot of dissatisfaction with Kamala Harris among Muslim Americans. And I think Donald Trump very much does in his own way. He doesn't agree with me, I'm sure, but in his own way, he would like to see the conflict in Gaza ended. Now, he obviously doesn't share my views on it, and he doesn't share the views of those Muslims there. But I think Donald Trump would like to be remembered as a guy who made peace around the world. So he made the bold decision of bringing Muslims onto the stage at his rally, pro-Palestine Muslims, and embracing and celebrating and welcoming their support. And I think that was a great move for Donald Trump, and it was political bravery. It put him at odds with a lot of important donors and backers of his campaign, but it was the right thing to do, and it was also what was going to get him the votes he needed to win.
For a year or something, it's like, you know, I mean, it's in that category.
Professor saying, "Don't call me doctor. I'm not into hierarchies."
Yeah.
Right, and it's in a lot of ways. I mean, I'll be real. In a lot of ways, communism is kind of a rich kid hobby. You know, and that's what always put me off. You know, I mean, there was a group that used to be around called the ISO, the International Socialist Organization. I think they merged into DSA recently after some sexual assault scandals or something. But I used to hate them because it was very wealthy kids from like Harvard and Yale, and they dressed really fancy, and they were just the snobbery. I mean, and a lot of people just had the same experience. If you were a working class person who couldn't afford to like pay $500 plus all your meals and housing when you'd go to their conference every year, you couldn't, you know, dish out the cash. They didn't want you, you know, and it was very much a rich kids club. And it was just this kind of like hobby for rich kids. And in a lot of ways, it was just this kind of, and the other thing that also I've noticed about this is it was considered to be like a college phase. Have you ever heard that? And I would always hear people quote to me, well, if you're not a communist when you're 20, you have no heart. But if you're still a communist when you're 40, you have no brain.
Yeah, and
I like to use that for anarchism, though.
Well, there you go. It was a lot of these groups, in a way, it was like you'd be at Harvard or Yale or Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland or something like that. And you're young and you're kind of an intellectual and you study these ideas. So you join one of these little groups and you sell their newspaper. And after about a year or two, you realize this group is never really going to grow. It's never going to be part mainstream current. And then, you go back to graduate school and move on with your life, right? And that's kind of, Gen X, post-1960s, that's what being a communist really was. And so, when I would go out and sell newspapers, I would often get really kind of snide responses from people because they were used to that. It's like, give it 2 years, you'll grow up out of this. The revolution won't come. And they weren't wrong, because that's what happened with communism in this kind of late Cold War normal, where it was kind of this middle class phase. But that's because we're not out of the movement and to the masses. We're not going lower and deeper to the real masses. We're still in this kind of, I don't even know what you want to call it, this cosmopolitan bohemian, it's whatever that is, right? And that's what we need to get away from.
In terms of like people who actually are publicly known for talking about communism, you and I are actually fairly different from what is. We're both from small towns in the Midwest. I didn't actually finish college. I went into community college on a Pell Grant, and I did not finish it.
You could have been on Kamala Harris's thing.
I could have. Other than being white.
It sounds like what you grew out of, Caleb, was not communism, but this sort of synthetic left Congress for Cultural Freedom infiltration of communism in favor of an actual Marxist analysis.
I mean, I remember when I was in these communist groups, I would be like, is anybody normal? Like that was, I was in a communist current, and it was a lot of very smart people and group of high achieving people. I worked with Leslie Feinberg, who was the first openly trans activist in the United States, and I worked with another guy who was like a mathematics genius, right? He had no college degree, but he became like the sports statistician for the New York Knicks. And he was also the only person in New York City history to be arrested for owning a live alligator, Yeah,
that's the best sounding stuff. I want to know more about this man, but not
right. He ended up getting kicked out of the group I was in because he wrote a book about physics that they didn't agree with, so they expelled him. It was just like ridiculous.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
that's dumb.
Yeah, and like there was somebody else who like their cousin was a very famous, like you would know the name, a Hollywood film director. There's somebody else whose like relative was like, whose father was like a famous, TV personality that I would also, if I name, it was like there was nobody who was like a normal person, right? And that was what I was thinking. I was like, we need average people in Kansas and Idaho and North Carolina and South Carolina and California. We need just average American families to say, you know what, communism's right for us. And when I would say things like that, people would just look at me like, why would they do that? Like, why would we ever try to appeal to those people?
Yeah, it's not right for them. They hate everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, so you really want to have a revolution? You want to take power? But it's like the idea of reaching average people is this like absurd, like crazy idea.
Right. To have people support communism is like a negative thing.
Yeah.
Right. And then there was this kind of, they were like out of touch. And I noticed that too. I mean, people would say things to me that I could just tell these people had never really been in the real world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They've always been in this milieu. I had someone tell me that, I'm from Ohio, and someone told me once that everyone in Ohio believes that Jews have horns and tails and are born with horns and tails. And I said to them, I am from Ohio, and I can tell you, I have never met anyone in my entire life who thinks that Jews are born with horns and tails. Never.
Well,
but they swore, no, this is what people think. They know it. They've talked to people. And it's like, no, I mean, go outside of Greenwich Village for a few days, please. And then, of course, then there's an angle that you can go from, which then it kind of turns into this weird white savior complex.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that gets even weirder. It's kind of the belief that average white people, if they're socially conservative, they're the Ku Klux Klan, they're satanic, right? If a white person comes around and says they don't believe in gay marriage, well, they need to be banned, get away from me, fascist, But if a black person comes around and says, well, I'm a Christian, I don't believe in gay marriage, there's this opposite, like condescending attitude. Of course you think that. You know?
And it's dehumanizing to people of color to not treat that idea the same way.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you should be able to talk to a white person or a black person about why you personally support gay marriage, right?
100%.
And you shouldn't just dismiss the white person who is opposed to gay marriage, and you shouldn't have a condescending, disrespectful attitude toward the black person who dismisses it.
Where you can't critically engage with them.
I mean, when I posted, for example, that I was willing to work with people opposed to abortion and gay marriage, I immediately got a lot of people saying, of course a white male would say that. I wasn't necessarily even talking about white people. The Nation of Islam is opposed to abortion and gay marriage, and they are not a white organization, I'll tell you that much. I risked my life on a ship to Yemen with a group of Iranian doctors and Iranian members of parliament, and they were all very opposed to abortion and gay marriage, and they were not white, I'll tell you that much. You know, I mean, it's just like, but it's this belief that like conservatives are white and people of color.
Like, what they think in their core is that people of color aren't smart enough to critically engage.
Yeah, it is a secret racism that is somehow like good.
And it's so true. Like thinking of conservative ideology as a strictly white thing. I mean, as someone growing up in a very Catholic, very Hispanic community with mostly people of color, it's like, this is not a white exclusive issue. Like the people that I was around, do you want to hear their views about abortion? Like the Hispanic communities in the Catholic Church, you think they support gay marriage and abortion rights? It's like, no.
Yeah, I mean, social conservatism tends to be prominent among working class people wherever you go in the world.
Especially religious people.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's, I mean, you know, and that more middle class people tend to be more socially liberal. That's not an endorsement
And less
of
religious.
conservatism.
Yeah.
You know, that's just a fact. And you know, this middle class strata, they kind of live in a delusion about that. And I think that's weird. And because the memo has gone out that now we're having this woke makeover of US society, you know, you know, now it's like, well, people of color are just innocent victims, so we're not going to acknowledge they have any socially conservative views, but we're going to associate socially conservative views with, you know, with
it's just papering over the material reality.
And the main thing is, you know, we have not really, as a movement, talked about the fall of the Soviet Union. You know, and we need to talk about it, right? The Soviet Union fell. Socialism has changed. The Soviet Union's never coming back. And that's a conversation that the socialist movement really needs to have. And part of the reason I think there's so much, you know, bread tube is out there is at the end of the day, those of us who believe in socialism, we don't know what we believe. You know, you see the average, you go to a protest, you'll see some old communist selling a newspaper, point at them and say, what is Venezuela? And you won't get an answer. Or if you do, it'll be a wacky answer that you won't like, right? That we as a movement, you know, the international communist movement around the world is having these conversations. In China, they're having these conversations. Latin America, they're having these conversations. But the U.S. Marxist left is not having these conversations. We need to update our ideology. We need to talk about what happened. What happened with the fall of the Soviet Union? Why was it that that this happened? And a lot of documents are coming out in Chinese about this. A lot of documents have been published in Latin America. Whole volumes of books have been written. But we need to talk about it as a group. So I'm glad I was able to contribute, you know, some of my observations about this.
Caleb, thank you so much for this. This was just fantastic. Anything you want to plug before we head out?
Well, sure. Well, now that my BreadTube book is validated, you can still get a copy of it. So.
You should very much get a copy of this
so
book.
Good. Houthis, that they're Shia apostates, that, you know, they're secretly agents of Iran, etc.
Right.
But, you know, it's really not that complicated. This is a country fighting for its national liberation. And let's also be clear, the Houthis don't want to establish a Shia government for Yemen. They want autonomy because they are not the religious majority. They want the people in the South to be able to do the South Yemen thing and have socialism and secular government. They want the Sunnis in other regions to be able to do their things. They want federal autonomy. They want the right to practice their religion and carry out their beliefs in their region. And they want the rights of Yemeni people in the other regions from other ethnic and religious and cultural, you know, beliefs to do their own thing. They want like a federal republic. Is what they're fighting for, but they want economic development. Economic development is a central part of what they're fighting for. There's an interview that they did where BBC was interviewing a Houthi leader, and they said to him, you know, they said, well, people say that you're inspired by Iran. And he said, the only reason you bring up Iran is to incite religious division. Yes, we're inspired by Iran, but we're also inspired by Venezuela. And he said, we stand with the oppressed anywhere in the world. And they identify themselves as being part of a global revolutionary movement. They're inspired by China and Mao. They're inspired by the Bolivarians of Latin America. They've studied the history of the IRA and the Irish freedom struggle. They view themselves as part of a global struggle against Western imperialism. That's kind of how they see themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to fill in a few more gaps on this one, just so that because most people don't know much about what is going on in Yemen, the war, why it's breaking out. And a lot of people do try to compare it to what's going on with Israel and the Palestinians. It's very different. We're not talking about a group of people that were under occupation or anything of that sort. Saleh, who had been in power for about 3 decades. He was the president of northern Yemen before it became a united country. Then in 1990, when it became a united country, he then became the leader of a united Yemen. So he was in power for a very long time, supposedly the president, but really he was, like you mentioned, more of a dictator, almost a monarch in a way. He was planning on handing down the power to his son, right? It wasn't going to be a vote or anything like that. So he was very corrupt. At the time of his death, didn't they think he had like $36 billion? I mean, he had been siphoning money while he was in power from the Houthi people, keeping them very, very poor. They are the poorest country in the Arab world, keeping them very poor while he was making billions and billions of dollars. So there was that Arab Spring. People wanted out from under his corrupt mafia-style rule is really kind of how he was running the country. Very nepotistic, gave his family members jobs in the military, in the government, and kept everybody in his family and his inner circle very rich, while everybody else suffered. So he's really running more like a mafia or a monarchy of some sort. So he gets ousted, like you say, in the Arab Spring. He has to hand it over to his vice president. It was really a handover because, as you said, it wasn't an actual election, right? There was one guy and they kind of handed it over to him. But didn't he, at one point, there was a surprise, and that was that the Houthis who'd been fighting against him the whole time, Saleh was also a Zaidi Shia Muslim from the north. The Zaidis are 35% of the population in Yemen. So as you mentioned, they are a minority religious group. They're not the majority there. But Saleh was one of them, but he was just very corrupt. They didn't like him. And at one point, though, didn't they actually aligned with him at one point after he had to pass over his power to the vice president. They saw an opportunity that his supporters, he had a lot of military support, that they could maybe gain some military power if they partnered with Saleh, but then he ended up turning on them and they assassinated him. And they admitted it.
Well, what happened was that when Saudi Arabia invaded Yemen and Yemenis were dying in mass, I mean, you said 20,000. I think it's far more than that. I mean, it's far more than that.
Well, more died from starvation, and there was a lot lot of things that happened, but I think it was 20,000 in actual. Yeah. Yeah, and when I was in Djibouti, I saw just, people who had crossed, over from Yemen on boats that were just desperately trying to get to Djibouti, whole families that were just desperate. Please let us into the country. I mean, it's like, this devastating war is happening. And Saleh, despite being very corrupt and despite, having kind of a shaded history, he was a bit of a nationalist, right? And when his vice president, Mansour Hadi, is bringing in the Saudi military to slaughter the people, I think Saleh said, okay, well, I'll work with these Houthis, just like I'll work with the Southern movement, just like I'll work with these other people, because I want to defend my country. I just don't want to see what's happening to my country. And so the Saleh movement, which had a lot of roots in the military, there were a lot of people in the military of Yemen that were, admirers of the dictator Saleh. They entered an alliance. They made a pact with the Houthis. But then, I guess Saleh got bought off. And there are negotiations that go on like this, right? Politics is a messy business. War is a messy business. And as
so evil, Nazi, break out the boat.
It was a terrible night.
Hey folks, I just wanted to say this. Nobody respects cowards. Nobody respects somebody who won't stand by their principles, right? People disagree with other people, but if you look like somebody who changes your opinion to fit in, if you look like somebody who's afraid to take a tough stand, nobody is going to respect you. And that's why I want to tell you, that it's fine to disagree with Trump. I disagree with a lot of things Donald Trump did during his first term. He murdered Qasem Soleimani. He pandered very hard to Israel. There are many economic policies that Trump had that I didn't agree with. But that said, we all know where Trump derangement syndrome is coming from.
I personally, for example, am convinced he will withdraw from NATO.
He has in every way compromised our ability to have any influence on slowing down or at least having a check and balance on North Korea.
Trump is really in line with what Putin's goals are. He, in essence, has said he doesn't care what is going to happen to Ukraine, what is happening to Europe if the Europeans don't pay.
This seems to be part of a pattern for this president who praises autocratic leaders and badmouths our democratic allies.
They hate Donald Trump because they think he might restart peace talks on the Korean Peninsula. They hate Donald Trump because they think he might stop spending billions of our tax dollars in the war on Ukraine and make peace with Russia and not have us at the brink of nuclear war. Trump derangement syndrome is coming from a bad place. It's coming from the people who want to censor our social media and silence dissident views.
You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government.
Our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence.
Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
It's coming from the people who want an all-out war against Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela and all the countries that aren't under the control of imperialism. Trump derangement syndrome, regardless of whatever criticism you might have of Trump himself.
He's so evil! Nazi! Break out the boat!
It was a terrible night. Is coming from a bad place. It's coming from a place of wanting to strengthen and embolden imperialism. So what I'm here to tell you to do is don't give an inch to Trump derangement syndrome. If you feel like you have to criticize or disagree with something Trump says, that's fine. But you know where Trump derangement syndrome is coming from. You know where this anti-Trump hysteria is coming from. It's coming from a bad place. It's coming from the enemy. And if you give that your attention, if you pander to it, if you try to go along with it, you're on the wrong side. Even if Donald Trump doesn't do a single one of the great things he's promised to do, we need to build a real movement for world peace and against the danger of a new world war and against the emerging low-wage police state. And we can't do that if we continue pandering to the pro-war, pro-establishment, pro-FBI, pro-police state sentiments that are behind Trump derangement syndrome. So as much as you might want to be critical of Trump, just say no to Trump derangement syndrome and don't pander to it and don't give it an inch. Hey folks, I just wanted to make another video for you all since I'm here in the capital of the United States. I haven't been streaming, but I thought I wanted to show you something that I've been seeing all over the streets of Washington, D.C. right now. This is the nation's capital. This is the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the world, supposedly. And all over the Capitol, there are homeless people sleeping in tents. This is just a block or two away from the White House. And we've got homeless encampments. I'm going to show it to you. I mean, this is what we're living in. This is where capitalism is at in the 21st century. This is Washington, D.C. Look at all these homeless encampments. People living in tents, lost their homes. They've been left behind by the economic crisis. This is the situation. This is what we're living in. Look at that. And it's not just here. If you go on the streets here, there's tents on different corners that have been set up, and every so often the police clear them out. But there are homeless encampments here in Washington, D.C. The American economy is struggling. Working people have been left behind. The inflation is just strangling working families right now, and yeah, this is the situation we're in. We all know about the Skid Row homeless encampments they have out in California. We know about the homeless encampments they're clearing out in New York City. But this is Washington, D.C., and it's not just in this particular park. It's all over the country. We have homeless encampments that have been set up. So those of us who think we can get beyond this, those of us who think we can move to a society where people are no longer simply a financial calculation, but are taken seriously and have real value, where the potential of every human being is utilized for the good of society, Those of us who believe that we can get beyond the system of capitalism, where human beings, all that they count for is the profits of a capitalist, but those of us who believe that human beings have something better and have more potential than this, we have our work cut out for us, because this is Western capitalism in decay all around me. This is what we've got, homeless encampments here in Washington, D.C. Where's the anger coming from, Jason? Can you tell that?
As I have already answered that question, you know that I wasn't referring specifically. Like when I said people, when I said other people, because you're a liar.
How am I a liar?
Because you're a narcissist and a goddamn fascist.
How am I a fascist?
Oh, you mean aside from being the ally of Alexander Dugin, aside
well,
from
not a fascist, and I'm not his ally. So I'm neither.
Yeah, of those. Alexander Dugin is a fascist.
No, he's not.
The guy who literally, the guy who, yeah, I did
Okay,
read it, by the way.
I'm going to mute you now.
So I can't answer once again.
This is an important point. The fourth political theory that Dugin invented is inherently anti-fascist. It is contrary to both fascism and communism. Dugin was a founding member of the Russian Communist Party. He left with a split, and there was the National Bolshevik Party, which was led by Edward Limonov, who was openly gay and wrote novels, was a punk rock novelist who was considered very liberal in Russia. And then Dugin left it, and he has something called the Eurasian movement. Now, Dugin opposes both fascism and communism. He considers them to be Western ideas. And I don't agree with Dugin. He rejects historical progress. I don't. He rejects communism. I'm in favor of communism. He is against gay marriage. I'm for gay marriage. He's against abortion. I'm for abortion being legal. Dugin and I agree on Western capitalism and imperialism being a danger, and that's why I was happy to sit down with him, and I'd be happy to sit down with any anti-imperialist, because that is my job, as we talked at the beginning of the debate. My job as a person living in Western imperialist countries is to build an alliance against imperialism, and so I sat down with him, but I don't agree with him, and he's a postmodernist. I believe that there is objective reality and one truth. He says that in Russia there is a different truth for Russia, and he has views that are very, very contrary to mine. So I'm not Dugin, and Dugin isn't a fascist. So both of those points are way off, but go ahead.
Okay, well, you muted me while I was explaining how he is a fascist. You've completely misrepresented his book. Actually, right out in the book.
I'll go get his book.
Right into, he says, he literally calls for pushing fascism using using fascist and socialist symbols. Dugin was also part of an anti-Semitic nationalist group, the Pamyat, in the Soviet Union. Pamyat used the same version of the Russian flag that you do in support of Russia in your meetings. Oh, I see that when I get the answer, you walk away so you don't hear it.
I'm trying to get my copy of Dugin's book. I was going to read to you from
it. I
don't know where it is. But first of all, what version of the Russian flag are you referring to?
Well, I have a picture of it here. It's the one that's the black, blue, red, with the eagle in the middle and the writing.
Yeah, that's the flag of the Donetsk People's Republic.
Really, because here is a picture of a guy. They were waving the exact same one way back.
Yes, that's the flag of the Donetsk People's Republic. That's the flag that they chose.
Oh, yeah. So just waving a flag used by a fascist party.
No, used by the communists and progressive Russian-speaking people of the eastern regions who declared independence. That's actually what their flag looks like.
You do realize that he's literally saying in the fourth political theory, he's pushing for fascism, saying to use fascist and socialist symbols.
He spends pages denouncing fascism. He talks about how fascism, because it's inherently racist and because it's tied in with the Holocaust, etc., has been discredited. That's basically what he says. I mean, I've read the passages on this,
and yet the substance of what he's saying is
I'm not him. So it's like, there, again, you're doing this.
No, I didn't say you were him.
Talk to Dugin. Dugin said this, so therefore, and it's like,
no,
it's like,
can I answer
not
that?
What you say he is.
Can I answer that?
To him one time. I don't agree with him, so your logic doesn't add up.
No, can I answer that? Yeah? It's not because you talked to him one time. It's because you were palling around with him. It's because you want, and let me answer. And because he was so nodding along with you when he was talking, when you were talking about the bankers who were influencing things. As a Marxist, you would know that it's not a conspiracy by the bankers to ruin America. No, it's just capitalism. It's doing what is profitable. It's not something that's specifically targeted as trying to destroy America, which, by the way, you did specifically say in that thing. And that he was nodding along with you.
Okay. Now, if you read Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Lenin makes clear that one of the defining aspects of imperialism is the dominance of finance capital. And Russia, as a country that was devastated after the fall of the Soviet Union and economically plundered, they have rebuilt themselves up, and they are fighting against the same big banks and corporations that are destroying the lives of American workers, and that we have a common destiny. And that, yes, there are big banks and big corporations tied in with big oil companies that have a financial interest in trying to crush Russia. That is basic Marxism. That is what Lenin wrote about in Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. This is a pretty honest understanding of things. So the fact that I talked about how imperialism, which is defined by Lenin as the rule of the world by trusts, cartels, and syndicates, the dominance of finance capital, and I talked about struggling against it and made a speech critical of the Western left for failing to do so, and you interpret that as somehow me wanting to kill all Jews or something, that's ridiculous.
Well, you muted me right in the middle of it. I was trying to explain it, and I had already explained the difference between the two. I never said bankers weren't ruining the country. You keep going back to that, which is something I haven't denied.
No, you just attacked me for saying that.
No, I attacked you for the way that you phrased it. You dog whistled anti-Semitism by saying it that way. You knowingly did. It's hard to claim that you're not being a fascist when you keep allying yourself with right-wing movements and ideas like the Freedom Convoy. And can I answer, or can I mute you?
Okay. You're saying things that are untrue, but continue.
You know, I want to speak frankly here for a moment, because I think, you know, we need to be real. As much as I like to point out that, yes, the Soviet Union did have economic successes, I want to back up for a moment, because I think there's some things that need to be said, okay? Read the history of the Russian Revolution. We cannot understand the conditions people were living in 1917 in Russia, right? You know, all these people who are like, well, I'm a Trotskyist, right? The Soviet Union was good, and then it became a dictatorship, but I'm a Trotskyist, right? Oh, I'm a Trotskyist, right? You get that. Or these people that are like, well, Lenin was good, but after him wasn't good, or the Bolshevik Revolution was originally good, and the Bolsheviks took it. All these people. Okay, read some Soviet history. After the 1917 October Revolution, all over, you know, for the first week, we're talking like weeks after the revolution, there were all these drinking parties. People were celebrating. Right? And that became a problem because the White Army and the forces that wanted to overthrow the Bolsheviks were en massing and preparing to attack. And so the Bolsheviks confiscated all the alcohol. And then they implemented the death penalty for drinking alcohol. Right? The death penalty for drinking alcohol. Now, I'm not saying that they're bad for doing that, because this was a military situation. They needed to get the population ready. They conscripted all the men, put guns in their hands, forced them to join the Red Army in order to fight the coming onslaught. And it happened. And the White Army came in there and they fought, and lots of people died. But they conscripted all the men. You know, it was, you know, you join the military and you desert. If you desert, then you get the death penalty. And they shot people for drinking alcohol. And I'm not saying they were wrong to do that, okay? Because it was a military situation. When your country is facing a blockade, when, you know, I mean, when people are fighting, it's a kill or be killed situation. But I as a person, cannot ever imagine myself in a situation where I would shoot somebody for drinking alcohol. I just couldn't do it, right? Because I'm not in those circumstances. I'm not in a kill or be killed situation. I'm not facing, you know, I'm not looking death right in the face like people were in 1917 in Russia. And that was a week after the revolution. That wasn't evil Stalin who did that, you Trotskyites. That wasn't evil Stalin who did that. That was Lenin. That was a week after the revolution. That they're in a situation where people are getting the death penalty for drinking alcohol. That's how intense the military situation was, right? And that's what was going on. That was happening, right? And that's why when people in the USA put on, you know, Red Army costumes and like to pretend that they're, you don't know what you're talking about. The conditions that the Bolsheviks were in, the conditions that Tsarist Russia was in, with World War I going on and millions of people dying, we can't relate to that, right? In those circumstances, it would make sense. It would make sense in a military situation. It would make sense that you would institute the death penalty for drinking alcohol. That's not my point, is that they're evil for doing it. I'm just saying I cannot imagine those circumstances. And neither can you. Neither can you, right? This is something that we cannot relate to. And so, yes, the Soviet Union, in order to survive, became a very, very authoritarian place, right? And you had faction. They tried. They had three parties at first, right? At first you had the Bolshevik Party, and then you had the left Menshevik Party and the left Socialist Revolutionary Party. All the parties, these three parties that supported the Bolshevik Revolution, they were all aligned, right? And they tried. And then pretty soon anyone who really supported the revolution joined the Bolsheviks. And then a member of the left Socialist Revolutionary Party shot Lenin, right? And the left Mensheviks were seizing government buildings and assassinating people, and pretty soon they outlawed those two other parties. And then you have Lenin coming forward and outlawing factions in the Bolshevik Party and saying, look, if we're going to succeed in these situations, we can't even have factions within our own party. You know, they outlawed factions in the Bolshevik Party. Right? And the Soviet Union was a very authoritarian place. It was a very authoritarian country. But my point isn't that they were bad because of that. My point is because that's the circumstances that they were in. They were building socialism surrounded with 15 countries invading them, with a blockade so they couldn't get medical care, with all kinds of attacks. I mean, it was bad. Those years following the Russian Revolution were bad. And in that situation, we can't relate to what was going on there. We can't. We just can't. And we can't judge them for it. And we can't say to them that, oh my gosh, you didn't have the level of freedom that people have in New York City, in Brooklyn in 2018. Oh, you're bad. No, we can't. We can sit here and say, well, we would have done it this way. Well, if we had been there, we would have done it this way. And that's really nice to think, but we haven't been in those situations. I mean, people talk about, they make all these allegations about millions of people dying. You know how many millions of people died in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution during the Russian Civil War, when food wasn't being imported into the country? Those years immediately following the Russian Revolution were bad, bad years. And that's why the Trotskyists, that's one thing I don't get. It's one thing to uphold Lenin and defend Lenin. I've read Lenin's works, I've studied a lot of it, I've learned a lot from it. But to say that the Lenin years were good and the Stalin years were bad, it really shows a disconnect, okay? The Lenin years, those were some pretty bad times. That was a point where, like the Quakers and the Red Cross were going in there and delivering medicine, where people were starving, and it was a bad time. The economy in Russia started getting better when Stalin came to power in 1928, when they established diplomatic relations with Western countries, and they had the 5-year plans, and they mobilized the population to start building up a socialist planned economy in one country. And that's when you got, hydroelectric power plants being built. That's when you had illiteracy being wiped out. That's when you started building universities and schools, and the steel mills started churning out more steel than any other country in the world. And that's when the population that had been living in huts started living in modern housing units. That's when the collective farm system, they built it, and all of a sudden they had, tractors and mechanized agriculture and factory farms and all of that. That's when life started improving in the Soviet Union in 1928. Then really it began improving with the 5-year plans. And for Trotskyists to go, well, the books that were written, while all these millions of people were starving to death and all of that, the books that were written were more pure. So I'm for the Lenin years. But I'm against Stalin. That's just kind of crazy. In Russia today, Stalin is very, very popular. And a lot of people who are not communists actually admire Stalin because of what he did for the country. Meanwhile, Lenin, communists in Russia like Lenin. His body is still in the mausoleum. Communists like Lenin. But that's about it. That Lenin ain't too popular in Russia these days. He has a group of admirers. There are certain people who like him. There's a strong communist party in Russia that has a solid base of support. Grudinin was the second place candidate in the elections. The Communist Party, they're a significant political party. But at the end of the day, Stalin is far more popular than Lenin is, because Stalin's policies are associated with Russia becoming a strong country, with the standard of living rising, with defeating the Nazis during the Second World War, with ultimately taking the measures that got them into outer space. And that we can't, as people living in the first world, as people who haven't gone through harsh military situations, we can't relate to what went on in the Soviet Union. I cannot ever imagine myself shooting somebody for drinking alcohol. I can't imagine ever doing it, but I haven't been in those dire circumstances. And that's the point, right? That we don't know what we're talking about. And when people say, oh my God, the Soviet Union's an evil country, I heard somebody got arrested for reading a book. Well, you don't know what they were up against. You really don't. I mean, read the situations that they were in. What the Soviet Union did when they got themselves from the darkest situations that they were in right after World War I, after the revolution, the fact that they got there to outer space. They got there, they defeated the Nazis, they built a modern country, they built a modern steel industry, they built, they created a world superpower. The fact that they went from those dire circumstances after the revolution to where they got, to where they were by the 1950s and 60s, that shows that socialism works, that socialism did not fail, that socialism is a success, right? And that's what you need to learn from the Soviet experience. That's what I take from the Soviet experience, and I stop there. I don't judge. I don't know what I would have done in those circumstances. I really don't know. The kind of choices the Bolshevik leaders had to make. I can't even relate to those choices. The kind of decisions that they had to make. We cannot relate. We really can't. I believe in socialism, and I think the Soviet Union, what they achieved, despite everything, and the same for China, what China has achieved despite everything, shows that we don't have to have capitalism. But beyond that, step back, right? We don't know the situations we're in.
Struggling to do. And one of the things that human beings have always done is they've told stories, right? We know about ancient Greek myths and legends. We know about some of the stories from the Native American tradition, some of the stories from Africa, some of the stories from ancient Europe. Myths and legends, stories, they have a special place in the human species. It's part of the way we point to higher truths. And I think that's just as true now as it was in ancient times. And there's one particular story that was written about 80 years ago that I think all of us here should still know pretty well. If I said to you, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman! Right? Superman was first written in 1939. My grandparents knew who Superman was, and I think it's pretty safe to say that my grandchildren are going to know who Superman was, right? It's a story that just speaks to us, right? So Superman, he's an alien from another planet. He's crash-landed on Earth. He looks just like any other human being, but he's got superpowers, and he could rule the world if he wants to, but he doesn't. Instead, he lives a humble life as mild-mannered Clark Kent. And he's got those glasses on, and no one can recognize him. It's like the perfect disguise, right? And he goes around, and instead of using his powers to rule over people and to oppress people, he uses his powers to protect the innocent, right? And he's a humble guy. He doesn't like violence. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to live a decent life and protect those who are in need. Around the world, Superman is actually considered to be a very American story, and not just Superman, but the whole genre of superheroes, Batman, Spider-Man, all of that is considered to be very, very American. And that gives me hope. Because if Americans can love Superman, then Americans can love socialism. Bear with me, that might sound like a shock. I told you Superman was first written by two comic book writers in Cleveland in 1939. Well, one of Superman's first actions was to save a group of striking miners, right? These miners were on strike, their crooked boss was looking to go after them, so Superman flies in and rescues them. And those early Superman comics are full of statements against racism and condemning racism and bigotry. Now, today that might sound like just some lame liberal, we hear that everywhere. Back in 1939, when Jim Crow segregation was still in effect and lynchings were taking place, the fact that this nationally syndicated comic book was denouncing racism was a very big deal. And don't forget that during the Second World War, in the radio version of Superman, Superman actually fought the Ku Klux Klan. Right? They called them the Knights of the Fiery Cross, and he fought against the Klan. Why? Well, the Second World War was going on, and fascism was the enemy, and the Soviet Union was the ally. And these Klansmen, they were admiring Hitler, and they were preaching racism, and they were dividing the country and helping the enemy. So Superman went into battle to fight the Klansmen. Who's Lex Luthor? Who's Lex Luthor? So he's a bald guy, a maniacally evil bald guy. He's using technology, but he's not using technology to make a better life for the people. He's using technology so he can rip people off and hurt the community and make super profits at the expense of everyone else. So basically, Lex Luthor is Jeff Bezos. And whenever Lex Luthor Bezos has another evil plot against the people, what does Superman do? He runs into the nearest phone booth, he changes his costume real fast, and he flies in to rescue the people. And who are the people? It's the working class, those of us who just want to survive, those of us who just want a decent life. Does anyone here know how you say the phrase man of steel in Russian? Yeah, and that wasn't an accident. At the time those comics were published in 1939, the Communist Party of the United States had tens of thousands of members. And among the unemployment councils and the labor unions and the anti-fascist associations that they led, they had influence over millions of people. In fact, not far from here, just a few blocks up, begins the district that Vito Marcantonio represented in the U.S. Congress. Vito Marcantonio was a friend of the Communist Party, a member of the International Workers' Order. He represented New York City, Harlem, in the U.S. Congress. At that point, you know, a lot of amazing people were associated with the Communist Party. Paul Robeson, a very famous singer. Langston Hughes. In fact, Langston Hughes, the famous African-American poet for the 1932 convention of the Communist Party, he actually wrote a poem, and it went like this. He said, "Put one more S in the USA. Let's make it Soviet. Put one more S in the USA. Oh, we can win it yet. Once the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to working men, the USA, when we take control, will be the USSA then." That was Langston Hughes. I will emphasize once again, they are not fighting to make all of Yemen a Shia Zaidi country. They are fighting for autonomy so that people in the different regions can do what they want, and they're fighting for economic development, to tap into those oil resources, raise the people there out of poverty, provide the services that people need. That's what they're fighting for, and they've been holding out against the forces of wealth and power, the biggest militaries in the world. I will also add that now that they are seizing these ships bound for Israel, you know, these ships, they're seizing them, and these ships have become like a tourist attraction. People from all over Yemen are going to Hodeidah, and they're going to the port cities to just see these Israeli ships that the Houthis have seized, and to go on them. And it is just this moment of national pride for them. They're thinking, we are the poorest country in the world. We've got almost nothing. But now we are playing such a pivotal role. The Palestinians are seeing us as their greatest allies. We are holding Israel accountable. The USA is scrambling to try and put together a military coalition to stop us. And for Yemenis of all religious and tribal and ethnic backgrounds, this is a huge moment of pride that they're doing this. And the whole Muslim world is just in awe of their bravery at this point. That this tiny country, this movement of poor people from the mountains are getting helicopters, and they're grabbing boats, and they're grabbing ships, and they're saying, you're not going to trade with Israel until Israel stops bombing Gaza. At this point, Saudi Arabia is, I'm sure, trying to figure out how they can negotiate some kind of peace deal, because they do not look good for fighting the Houthis, because the Houthis are the heroes of the entire Muslim world at this point.
Yeah, it puts them definitely in a precarious position, the Saudis, in the Arab world. You're absolutely right there. Now, a couple of things. From your understanding, do the Houthis want to set up I understand that they want to set up a federation where each region can kind of control itself and kind of decide on how it wants to be run. But is that not to be under an imam? From my understanding, they still do want to bring back a theocracy with an imam in charge. That would then allow this kind of autonomy within the various different regions, but still done under a theocratic umbrella. Is that not what they want to do?
That is not my understanding. My understanding is that the Southern movement, which wants to reestablish basically the communist government of Southern Yemen, and is a completely secular, atheistic current, they are aligned with the Houthis. I'm sure they would not want that. There's many Sunnis that are fighting on their side that would definitely not want a Shia imam imposed on them. There's many secular countries in the Middle East, that in their constitution, they make clear that Islam is the guiding force of the government, right? And, Syria, for example, is a secular country, but when they ratified a new constitution in 2012, it did say in the constitution that Islam is the guiding force of the Arab people. We are a secular country, but we recognize that Islam has a place. And I would imagine that something like that would definitely be part of a new Yemen. After the Saudis were kicked out of there, I can imagine that there would definitely be a certain, homage to Islam. Gaddafi was a very secular leader, but, in his green book, he does say that Islam is the brilliance of the Arab people, is the basis of his spirituality. Just kind of like here in the United States, we say, in God we trust. Right. On our money, we have, under God in the Pledge of Allegiance. We're a secular country, but Christianity has really left a big stamp on our culture and our history here. So I can imagine that a new Yemen would definitely do that. I mean, in the Middle East, you couldn't not do that. But I don't think they're trying to impose any Shia government on the country.
So there's a big fear that if the Houthis are taking, which they've taken over 70% of the country, and much of it right there on that western side of Yemen. So it's right at the water, and it's right where ships have got to pass to get themselves up through the Red Sea up to Israel. It's very strategic. That's why Djibouti is right there on the other side of that strait. It's a very strategic, important spot. Why China wanted to put their only military base outside of China right there to protect that strait. It's very strategic. So Yemen, though it has, I'm sure, oil resource like much of the Middle East, what it also has is strategic importance, geographical strategic importance. So there's a lot of people that want to make sure that whoever is in control of that area is friendly. And so that, don't you think that maybe has a lot to contribute to Saudi Arabia, the United States, and other countries kind of looking at the Houthis and worrying that what actually is happening right now with them seizing ships is exactly the problem? You know.
CPI, 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 CPI. Dare to struggle, dare to win, dare to struggle, dare to win. Out of the movement, to the masses. 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 Free Assange, free Assange. Free Assange! Free Assange! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, Brandon! Slava Donbasu! 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 Dare to struggle! Dare to win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win! Dare to struggle! Dare to win!
All of you good workers, good news to you. I'll tell of how the good old Bureau has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? 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 My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Which side are you on? 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 I hear in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for JH player. Which side are you on? 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 So workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me if you can. Will you be allowed to scare? Will you be human? Which side are you on? 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 Woo!
So now everyone should have a packet like this, right? So we're gonna do something very, very, very important right now. Very, very important. So in this packet, you should have, probably on this side, an envelope like this. Folks, have an envelope like this. All right. So what you're going to do now is you're going to take your phone, right? You're going to take out your phone. You're going to turn it off, right? Or put it on silent or airplane mode or whatever, and you're going to put it in the.
Think if you're most passionate and
so she can translate, so slower. So she translate his question if you can. Yeah.
But I better say it in English because I want to specifically to understand my question.
Yeah.
Right now, the population, the demographics of white population in the world is declining very fast. In the 1950s, it was about 25-30%. By 2000, in 100 years, it'll be less than 10%. The white people are dying out. What do you think stops unification of Christian white nations like Canada, Europe, Russia, and USA to create a union and support creation of other unions like Arabic Union, African Union, to stop the wars completely? And each union would have their own currencies, culture, and everything, and it will stop migration. What do you think? Why do you think white people are so against each other?
Oh.
Thank you.
Sure.
My name is Pavel Yakovlev, I'm an independent nuclear researcher, journalist. Да, вот у меня такой вопрос. В 1900 году население, белое население планеты было около 30-50%, я вот не уверен, это так. К 2010 году эта цифра может быть ниже 50%. Продолжается вражда белых людей друг с другом. Это все страны, это христианские страны. Почему мы не можем все объединиться, то есть что нас останавливает создать наш общий союз и перестать вести агрессивные, создать проблемы другим странам, помочь другим региональным этническим блокам также создать такие союзы, как Африканский союз, Арабский союз и другие блоки. Если мы будем продолжать вот так вот делать гадости и пакости друг другу, мы просто исчезнем, вымрем. И вот и что, по мнению нашего яркого спикера, что останавливает нас сделать это сегодня? Спасибо большое. Яковлев Павел, я журналист российского оконного сообщества. Спасибо.
Well, I guess let me say this.
Позвольте мне сказать следующее.
I don't just want the white people of the world to get along with each other.
Я не просто хочу, чтобы белое население друг с другом жило в мире.
I want the people of all races in the world to get along with each other.
Я хочу, чтобы все люди всех рас жили в мире друг с другом.
Perhaps the reason you're asking this question, though,
Возможно, причина, по которой вы задаете этот вопрос сейчас,
is there's been a rise of figures in the USA that they call white nationalists.
так это то, что сейчас в США появляются белые националисты.
I don't agree with these people.
Я с этими людьми не согласен.
If you study sociology and anthropology,
Если вы изучаете социологию, антропологию,
there's a very clear definition of what a nation is.
вы тогда знаете, что есть очень четкое определение слова нация, понятия нации.
A nation is a people with a common culture,
Нация — это люди с общей культурой,
a common history,
общей историей,
a common territory,
общей территорией,
a common language.
языком.
And white Americans
И белые американцы,
are not a nation.
они не являются нацией.
The only thing we have in common
Все, что у нас есть общего,
is the color of our skin.
это цвет нашей кожи.
Some of us are from Ireland, like my ancestors.
Некоторые из нас происходят из Ирландии, например, как мои предки.
Some of our ancestors come from this part of the world.
А некоторые из этой части света.
Some of our ancestors come from France.
Некоторые предки из Франции.
Some immigrated in the 1700s.
Некоторые эмигрировали в 18 столетии.
Some in the 1800s.
Некоторые в 19-м.
Some in the 1900s.
Некоторые еще позже.
Some more recently.
Некоторые совсем недавно.
There are white Americans who do not speak English.
Есть белокожие американцы, которые не говорят по-английски.
There are whole neighborhoods. There's a neighborhood in Detroit called Hamtramck.
Есть в Детройте особое сообщество,
where the white Americans
где белые американцы
still speak Polish,
до сих пор говорят по-польски.
but they're treated as white Americans.
Но к ним относятся как к белым американцам.
There are white Americans who are Catholic.
Есть те, кто являются католиками.
There are white Americans who are Protestant.
Есть протестанты.
There are white Americans who are Orthodox Christians, like you have here.
Есть христиане, ортодоксальные христиане, как здесь русские люди.
There are white American atheists, Buddhists.
Есть буддисты, есть приверженцы разных религий.
There's no bond that ties white Americans together.
И нет какой-то крепкой связи.
They don't constitute a nation.
Мы не являемся нацией.
So, in my personal view,
Так, по моим личным соображениям,
only representing myself, of course,
я сейчас, конечно, только от себя говорю.
I think white nationalism is a false concept.
Мне кажется, что белый
labeling is nationalist. It's your incorrect journalist style. It's not nationalist.
Okay.
Что белый национализм — это ложная концепция.
Это не белый национализм. It's wrong labeling. It has nothing to do with nationalism. Nothing. It's wrong, incorrect political labeling. or your opposition view. Okay. You're doing something that Americans are doing to you.
Okay. Thank you. No, it's an interesting perspective, and if you want to send me an email about this perspective that you have, I'd be happy to read it. I'm always anxious to learn.
Ваши идеи очень интересны. Пожалуйста, если можно, пришлите мне письмо, я буду рад прочитать, что вы думаете.
That's a good start, everybody. All right, bring it up a little bit more.
Continue with all the lands that I love. All you One Heart Camp people, you should know this song.
Bring it up, everybody.
Sir Flounders mentioned Yemen. The last time I saw this brother, we were in a hotel in Bandar Abbas. He was about to get on a boat to risk his life to take aid, humanitarian aid to the starving people of Yemen. He's here representing the organization FIST. Fight imperialism, stand together. Please join me in welcoming Caleb Maupin. Please come to the stage. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Well, the last time I saw Cyrus, I was in a hotel in Bandar Abbas, and I was getting on a boat, and we were trying to go to Yemen. Our boat was full of medical supplies, humanitarian aid, food, flour, things that people in Yemen desperately need. And we weren't able to complete our mission. We never got to Yemen. And why was that we did not complete our mission? On the day that we were supposed to arrive in Yemen, the Saudis bombed the port of Hodeidah, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 8 times in a single day. They bombed the port of Hodeidah. We were unable to complete our mission. We were unable to deliver flour and medical supplies to the people of Yemen because Saudi terrorism prevented us from delivering the supplies. You wouldn't know it now. You wouldn't know it if you were watching TV. You can watch CNN, MSNBC, Fox for hours and they don't even say Yemen. But around the clock, every single day, Yemen is being bombed. It's being bombed by the Saudi military. But every single one of those bombs is given to them and sold to them by the United States. Pentagon generals are on the scene directing the Saudi attack on Yemen. This attack on Yemen, it shouldn't just be understood as a Saudi attack on Yemen. The bombing of Yemen that is destroying hospitals, destroying schools, destroying power plants and civilian infrastructure that's already killed at least 4,000 people. The bombing of Yemen that's taking place is a U.S. military operation. It's an Israeli military operation. It's being done to serve imperialism and Zionism. Why are they bombing Yemen right now? They're bombing Yemen because Yemen wants to be free. Yemen used to have a dictator, a president who was a dictator, a puppet of the Saudis. But the people in Yemen decided they wanted democracy. They wanted independence of their country, and they overthrew the U.S. and Saudi-backed dictator. And that's when the Saudi bombing campaign started, with U.S. support. They're bombing Yemen in order to stop them from developing democracy and independence. And why else? It's a well-kept secret that Yemen has vast untapped oil resources, one of the biggest oil deposits in the region. And they know that an independent Yemen could utilize these oil resources to start developing their economy and exporting. The U.S. and Saudi Arabia and Israel are teaming up against Yemen because they want to keep it poor. They don't want it to become an independent country like Iran or Venezuela with public control of natural resources. What is going on in Yemen, this crime that we hear nothing about? It is horrendous, and it is a crime against humanity. We don't know anything about it. You know, people might see our rally here today, see the Day of Al-Quds and think, what's he up here talking about Yemen? That's a completely different country. But it's not. It's all connected. Every major religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they all forbid what's called ribald or usury, which is the way of making money by doing nothing, making money off investments. But what is Wall Street? Wall Street sits at the top of a global system based on ribald and usury. They make money from nothing. They make money from nothing. They make money from impoverishing the world. And that's what we have to oppose. We have to oppose the global system of monopoly capitalism, where a few big bankers in London and in Wall Street control the world. Yemen is fighting for its independence. And I'll tell you another thing. Obama and the leaders of the U.S., they say that they want to stop ISIS, and they say they want to stop terrorism, and they say they want to spread democracy. But there's nothing democratic about Saudi Arabia. And what countries are actually defeating Daesh and ISIS? It's Iran and Syria. They're scoring real victories against them, and we can't even sign a peace treaty to end the sanctions on Iran. It's Iran and Syria that are fighting terrorism. It's the United States and Saudi Arabia that are spreading terrorism all over the world. So, as we talk here today, we got to organize and fight back. And I'll tell you one thing. Some people say that if you oppose Zionism, you're an anti-Semite. But one piece of evidence that shows that's not true, the majority of Zionists in the United States, the majority of Zionists are not Jews. They're Christians. All across the Midwestern United States, there are people who've had their homes foreclosed and have had the good-paying industrial jobs taken away, and they're living in an economy and they're miserable. And they're going to church to pray, to try and find some consolation. And when they pray, their ministers who are getting money from Wall Street are telling them to pray for Israel, and that's a crime. The same big bankers that have set up Israel, the same big bankers that are destroying the Midwest of the United States, they're the same big bankers that are setting up the prison industrial complex in this country, and all humanity has a stake in the fight against imperialism and Zionism.
All right. First question is, what's your name for our report?
My name is Caleb Maupin. That's C-A-L-E-B-M-A-U-P-I-N.
So where did you come from?
Well, I live in New York City. I'm originally from Ohio. I'm from the United States, head of the U.S. delegation to the World Food Festival.
What is the quantity overall of your delegation?
We have 15 delegates total who are attending the festival. I have arrived, so have a couple other members. We're still waiting for a few others to arrive. They'll be flying into Sochi this afternoon.
Perfect.
С какой целью вы приехали?
What is your prime purpose of visiting this festival, your and your delegation?
Well, we see it as our responsibility to do what Joe Biden has failed to do. Our President Joe Biden is determined to have hostility to Russia. He has gone out of his way to escalate international tensions for very selfish and geostrategic reasons. He's defending an international system, the greed of big banks, corporations, and oil companies that view Russia as a competitor, as a force of opposition. He doesn't represent the real America. Polls show that Americans want peace. Americans want friendship with Russia, but also friendship with China, friendship with People's Korea, and Biden's escalation of international tension does not represent what the American people want. According to all the polls show that the Americans want peace.
I guess it's likely described by your party.
Не опасались ли сюда приезжать вот как раз на фоне всех мировых тех событий?
Did you prepare to visit this place just according to different sanctions or other difficulties? Well, do you find this place hazardous?
Well, the sanctions have made it difficult. We had difficulty booking our flights because of the sanctions. We were able to fly to Turkey, and then in Turkey I had to check out, get all of my luggage out, get out of the airport, then come back in to get on my flight with the Aeroflot airline, because things are so set up that they could not give me a transfer flight in Turkey. They've done everything they can to make it difficult for us. We are concerned about possible prosecution. There are 3 Americans who have been indicted as Russian agents simply because they attended a festival in this country in 2014. They attended the Anti-Globalization conference. And we had a press conference at the United Nations expressing our concern about possibly being indicted or facing criminal prosecution from the American government. So we are concerned about that. Even though the American people want peace, the people in our government that are determined to antagonize Russia and present Russia as an enemy are very committed and determined. There's been a lot of threats on Americans who are organizing for peace with Russia.
Насколько важно, собственно, проводить такие мероприятия, чтобы наводить мосты между людьми, как, собственно, он сказал, что американцы дружат.
What do you think? Whether it's really important and significant to maintain such big events in order to establish friendship between nations, continents?
Well, this is a beautiful tradition. Going back to the time of the Soviet Union, the World Festival of Youth and Students was a really important international gathering that changed a lot of people's lives. And I attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador. It was a life-changing experience. I got to meet young people from around the world who were struggling for peace and against imperialism and against fascism. It was a very meaningful experience. I attended the festival then in 2017, and now I'm here once again in 2024. And I think this festival is a very noble tradition, and I'm really glad that the Russian president has opted to continue this tradition from the Soviet period that has changed the lives of literally millions of people in the world and brought them into a movement for a new world beyond imperialism.
Собственно, как вас здесь встретили, как приняли, чем, может быть, удивили, поразили?
How are you going to estimate overall the level and power of hospitality of this place? Was it warm enough?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely warm, and the hospitality is great. Seeing the enthusiasm of the volunteers, we're just so excited for the festival to begin, and they're high-fiving us all and welcoming us. There's a glowing optimism that comes from this event, and I'm so excited. The opening ceremony is going to be tremendous, I'm sure, and the amount of meetings and workshops, it's going to be a great week. I'm very optimistic.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Much of gratitude. We do appreciate you.
Да, нам надо снять перебивку, значок.
This is in a lot of different lives. This question comes up. People ask me to answer this. Let me go ahead. A does not equal A. A does not equal A. There is no way this first A can be the same as this second A. No matter how close I drew them, they were going to be different, because nothing in the universe is exactly like anything else. Dialectical materialism is the philosophical basis of Karl Marx's beliefs. All right? Karl Marx began in philosophy, and then he moved into economics. And Karl Marx believed that all that exists is matter, but that matter is constantly in a state of motion, and that history is driven forward by contradiction, right? So Marx was a follower of Hegel, right? The philosopher Hegel, the German philosopher, who had this belief that history is driven forward through conflict, through contradictions. When there are things, and he was talking mainly about ideas, when there are ideas that cannot coexist with each other, they clash, they contradict each other. If you think one thing and I think something else, that's a contradiction. And that the first idea is called a thesis. The second idea is called an antithesis, and they contradict each other. They clash. When they clash, the result is called a synthesis. And the synthesis then becomes a new thesis, and then an antithesis emerge, and they clash, and you get a new synthesis, and then the synthesis becomes a thesis, and that's how history is driven forward, and that history is advancing, and the way it advances is through contradiction, right? That is the dialectic. That's a Hegelian concept. Hegel thought that history was advancing, that the German nation state was the most advanced thing to come into existence. Christianity was the most advanced religion. Europe was the most advanced part of the world, but that the world was constantly in motion. That is the Hegelian dialectic, and that's the basis of Hegel's thought. And there were right Hegelians and left Hegelians. Karl Marx was a left Hegelian. But Karl Marx was also a follower of the Greek materialists. Right? In Greece, in ancient Greece, there was a big debate. The debate went on like this. Does the mind create reality, or does reality create the mind? Right? The idealists believed that the mind creates reality. Right? That our consciousness, our thoughts create the world. That's the belief of idealists, right? The most prevalent form of idealism is religion, right? That we exist as a reflection of God, right? That God said, let there be light, that human beings came into existence as the reflection of God's thoughts or wishes, right? That's idealism. Or, furthermore, right, there is, the belief that, and this is very widespread, that there's like the secret, right? People that believe if I just picture money and go, money will appear, right? They call it, the idea that thinking makes it so. You can do anything you want if you just try hard enough, that thinking, if you think it, it will happen. You can create things will happen because you think them hard enough. That's idealism. I believe Descartes, the philosopher, very famously said, I think, therefore I am. That's idealism. And Karl Marx was from the opposite school. He said, I am, therefore I think. Friedrich Engels, explaining Marx's beliefs, said that thought is inseparable from matter that thinks, right? And that rather than reality being a reflection of the mind is simply a reflection of reality, right? What we think is based on the world around us. Our ability to think is because we have this thing called a brain that thinks, right? And that all that exists is matter. Right? That's materialism. Is the world made up of matter, or is the world a reflection of spiritual and ideal forces? That's the debate. So those are two big debates in philosophy. Dialectics and materialism. Materialism versus idealism, dialectics, or whatever, right? That's the debate, right? Historical progress, change through conflict, and what is the nature of reality? And Karl Marx combines the two of them into one philosophy called dialectical materialism, which is the belief, on the one hand, he's following that materialism, right? That all that exists is matter in motion, and that thoughts and ideas are a reflection of matter, so materialism. But that matter is constantly moving and constantly in a state of motion, and that conflict drives forward history, dialectics. So it's dialectical materialism, right? Heraclitus was one of the biggest influences on Hegel, developing his concept of the dialectic. He said, you never step into the same river twice. I've quoted that many times before. You never step into the same river twice, right? This is dialectical materialism. That's the philosophical basis of Marxism. And for the most part, I agree with it. However, I would disagree. I do believe in God. I do believe that there are spiritual aspects to reality. I do believe human beings are not purely motivated by economic determinism, and that spiritual forces do exist. I'm not a solid materialist, but the dialectic is very true. And, you know, that's where I'm at. And so I was asked to answer that question. I just gave you an answer to that question.
So just to add to that, from what I understand, because my parents ran away from the Soviet Union back in the day, and we're talking about socialism being the means of government control of production. So there is something being produced, which is kind of like an industry-based economy rather than a service-based economy. So in compare and contrast with the United States, we're not really producing things anymore. That's being done overseas by different governments that aren't capitalist, but we're just becoming a service-based economy. And just America and Soviet Union have a lot of differences because we're more service-based in manufacturing things.
Wow. Well, I would like to say something about that, because that's actually one thing that was pointed out by a writer that I've learned a lot from named Nelson Peary. He wrote a book called The Future is Up to Us, which is a very good book. I encourage people to read it. And he talks about the fact that, you know, as you talk about these revolutions in stages, every new revolution began with that economic revolution, the new mode of production, right? But the Russian Revolution did not have a new mode of production. It was simply capitalist industrial production organized according to a state central plan. The steel mills in the Soviet Union functioned in the same way the steel mills in the United States operated. There was not a new economic system. And Nelson Peary argues that the reason that ultimately the Soviet Union didn't last is because it did not represent a higher stage of production, right? And that if you look throughout the time of feudalism, there were plenty of times where people did what the Narodniks did. And they rose up, they seized control of their land, and they reorganized feudalism in a more egalitarian and fair way. But eventually, the old feudal system would come and take them over because they didn't have a new mode of production, right? And that ultimately, it's the computer revolution that has created this service economy. That's the reason that we don't have industrial workers at this point, is because those jobs have been eliminated by machines with 3D printing and all of that. And basically the industrial worker is fading away. And Jack Ma, one of the brilliant, he's a billionaire in China, but he's also a brilliant intellectual and a member of the Communist Party. He talks about the fact that basically everything that could be done by a machine is going to be done by a machine eventually. And all that we're going to have left as humans is going to be things that only human beings can do. It's very fascinating, and that ultimately, that lays the basis for a new social order, with the elimination of the industrial worker. And I think that kind of thing is fascinating, as you're pointing out. But that is one reality, is that the Soviet economic system, it was capitalist industrial production, but not capitalist. It was operated according to a state central plan, not for profits. But the steel mills function in the same way. And I think that's a point that ultimately needs to be made, absolutely. And I think that's interesting. And I think that points toward the fact that we're living in an era where capitalism, because it's gotten rid of industrial workers, right? There's no room for millions of people at the assembly line, right? Their ability to be hired to work has been eliminated. As a result, they're not spending, right? Their spending power has decreased. So the capitalists are producing so much stuff more efficiently than ever before. They're churning out iPhones and iPads like never before. But the people of the world, their standard of living is dropping because there's no place for them to get hired and have enough to actually buy it, right? And that this is what Karl Marx wrote about in his book Capital, the problem of overproduction, that the capitalist is constantly driving to make the means of production more efficient, but at the same time, in order to do that, he's lowering the standard of living and reducing the spending power of the worker. And the worker cannot buy back the products that he's being driven so hard to produce. Under previous systems, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Now people are homeless because there's too much housing. Under previous systems, people were hungry because there was food shortages. But now people are becoming hungry because there's too much food. And that's the problem of capitalism, is that we produce not for use and for human need, but for profits, right? I mean, the classic example is that, like, at the end of the night in a lot of restaurants, right? They'll take the food that's left over and they'll throw it in the garbage. But instead of just walking away and leaving it there in the garbage, they'll take motor oil and pour it all over it. Why? Because if some homeless person eats it out of the garbage, then they're not going to go spend at the restaurant, right? They didn't produce that food for people to eat it. They produced that food to make money off of it, right? That's the irrationality of capitalism, and it can only be resolved with the means of production being controlled by the state.
in order to stop that irrationality. And the fact that we have a service economy and that the industrial worker is becoming a thing of the past lays the basis for a higher social system to come into being. Absolutely, that's my response to that.
Yeah, in 1991, Donald Trump introduced the term fair trade instead of free trade. And as a Donald Trump supporter, I agree with a lot of fair trade.
I think that's been around before, though. I mean, the anti-globalization protests in the 1990s were talking about fair trade, not free trade, and I mean that's a long-standing critique of globalization. You know, is this understanding that it's a global race to the bottom, right? It's the playing countries in the world against each other, lowest wages, lowest living. You know what I'm saying? That's globalization, what capitalism has become in the 1990s and later, this global economy where a single item might be produced in 25 different countries, right? Where all the workers are competing for who will work for the cheapest. You know what I mean? That global system, which I think people on the right call it globalism, right? But Lenin wrote a whole book about it called Imperialism, where the world is ruled by a small group of bankers based in the Western countries. That is ultimately what socialism is trying to resolve and change by having society and countries take control of their economies and rationally operate them.
Yeah, because fair trade introduces the idea of you actually help the poorer countries. If they have something that we could get from them, we give them something that they might need in return. It's a lot different than, instead of purely being for profit, you're doing what's best to develop other countries at the same time. But it's not a matter of just giving away wealth or wealth redistribution. It's doing it in a smarter way where you could focus on smaller economies to grow themselves.
Sounds kind of like what China's doing with the One Belt, One Road initiative.
A little bit.
Yeah, where China's going to developing countries and building infrastructure and raising up the standard of living and stimulating the domestic economy. And then there's more of a domestic economy for them to trade with. So they make more money, and that country has more of a domestic economy, and their businesses grow, and both countries kind of grow together. They call it win-win cooperation.
Yeah, they're doing that in Ethiopia. They're building highways, hotels, gas stations, and they're just building an economy, and they might even trap those countries by making them owe debt to China. But at the same time, Ethiopia is really going to evolve.
Well, and that's the crazy thing is, you hear them, that's the allegation leveled against China is that, oh, they're going to, trap all these countries in debt. But, the IMF and the World Bank have been doing that for years. You know what I mean? They've done it to this country, they've done it to Mexico, they've done it to all of South America. I mean, so then it's like, well, China, there's this allegation that maybe hypothetically China might be doing it when the United States has been blatantly doing it for years but very interesting, yeah. And this is why I think people should revisit Lenin's book Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, where he talks about this and how these international conglomerates, these global corporations get formed that kind of dominate the world. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I just thought it was interesting that you mentioned his imperialism, because I'm personally a lot of my study is fascinated by the creation of the global South, particularly in the Caribbean, and as you know, for most of my academic career, my case study has been Haiti, and that's why I find a lot of the talk about this trade to be very interesting, because Haiti in particular has been a victim of a lot of this this economic imperialism, particularly from the West, but also of France and Germany at different points in Haiti's history. So I find, part of the reason that I admire China's initiative is because it doesn't have that vampiric level to it, where it's not, necessarily sucking the resources out of the country, and when providing resources, giving it to the select few, which has been traditionally the issue with global imperialism.
Hey friends. This weekend, the Wall Street Journal published the Weekend Review, like they do every weekend. It's in the back of the Wall Street Journal. And the focus of this week's issue, the Weekend Review, was Venezuela. They got a big picture of Nicolas Maduro next to Hugo Chavez, the founder of the Bolivarian Revolution. The article is called The Tragedy of Venezuela. And it's not a surprising article. Blames the Venezuelan government for all the problems, says that, the Venezuelan government is responsible for everything that goes wrong. But this is the second paragraph. I'm going to read to you from the second paragraph right here of this article in the Wall Street Journal. And keep in mind, this is not the Daily Worker. This is not Socialist News. This is the Wall Street Journal, a right-wing publication that does not approve of the Venezuelan government. And this is what they have to say in their anti-Venezuelan article. This is the second paragraph. Quote, "When I arrived in Venezuela in 2013, the party was still on. Oil was fetching $100 a barrel, and Mr. Maduro's populist government was showering petrodollars on everyone. The Caracas skyline was dotted with grandiose construction projects. Steakhouses were buying vintage scotch by the container loads, and hotels had to be reserved for weeks in advance. So, whenever Venezuela comes up, publications like the Wall Street Journal and publications like the Chicago Tribune, the New York Times, all of them have this really, really simple explanation for all the problems. They say, Venezuela is a socialist country. People are starving and miserable because of socialism. Because whenever you have socialism, people just starve and are miserable. And that's because communism doesn't work. And, and capitalism is just the best system everywhere. And people, it's this nonsense that we hear in the United States. Well, what I just read to you, this paragraph that I just read, confirms what I've been telling people for a long time, which is that until 2014, when the oil prices dramatically decreased and went from $100 a barrel down to like $30 a barrel, or less than $30 a barrel, it was down to $27 a barrel at one point. Until that happened, Venezuela's economy was doing pretty well. Venezuela's socialist government is essentially centered around a state-controlled oil company. And when the oil prices were dramatically high and the state had a huge amount of revenue with which to stimulate the economy, things were going quite well in Venezuela. That the hardships they've experienced in Venezuela recently have come about recently due to the fact that the oil prices dramatically decreased in 2014, immediately following the death of the founder of the revolution, Hugo Chavez. There have been divisions in the ruling Socialist Party, the United Socialist Party. There's sabotage from, food importing companies that are importing food to Venezuela. There's sanctions imposed on them by the United States, that there's, the intelligence agencies of foreign countries are trying to stir up unrest and create difficulties. The problems in Venezuela are not caused by socialism. And if you want further proof of that, you can go elsewhere in Latin America. Go to Bolivia. They have a socialist government there, a Bolivarian socialist government, and people are not starving and miserable. People are not dying. You can go to Ecuador. They have a socialist government there. Again, people are not starving and miserable. You can go to Nicaragua. That's actually the most prosperous country right now in Central America. Right now, there's a huge increase in the standard of living in Nicaragua. And go to Cuba. Right now, Cuba, which has just, had some economic adjustments, and they've adjusted their socialist system to be closer to the Chinese model. They're doing very well, too. A lot of Cubans are opening their own businesses, and the socialist society is bringing in more foreign investment. If it weren't for socialism, Russia and China would be third world countries right now, but instead they're world superpowers. What Stalin did with his 5-year plans, industrializing Russia, building steel mills and building hydroelectric power plants and bringing Russia into the future with central planning, what was done by the Chinese Revolution, in which they took what was the sick man of Asia and made it what it is today, the second largest economy in the world, all of that was done with socialism. This idea that socialism starves people to death, socialism causes poverty, socialism has failed everywhere it's ever been tried, is complete and utter nonsense. The crisis in Venezuela is about oil. It's about the fact that the oil price dramatically decreased. It's about the fact that there was political turmoil at the time the oil prices decreased. It's about the fact that there's been foreign sabotage. But it's not caused by socialism. And this idea that socialism creates poverty is complete and utter nonsense. Capitalism has kept so many countries throughout the third world in utter poverty. But it's socialism that has enabled countries to raise themselves up. And Russia and China are probably the best case studies of that. This idea that socialism, it just doesn't work, it leads to poverty, this is a lot of propaganda. And it's look at the Caribbean, right? Compare the way Cubans live to the way people live in Haiti or the Dominican Republic or Jamaica or any of those capitalist countries all throughout the Caribbean. You think capitalism is so great. Ask someone from Mexico why they're fleeing their country. Ask people from Africa. Go to Nigeria. Nigeria's got loads of oil, just like Venezuela, except it has huge rates of poverty, huge rates of illiteracy, child labor. Nigeria has been doing business with American oil companies. They've got free market capitalism there. They let American and British oil companies do whatever they want, and their people are absolutely miserable. incredible. But what the countries around the world that have adopted socialism have achieved in terms of raising people out of poverty, providing people jobs and education and healthcare, and in terms of industrializing is really unprecedented. So anyone who tells you that the crisis in Venezuela is caused by socialism and they've just been poor and starving ever since they got on the socialist road, no, they are false. They are giving you false information. Venezuela's revolution began in 1999. Chavez announced that it was moving toward 21st century socialism in 2003. And up until 2013, even the Wall Street Journal, right here, admits that their economy was actually doing very well. The problems began in 2014 when the oil prices dropped. So anyone who tells you that socialism is the reason people are hungry in Venezuela, is the reason that there's problems in Venezuela, is lying to you. And furthermore, why don't I add that the United Nations has confirmed that there is not a humanitarian crisis in Venezuela. The term humanitarian crisis is a specific legal term, and we have, prominent leaders of the UN have gone to the country and inspected it and said, yes, there are difficulties here. They're having trouble with their food imports. They're having difficulties, but humanitarian crisis? No, that's not what's taking place. So everything you've been told is a lie, right? The idea that socialism is causing all of Venezuela's problems is just a falsehood. And anyone who tells that to you is either intentionally lying to you or doesn't know what they are speaking about.
I'm reading to you from the New York Times. Under NAFTA, as a result, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. 25% of the population does not have access to basic food, and 1/5 of Mexican children suffer from malnutrition. As the U.S. heavily subsidized corn and other staples poured into Mexico, producer prices dropped and small farmers found themselves unable to make a living. Some 2 million people have been forced from their farms, right? Mexico's not producing its own food. It's a captive market. It's importing American food, and it's devastated the country. Mexico is poor, and American agribusiness stays rich. That's capitalism. That's why we had the American Revolution. The British Empire was trying to tell us here in the United States that we couldn't develop our own industries. We had to buy from the British. And as a result, we had a revolution so that we could develop our own economy. And the same thing the British Empire was doing to us, capitalism and the huge multinational corporations are doing around the world, keeping countries like Haiti, countries like Nigeria, countries like India captive markets. And countries are constantly fighting to try and break out of this. And the socialist revolutions of the 20th century, they didn't happen in Western Europe as Marx had predicted. They happened in the developing world because capitalism was keeping these countries as impoverished captive markets without their own industries, without their own economic growth, and keeping them as basically vassals, as dependent states, client states that are impoverished and suffering. And socialism was those countries breaking out, planning their economy, and industrializing.
Because I talked with Kyle Kalinske about this. I don't know. I would love to read where these bizarro anti-NAFTA studies are coming from. I've seen very pointed anti-NAFTA propaganda that will hyper focus on specific industries that say corn markets were disproportionately impacted in Mexico and so many jobs were lost here. But Mexico was one of the large winners in NAFTA, and this is something that I've seen universally heralded. Exports under farm exports in Mexico. Well, you can't say sure to that. You just literally told me that NAFTA took a shit all over Mexico's economy.
The New York Times agrees with me. The headline of the article is, under NAFTA, Mexico suffered and the United States felt its pain, November 24th, 2013. I guess they're lying to hurt American capitalism or something.
I'm sorry. Are you literally citing me an op-ed to tell me that opinion piece is somehow reflective of the economic consensus on NAFTA?
Yes, I'm citing the statistics in that op-ed, yes. I'm citing something that even the New York Times admits, that Mexico has been very badly hurt by free trade.
The New York Times is not an economic journal. Why are you telling me that even the New York Times? Also, wait, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Is this article, what's the author of this article?
The author is Laura Carlson.
Wait, what is her background? Is this literally an opinion piece, or was this written
a statement against interest? The New York Times is a defender of Western capitalism. The fact that even they would admit what it has done to Mexico, I think, is very strong. Or while we're at it, I have the CIA World Factbook statistics of life expectancy in front of me. Cuba's life expectancy is 78.9 years. The Dominican Republic, another country in the Caribbean, it's part of the Western capitalist system, 71 years. Jamaica, 74. Honduras, 71. Guyana, 68. Mexico, 76. Guatemala, 71. Haiti, 64. Come on. Right? Capitalism's the answer. Why are all these countries that are part of the free trade system, or part of the global capitalist system, impoverished? And Cuba, a country with a centrally planned economy, has achieved a much higher life expectancy.
Okay, I don't know about life expectancy. We're jumping onto a totally different argument. Okay, so like, so somebody linked me this article, so just reading it, right? Like, this person literally says, like, damages were done to, like, Mexico's agricultural sector. It doesn't mention the massive gains made in the industrial sector. Hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs were created in Mexico. I think it's like 20% of car imports in the United States come from Mexico. These are jobs that paid citizens more money than the farming jobs, that led to a greater industrialization of Mexico in these parts. She literally, in the next, like, paragraph of this article just says, well, as a result of some of these agricultural practices, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. That's not a causal link. Like, how many Mexicans, like, this is...
They owned their own farms beforehand, and now they're in food poverty. They're not even producing their own food.
Wait, so you're telling me that prior to NAFTA, every citizen of Mexico was well-fed, totally well-nourished, had all sorts of, like... No, come on, this is ridiculous.
The point of Ms. Carlson's article is that it made conditions worse, and I think if you look at the narco-drug-infested chaos that's involved in Mexico, if that were happening in Venezuela, we'd be told, see, socialism did it. But it happens in Mexico, and we're told, oh, I've even had a lot of libertarians try to tell me that Mexico must be socialist because it's poor, right? Because everyone knows capitalism leads to prosperity. That's simply not the facts.
I can't argue against a New York Times op-ed on this.
Let's stay away from doing that.
If you want, like, we can dig through, because I've read so many, like,
that defends the free market system.
The New York Times does not defend economic. I don't care what the New York Times says about the economic impact. Now, if like Krugman or somebody's like, or Krugman is writing an article or something talking about like I'm sure I'm interested in reading that. Or if Borjas is writing something on immigration and he submits an op-ed. But random like people writing articles in the New York Times, I'm going to appeal to like the wider studies that look at like NAFTA's economic impact. Or we can read things from like the Council of Foreign Relations, or we can read things that are published in like different economic journals to see like the actual impact. I'm like appealing to a single opinion article on the New York Times.
I think that people throughout those sources you listed would agree about the conditions in many of the capitalist countries of the world. I mean, this is the CIA World Factbook. I just read you the life expectancies throughout the countries nearby Cuba and compared them. What?
What does that prove? What does life expectancy prove?
What is? Yeah, right. Who cares if people die sooner? I mean, oh, okay, all right. It doesn't matter, right? Life expectancy. Who cares about that?
Wait,
right?
what do you think I just asked? Wait, what was the question I just asked?
You said, what does life expectancy prove?
Okay. Do you think that means I want people to die early?
No, but apparently you're saying it doesn't matter how long people live, right?
No, what I'm asking you is, what do you think? What I'm asking you is, what do you
when you're improving people's life expectancy and their access to healthcare and their quality of life, that's a good thing. But what does it prove? Oh, okay. What does it prove?
What I'm saying is that just because you see an increase in life
expectancy... We're going around in circles here. Honestly, I don't know if we should keep going. I mean, we're just kind of repeating ourselves. But
okay, so just as a quick thing, just because life expectancy improves, one, that's not even necessarily reflective of positive underlying things. And two, it doesn't necessarily mean you can attribute it solely to like an economic organization or a particular government. So, for example, one country might have access to more food than another country. That country might become more obese, and you might see a decrease in their life expectancy. Type 2 diabetes can lead to anywhere from a 7 to 13-year decrease on your lifespan, right? So if you were to compare the life expectancy of two countries like that, this is just one example out of 50 trillion potential hypotheticals. Maybe the increase in immigration to the United States, the lower average life expectancy of, say, African Americans or Hispanic people are keeping the life expectancy of the United States down compared to other socialist countries. Just appealing to one stat and saying, well, the life expectancy in Cuba is higher than the life expectancy in the United States, that doesn't prove anything. So when I ask, like, well, what does that mean? That stat is totally meaningless.
I don't think Cuba's life expectancy is higher than the United States. I think it's pretty close, but I don't think it's higher. I'm reading to you from The Guardian, November 27th, 2016. Quote, Cuba's literacy rate is at 100%, and its life expectancy parallels first world nations, despite limited funding and supplies. The country's ratio of doctors to patients, its proactively community-centered approach to healthcare has long been the envy of Western countries, not the least the UK. I think that's an example of central planning improving people's lives.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think so, but I guess it's another argument.
I have some questions from chat if we want to do that.
So they're thinking, well, this is exactly what we were worried about, and now it's happening.
Well, it's happening because the whole world is condemning what Israel is doing in Gaza. And they, as fanatical dedicated believers in Islam feel that they must do something to support the Palestinians. And if the UN isn't going to do something, and if the international community is not going to take action to stop what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, bombing them around the clock, just, mass death and destruction in Gaza, they've got to do something. So, I think that's why they're taking this action, but they're not stopping ships from other countries. And look, at the end of the day, the Houthis are not going away. If they were going to go away, they would have lost maybe in 2015, maybe 2016. It's 2023. It's about to be 2024. These people are going to be a big factor. So our leaders need to stop calling them terrorists. They need to stop calling them extremists and Iranian agents and talk to them and negotiate with them and treat them like a real country. They may be poor. They may live in the mountains. They may have a religion that you don't approve of. But they're going to be a big factor in Yemen for years and years to come. So if you want to keep the Red Sea safe, you need to negotiate with these people. Talk to them. Take them off the designated terrorist list. Negotiate with them. Reach an agreement with them. I think that would be the correct approach.
So where are we at with this now? Can you give us an update on the ships and what the Houthis have done at this point? From what we hear, there's a fleet of U.S. ships going over there to try to protect and escort ships through. What's the latest on this?
Well, I don't know if you saw, but the United States was trying to form this coalition of many different countries to go and clear out the Red Sea and make sure that Israeli ships could get through, and ships headed for Israel could get through. And it fell apart. Australia said, no, we're not interested. Spain was particularly furious because Spain actually never got asked by the United States. The USA announced they were part of the coalition without ever even talking to them. And the Biden administration is wildly embarrassed at this point because they had announced, oh, we've got this coalition of all these different countries and we're going to go in and protect. And a number of the countries have said, no, we're not on board and we're not interested. And the Biden administration is now kind of embarrassed. I expect they will try to do something because the Biden administration is so dedicated to protecting Israel. They're protecting them at the United Nations. They're protecting them in every possible way. So I can imagine that they probably will try to do something at some point. But it seemed like last week, the USA was just on the brink of moving its forces, into the Red Sea. And now it seems like they're stalling a little bit as the coalition didn't come together as they expected.
So the Houthis are still stopping ships at this point?
Yes, they are. And, and it is, it's businesses that are headed, ships that are headed to Israel to deposit goods, companies that do business with Israel. And they've got helicopters and they got their boats and they're grabbing ships.
Wow. And a lot of other ships are just not daring. They're just saying, never mind. We're not going to even try. So there's been
and the oil prices are rising. Because oil goes on oil tankers and oil tankers tend to go through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. And, we have a situation here where this is having a big impact on the global economy. And that's what people need to understand about this, right? How many billion people are there in the world? 6 billion, 8 billion, right? But there's all these people in the world that have never been heard, that are just forgotten, and the people of Yemen, the people of northern Yemen who live in the mountains, who live in extreme poverty, they are people that the global economy has just left behind. And when the World Economic Forum is talking about depopulation and reducing the population and holding back development, they're just basically writing off all these people. They've been kind of forgotten. And now they are making themselves heard louder than the loudest clap of thunder. The whole world is hearing what the Houthis and what the people of northern Yemen are saying. They're saying, we're going to oppose Israel, we're going to grab their ships, and the whole world has to listen. And the oil prices are rising and the global economy is shaking. And it's amazing. This is a case of the poorest people in the world saying, we will not be forgotten, we will not be ignored, we want economic development, we want control of our country, we will be heard, and the world is hearing them.
Yeah. It's very interesting how this little rebel group from the mountains has been able to take a majority control over the country. And as you said, get to this place of power where they're now in the middle of this conflict, controlling a lot of the aspects of it. When they first started doing that, I thought, oh, this is a bad idea for the Palestinians because that particular strait, once you start messing with economics, countries start to get really upset. They don't care if they agree with you or not. They're thinking, hey, you're messing with us now. So I thought, well, you're going to get a lot of countries that are going to start getting nervous that the Houthis are able to do this, that, if they can show that kind of might, that it might actually cause other countries to be against them. and join in on the war, not because they care about Palestine, Israel, but just because they care about that strait. They care about the economics and those merchant ships being able to get through. But, you know, maybe the rest of the world is saying, well, hey, you know, somebody's got to do it because it's just the United States and Israel who are aligned. The rest of the countries are not. That has been made clear in the latest votes at the UN Security Council and at the United Nations. And maybe the rest of the world is saying, you know what? Okay, that's what happens. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it kind of looks that way. It kind of looks like actually their strategy is working in a way, rather than what I thought might happen.
All right, so we're here at the World Youth Festival, and there's a special exhibit room about NATO and the origins of the NATO alliance, how it was formed, kind of to finish the work that the Nazis were doing and trying to destroy Russia. A lot of interesting themes here, so we're just going to walk through this. A fascinating display, a lot of different items on display, a lot of different artwork and artifacts, etc. So we're just going to take a walk through the festival, through this area. Here we have a history of deception, a history of evil. NATO is the largest military, political, and intelligence alliance under the leadership of the United States, created 75 years ago, 1949, to, quote, contain the Soviet Union, the North Atlantic Alliance, after the collapse of the USSR. Not only did it not cease to exist, very important point, but it also increased the number of participants from 16 to 31, which they promised would not happen, right? They said that NATO would never move an inch eastward, but yet it continued to move. Let's see what else they've got in here. A lot of interesting stuff. Now, this here kind of documents America's support for the Euromaidan riots that overthrew the democratically elected president of Ukraine. This is some of the weaponry that was used by the forces that violently toppled Viktor Yanukovych in the 2014 Euromaidan coup. Just wild. These are actual weapons. Can you imagine this, right? Here in the United States, or in the United States, people get angry about the fact that, you know, there's bots and memes allegedly from Russia. Can you imagine if people in the United States were being armed with weapons like this to attack police officers, to attack people, to destroy public property? I mean, you talk about foreign meddling. This is what the United States was arming people with in order to overthrow the Ukrainian government. Absolutely crazy. But some other highlights we'll talk about. Over here, this is a U.S. supplied weapon, that has been provided to Ukrainian forces by the United States. It's an anti-tank missile system. This is, instead of feeding Americans, instead of providing jobs and healthcare and education in the United States, this is where our tax money is going. To have these kind of sophisticated weapons to prolong the Ukraine conflict. Absolutely, absolutely insane. This is an actual U.S.-created weapon that was supplied to the Ukrainian military by our tax money. Absolutely crazy. Soviet artwork about NATO, about how NATO has always been a military alliance, not defensive but offensive, right? NATO was behind the destruction of Libya. Libya used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent, and then it was NATO that bombed and destroyed it. Now people are fleeing Libya, trying to get out, drowning in the Mediterranean. NATO has never been a defensive alliance. It's always been offensive. It's about attacking independent countries like Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela. Any country that breaks out of the Atlanticist Western system gets targeted. Look at that photo. Right? There we have the President of the United States, Franklin Roosevelt, who I think was the greatest president we ever had. We have Winston Churchill, the leader of Britain, and then we have Joseph Stalin, the leader of the Soviet Union. They were together, standing together to defeat the Nazis. A great moment in our history. You'll notice every time in American history where we're on the right side, America and Russia are friends. During the American Revolution, the Russians were on our side to fight against the British Empire. During the Civil War, Russia sent its navy to New York City's harbors to support Abraham Lincoln. And during the fight against fascism, we Americans, we were friendly with the Soviet Union. They've tried to erase that history. A lot of Americans think that the Soviet Union was on the other side. They've forgotten that the Soviet Union took Berlin
that the Soviet Union liberated Auschwitz concentration camp. You know, the people of the Soviet Union and the American people were friends and allies to defeat the Nazis during the war, and they've totally tried to erase that history. But here we have it on display. And then, of course, we have the crimes of the Japanese imperialists who were in an alliance with the Germans, and that there's a real continuity between what the Nazis were doing during World War II and what NATO is doing. People forget that the alliance between Japan and Italy and Germany, what was it called? It was called the Anti-Comintern Pact. It was the anti-Soviet pact, right? And NATO is basically the Anti-Comintern Pact Part 2. A lot of great history on display here. And you see some of the horrendous propaganda of the Nazis, what they did, how they justified their genocidal crimes in the name of fighting Russia, and fighting communism, fighting the Soviet Union. It's very, very wild. And then we have, of course, the formation of NATO to keep the Soviet Union out of Europe. Insanity. Wow, well, that's a lot of beautiful stuff, important stuff that people need to hear about here at the festival. Thank you. Hey folks, I'm out here in Brooklyn near Prospect Park, in that area where the fountain is, near Prospect Park, if you've ever been here. It's a nice little place out here in Brooklyn. Some of the John Brown volunteers are doing outreach, and I thought I might just hop on. You know, this isn't going to be a really long, complicated video. I don't have time for that. I do make a lot of content, but I just felt the need to make this video real quick, because a lot of people have noticed that the mainstream left, the Jacobin crowd, the bread tubers, that whole milieu, they're in kind of a cancel culture frenzy. I mean, they've always been trying to cancel people, always been trying to destroy people's lives and careers if they don't go along with their pro-imperialist version of socialism. Everyone's a Nazi, everyone's a Nazgul, everyone's a tanky, everyone's, you know, if you don't go along with Washington's latest war, you don't think socialism is just an employee stock ownership program, if you don't denounce and disavow every country the USA is getting ready to attack, if you don't cut off and disassociate from anyone who doesn't 100% agree with, you know, their platform on whatever issue it is, you're a bad person. They've been doing this for a while. Nothing particularly new about it. What is new is it seems like now that Biden is in office, they're winding it down. You know, the DSA, bread tube, Jacobin, they don't really have a reason to exist anymore, right? These are wings of the establishment that put out a socialist sounding message that is safe and is, you know, comfortable for the leaders, and then they police the rest of the movement. And I think right now, because Biden is in and the Trump movement is defeated and down for the count, they're trying to prove their relevancy. You know, they're trying to argue that basically they're still relevant, they're not irrelevant, they still have a reason to exist. And that reason to exist is that they're going to purge, you know, they're going to go after Jimmy Dore, and they're going to go after Convo Couch, and they're going to go after anybody, you know, anyone who supports Tulsi Gabbard, or anybody who, you know, doesn't support overthrowing the Cuban government, or doesn't support overthrowing the government of Venezuela, or the government of Syria, or the government of Iran. And they're trying to prove to the establishment they still have some value. And, you know, the whole thing with Anna Kasparian and Aaron Mate and that whole thing, again, they really don't have a reason to exist right now. So they're struggling. They're struggling to prove that they're still relevant to the powers that be by ultra ramping up their role of, you know, smearing and trying to destroy people's lives. And so that's why I wanted to just quickly make this video. I'm sorry, I'm rambling, trying to get to the point, which is that I've been canceled. I've been canceled, and I'm still here. And you will be too. You know, I started making videos, and, you know, immediately, people decided that because I spoke with a respected Russian anti-imperialist intellectual who has his own perspective that I don't agree with, oh my God, he's a Nazgul.
No, I talked to somebody who used to be part of the Nazbol party and now runs the Eurasian movement. And people decided that, you know, because I interviewed somebody who has a position on the transgender issue, that I must be an evil transphobe. Well, no, I work with a lot of trans people. I've always been sympathetic to the trans community and what they go through. I don't know very much about it, and I don't want to know because I view it as a human rights issue. I have a lot of love for my trans friends. I don't want anyone to harm them. But other than that, when it comes to what gender means and what it is, I don't know, you know, and I respect them, and I want them to be respected. I want them to be who they are and have the right to be who they are and not have anybody mess with them. But other than that, I just don't get into it, you know. And folks, these people, you will never please them. So that's the first thing you need to get through your head, is that when they come for you and they start with the red, brown, Nazbol stuff, you will never please them. No matter what you do, does not matter. You're a secret Nazi, you're a red brown. No matter what, no matter what. You know, you could go out and say the sky is blue, and they'll tweet out like, you know, that blue, everyone knows blue is a code word for white supremacist groups. There was a white supremacist group in France in 1942 that used blue as its code sign. These people are idiots, and you'll never please them. And when you fall into that trap of trying to please them, you're only making it worse. Because the more you fall into the trap of trying to please them, the more you look weak and pathetic. And at the end of the day, when stuff gets real, right now, you know, we're talking on the internet and all of that, but as the capitalist crisis continues, people are going to want real organizations. People are going to want real leaders who can really get things done. And when things get real, at that point, people are not going to want to follow a weak person. People are not going to want to follow somebody who goes, oh, I'm sorry, I disavow this guy. People are going to want to follow somebody with strength. People are going to follow somebody who's got some oomph behind what they say. And if you can withstand being canceled, if you can withstand, you know, the hate videos and the smears and the lies, if you can withstand it, people will respect you. I've got to tell you, I don't know how many people that I've met in the last year who had never heard of me until these people started attacking me. And then they watched my content and they said, wow, that's just a pack of lies. You know, Caleb's anti-racist. Caleb's anti-imperialist. Caleb is one of the smartest, well-informed people about Marxism I've ever heard. People love my lectures and all of that. And people see right through it. And when it gets down to it, you have to keep in mind that at the end of the day, the DSA, Jacobin, bread tube crowd are the best friends that real Nazis ever had. Because if everyone's a Nazi, if people are married to non-white people, but they're still Nazis, if people have spent their life fighting racism and opposing police brutality, and they're still Nazis, if everyone's a Nazi because they disagree with one position or they talk to somebody or whatever, pretty soon nobody's a Nazi. Pretty soon nobody's a Nazi. You got to think about that. So my advice is if they come after you, you know, don't be weak. Don't be pathetic. We worship weakness on the left. We got to get over that. You know, you can be strong. You can be a strong socialist. Don't be over-socialized. Consider it a badge of honor when they come after you. Stand your ground, and you will come out of this stronger than ever. You will come out of this stronger than ever. Don't be weak. Don't be cowardly. Don't be pathetic. When they come for you, when they start trying to destroy your life and spreading fake rumors and reinterpreting everything, first of all, there's nothing you can do to please these people. Nothing, right? No matter what you do, they will make something up. And two, you'll come out of this better. Because when people see you stand your ground, they'll respect you. So I'm still here. They can make up whatever horse garbage they want. I'm still here. I actually believe in this stuff. These people don't. At the end of the day, most of these internet people, they don't really believe in this. They don't really believe in this stuff. You can tell that. You know, they call up Ben Burgess and he tells them, you know, what Marx said. They haven't read Marx. You know, they Google and they get on Wikipedia and they read about this stuff. They don't really believe this. They don't really believe this stuff. They're good at the high school drama part, the gossip and all of that. At the end of the day, they don't really believe in this stuff. Well, I do. And you do. And if you stick around and you endure this, people are going to respect you. So that's all I got to say. Just wanted to make a quick video because it needs to be said. Thanks. Hello, friends. This is Caleb. I'm just here in my neighborhood in Brooklyn. And this is a message going out to all my friends on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and whatnot. Happy New Year, first of all. Now, I've been looking back over the events of 2016. It was quite an eventful year. Now, one event that certainly stands out in my mind is an interaction that I had with the man who was elected president of the United States, Donald Trump. Now, on March 21st, Donald Trump came to Washington, D.C., and he gave a press conference at the old post office, which is becoming a Trump hotel. At that press conference, I spoke to Donald Trump and I asked him, is it, Donald Trump, you've said that you favor better relations with Russia. Is this a difficult position to take with the media in an anti-Russian overdrive? So I asked Trump that question, and this is how he responded.
Are open for better relations with Russia as president?
Sure, I want a better relationship with everybody. A better with Russia, yeah. But I want a better relationship with everybody. Go ahead. No, I don't think so. I think the media understands. Look, if we can get along, Putin says very nice things about me. I think that's very nice. It has no effect on me other than I think it's very nice. If we get along with Russia, that's very good. If Russia wants to spend millions of dollars a day dropping bombs on ISIS, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Some people don't like it. They say, no, that's our job. It's not our job. It's let Russia, if they want to do that, I'm all for it. No, I want to get along with all countries.
I was recently re-watching that clip, and one thing I noticed is that just before Donald Trump called on me and spoke to me, he said something that's rather interesting. This is what happened just before Donald Trump called on me.
Okay, one more question. One more. Who's got a good question? Who's got a good question? Who's my favorite reporter? Go ahead.
Someone could watch that clip and say, well, this is just a passing remark. He's just kind of talking as he's looking to call on anybody. He doesn't mean it. But I personally would like to give the President of the United States a little bit more credit than that. Is it possible that I'm actually Donald Trump's favorite reporter? Is it something about my reporting, my articles, my journalism that he really likes? I'd be curious to know. So if there's anyone here on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, who knows Donald Trump personally, perhaps they could ask him the question, why is it that I am Donald Trump's favorite reporter? Did he mean what he said? I'm very curious. So Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you're all well, and be sure to follow me on social media, and be sure to tune in to RT. Right. I will say, my whole life, my whole childhood, my whole teen years, everyone said to me, Caleb, you're going to love college. You're going to love college. College is going to be so amazing. You're a bookish guy and you're going to love college. I hated college. I was not happy at college at all, because the reason my relatives and family members were all telling me I was going to love college is because they were from a different generation. And in the past, academics, university, that was where people went to dissent, right? It was the anti-Vietnam War movement had been on the college campuses, and that most of the population had this support the government, love it or leave it, if you don't like it here, move attitude. But the universities were the place where people learned to think more critically, right? That was kind of the role they played in Cold War America. That role has completely flipped. And now it's the population that is questioning things now, largely. I mean, Trump just won the election, and a lot of people among the population are very angry, and their living standards are going down, and people are questioning why things are happening. And the university is where you go to get vetted, to make sure you're not a dissident, to make sure you can be trusted for a job in that cosmopolitan middle class, and universities are actually places where people think more in line with the establishment than most people among the population do. It's interesting to see how that flip has worked. But the kind of the neocon era, the rise of neoconservatism was this attitude of, people on the campuses and intellectuals might be disagreeing, but the bulk of the population are just kind of blind believers in the system. And now the universities are where people are blind believers in the system, where you learn to be a blind believer in U.S. foreign policy. You learn to repeat the lies against whatever country is being attacked. You learn the human rights talking points and diversity, equity, and inclusion and all that stuff. And among the population, people are like, my living standards are going down. I don't trust the government. I'm questioning things. And that's one thing that I think is worth pointing out, that we have kind of a new setup in the way dissent is being managed in the United States. Universities, college campuses, et cetera, are ground zero for all the regime change wars. And they're also the places where people are taught that, certain things are conspiracy theories. And I always tell people, I mean, I am so tired of arguing with people where they can't refute what you're saying. The facts are the facts. They can't refute that, but they argue against you based on well, you sound like somebody who might be repeating Russian propaganda, or this sounds like something that Russia might say. Is it true or not? Or this sounds like something a Trump supporter might say. Okay, but is it true or is it not?
Why
Or
do
this,
you think that
this sounds like a conspiracy theory. Is it true or is it not? I mean, and that's the way they train people to argue in college. There's certain sets of bad people you're not supposed to sound like: Russian propagandists, conspiracy theorists, Trump supporters. And if you sound like those people, you're not going to get a promotion in this cosmopolitan middle class world. So you get vetted, and that's what the universities have become.
Why do you think it flipped like that? I mean, because you're right, that wasn't always the case. I mean, initially it was, and I'm blaming the left on this because this seems to be more of a left thing. Why do you think that happened? I mean, in the old days, you had people like Noam Chomsky, the First Amendment is for people to say things that the rest of the people, the very point of the First Amendment is to protect speech that you don't particularly like. Nobody needs to protect speech that everybody likes. You used to get lefties who used to dissent, like even Martin Luther King, for God's sake. I mean, like, people forget he was a socialist. On top of that, I mean, they even carved that aspect of who he is out of it and just break it all the way down to civil rights. How do you think it got to be that way? If you listen to, for example, the Democratic Party today, the Democratic Party, they associate this notion of being left with diversity. And I don't mean diversity in a negative sense. I mean it in the sense where you're carving up nationalities as if these things are very different from each other, despite the fact that all of them have this kind of economic base that everybody cares about the economics of these things. I've noticed that among Democrats, they would say, well, that sounds like Putin, or that sounds like the Syria apologists. And you're right, where I would point out, yeah, but it's true. Like, regardless of who says it, Hitler likes dogs. Okay, so just because you're a dog lover doesn't mean you also like Hitler. That's not really the case. You may say something that just so happens to be a true thing. Just because Putin believes 2 + 2 is 4 doesn't mean it's not 4. It's kind of that assessment. Where do you think that degradation of thought has come from? I mean, do you think that's something that is being pushed by schools or just a liberal thing? I mean, I see this more among liberals than I do among anybody else on the political spectrum.
Well, I think there's been an economic shift since the Cold War. During the Cold War, what held U.S. society together was a very comfortable industrial middle class of auto workers and steel workers and people who worked in good paying industrial jobs who had a very high standard of living. And that kind of bought their loyalty to the American government and the American system, right? And we don't have that anymore. I mean, since the 1980s, especially, and more especially since the 2008 financial meltdown, we just don't have that stable, prosperous industrial middle class we once had. So the people who may have been part of that at one point, who lived a comfortable life, and they're not there, and they're not getting that comfort. The other thing is that I think during the Cold War, the universities kind of played the role almost of like the troubleshooter of U.S. society. Their job was for people that got education, and they were there to kind of point to the problems in U.S. society and fix them, and be kind of the critic who was there to kind of make things better. Whereas now the universities, I think, are a part of the apparatus of maintaining the institutions of the U.S. society that do exist, right? It's not like they're there to play the role of the critic. They're more there to kind of vet people for roles in this kind of government bureaucracy, or in the NGO apparatus, or in the kind of institutions that carry out these policies, which are now much more essential.
We need more infrastructure. We need to build up our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet. They want to send 17 and 18-year-old poor boys and girls from rural America to go die in a war for Taiwan. Taiwan's a long ways away.
I refer to yet another story. And this is a story that any of us who grew up in the Christian tradition, or the Jewish tradition, or the Islamic tradition probably had hammered into our heads when we were kids. And the story is about a man named Noah.
To the movies, and I go downtown.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Houthi and opposed to what the FBI was doing.
And the story is that Noah got a message from God that a giant storm was going to come. That storm would be so massive that it would lead to flooding. And so Noah heard this message about a flood, and he started building an ark, started building a ship so that his family and his people would be safe when the flood came.
And we want to see peace, not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. We need to reinvest in the United States. We need to stop bailing out these speculators on Wall Street and these creeps who keep sending us to war.
He got this message, and despite the fact that nobody agreed with him, despite the fact that everyone wasn't going along with him, he started building that ark.
With Russia, peace with China, peace 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 with Russia.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
He wrote it in 1927. This is what he wrote. In a very short time, in China's central and southern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back.
They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads.
You want American boys to fight and die? For what? In China? In Taiwan? No. Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people.
I went to cover Bernie rallies, talked to Bernie supporters. I talked to Trump supporters at Trump rallies, and I saw the economy, and I saw the stock market, and I saw the suffering. And I said, God damn it, if no one else is going to build a ship, I need to.
Which is that the world turns against the Houthis, and it could just make things worse for them. It's a gamble, when you do something like that. It's a total gamble. You just don't know. And they do have a lot of problems in Yemen. They should be focused on their people. And do you know how that's going with the starvation? I mean, there was some mass famine. It was really, really atrocious what was going on in Yemen, the blockades by Saudi Arabia and the United States. How is that today?
I want to go back to something that you said before when you talked about, Israel and the way that they're reacting to this and the fact that they're not able to rally the global community.
Yeah.
The strategy of the Obama administration has completely failed. Barack Hussein Obama, he was very much an attempt to get the Muslim world to believe the United States was their friend, and to polarize the Muslim world between Sunnis and Shias, to polarize the Muslim world against Iran, right? If you looked at what happened in Syria, the way the Arab Spring went, imagine if George W. Bush had been president during the Arab Spring. How would things have played out? We'd have like 6 different Irans right now. But because Barack Hussein Obama, who went to a Muslim school, wink, wink, met with Edward Said, wink, wink, he says he's not a Muslim, but the conservatives are always calling him one, and he doesn't like Netanyahu because he was leading the country. The Arab Spring was actually manipulated in the favor of the United States. It brought down Gaddafi, and they were able to set up for a regime change war against Libya. They were able to then destabilize Syria with civil war. And that the propaganda coming out from U.S. allies throughout the Middle East during the Obama administration was that Iran is trying to take over the world, that there's a Shia crescent is trying to be built. And it was a strategy of the USA kind of courting some elements in the Muslim world and using them against the Hezbollah forces in Lebanon, against Syria, against Libya and Gaddafi, and against Iran. And that was the strategy. And it continued under the Trump administration. Donald Trump went to Saudi Arabia, and he said he was going to build an Arab NATO against Iran. You remember this? The whole strategy was that they were going to divide the Muslim world. And people talk about how Israel has been planning this for a long time, the Oded Yanan plan. And, there was an email that was leaked from Hillary Clinton where she said a Sunni-Shia war might be beneficial to Israel. And that was clearly the strategy, was polarize the Muslim world, divide the Muslims between those that are friendly to Saudi Arabia and those that are friendly to Iran. And that has completely failed. At this point, Iran and Saudi Arabia have diplomatic relations again. They are friendly with each other again. They're negotiating with each other again. And the entire Muslim world, Sunnis and Shias, Westernized Muslims and more conservative Muslims, they're all supporting the Palestinians against Israel. And everything that the Obama administration was trying to achieve has just completely flopped. And now we have a situation where Netanyahu, it seems like he is determined in any way possible to turn this crisis that's taking place right now into an all-out war against Iran. The murder of the Iranian general in Syria recently, Iran is going to have to retaliate. If you kill a top general of a country, they're going to have to retaliate. And that it seems like Netanyahu is determined to push this crisis full speed ahead into a war against Iran. But the strategy of polarizing the Muslim world against Iran has completely flopped. And so if there were to be an Israeli attack on Iran, the entire Muslim world would be on Iran's side at this point because Israel is seen as the main enemy. And so, this is not a strategic moment for the United States and Israel to escalate against Iran, because Iran and allies of Iran, people that are sympathetic to Iran around the world, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis in Yemen, like the democracy movement in Bahrain, the Shia majority in Bahrain that are, have been protesting for their rights against the Saudi-imposed king. The Iranian aligned forces around the world, because they are proving themselves by being so supportive of the Palestinians right now, they have a huge amount of sympathy. So the balance has really shifted, but yet Netanyahu seems determined to push this into an all-out fight against Iran. And I worry about the implications of this because, Israel does have a huge stockpile of nuclear weapons. It's the worst kept secret in history. We know that from all kinds of revelations that have come out through the years. They won't admit they have nuclear weapons, but they do. And if they were to attack Iran, Iran has the capability of just unloading a huge amount of missiles onto Tel Aviv. And Hezbollah has the same capability in Lebanon, and Israel has nuclear weapons. And this could all spin out of control very, very, very quickly. And it seems like Netanyahu is determined to drag the world into World War III. It's not enough to have this horrendous crisis and all these killing going on in Gaza. He wants World War III. And I think that...
And so on. And so there's this hysteria within the transatlantic elite about information that they can't control. There's a hysteria about the possibility of Donald Trump returning to power and shutting down the Ukraine proxy war. and just all the chaos that Donald Trump brings. And we can't escape the fact that this is an election season in the U.S. and that the U.S. effectively manages the Nine Eyes and decides what takes place there, and that it is seeking to crack down on any information that it cannot control, which could potentially interfere with Kamala Harris's path to victory after the Democrats pulled off this coup of placing her there as the nominee. And you can see how they're controlling the press in the US. They have all the media, or we'll talk about this later, all the media organizations begging for an interview. She does one interview and it becomes this bonanza. She won't answer real questions. So it's all about the control of information, and you've risen to the level of a threat because you're breaking through. And I think when we look at the censorship requests that are being put into the big tech platforms, how our first live stream from the DNC, which was live from the protest, Wyatt Reed was on the ground. It was taken offline for a period. We were given a strike. Chris Hedges has had TikTok posts critical of Kamala Harris removed. Caleb Maupin had a series of essays he put up years ago about Kamala Harris, critical essays. It wasn't exactly a New York Times best-selling book. Amazon just without explanation removed his book. They're banning books that criticize Kamala Harris. And the White House has the power, as we know. Look up the case, Murthy versus Missouri. This was from the COVID era. Look up all the censorship requests the Biden administration placed to Meta and other groups, including over the Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah.
We know they were doing this. So now it seems clear the Kamala campaign is using the power of the Biden White House to crack down on information. And the U.S. national security state is using the power of Nine Eyes to just shut down all alternative voices, as many as they can, around the world, as well as trying to implicate the Palestine Solidarity Movement, which threatens Kamala's path to victory here, implicating them as somehow Iran-controlled.
Appreciate those words by Eugene Debs, and I try to live by them. And, one way you can tell that I'm not a grifter is that if I were a grifter, I would tell you what I think you want to hear. And I often don't tell you what I think you want to hear. I tell you what I think you need to hear. And there's a difference. There's a difference. You have to be real with people. You have to tell them things. Sometimes there are things that I say that are not intended to make me popular, but actually intended to have the opposite effect. I often will say things that need to be said in the socialist movement, that need to be made clear to the broad masses of people that are getting interested in socialism, that need to be clear to the folks that are getting involved in socialist activism, things that will not make me popular. I don't care. I'm here to tell you what you need to hear, not what I think you want to hear. One thing that I've been absolutely clear about. I will never forget that when I was a small child, I remember I was reading a book about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I read about how when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement was organizing and protesting, there were obviously many people who disagreed with them for various reasons. And sometimes these people who did not agree with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., they would assemble and they would have manure and feces and they would throw them at the civil rights marchers. Did you know this? This happened. The Southern racists, go away and would throw literal feces at them. And I remember reading that as a kid and thinking, my goodness. Now, imagine one of those people was sitting in front of me. What would they have to say to me today? So you threw feces at Dr. Martin Luther King. You threw feces at the civil rights marchers. How do you defend yourself? What would they say? Well, everyone else was doing it. Well, Martin Luther King he was bad. He was opposed. They would have no defense. They would feel despicable, right? How can you look yourself in the face having done such a thing? And it's with that understanding that you should never join the mob. You should never just go along with popular sentiments. It's with that understanding that as someone who works in the press, I will never throw shit at Russia. I will never throw shit at Iran. I will never throw shit at Venezuela. I will never throw shit at China. I am not going to join a campaign to lay the case for war. I will never do it. I'm not going to spread lies about weapons of mass destruction. I'm going to question their allegations about Uyghurs, their allegations about chemical weapons. I will never be involved in a shit-throwing campaign when they try to whip up the hysteria to justify another one of their wars. I'm not going to do it. I don't care if it makes me unpopular. Furthermore, I'm going to be honest about what a human being is. And this is something that we need to be very clear. What is a human being? The way we're taught largely in our society to think about human beings is that they're just another animal. Well, they're wrong when they say that. Because if you look at ants, ants have been building their ant farms the exact same way for millions of years. And beavers, they've been building their beaver dams the exact same way for millions of years. But in just about 7 or 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. That is not just another animal. We are constantly changing the way we interact with our environment. The human being is the tool maker. It is constantly shifting and moving toward a higher stage. And growth and innovation and creativity are what defines human beings and separates human beings from animals. We reinvent ourselves. We rise to a higher plane. We want to have a better life than we already have. We want our children to have a better life than we have. That is the nature of human beings. Human beings are all about growth. Human beings are all about expansion. That is the nature of the human being. So when people come out and they say, well, you know, the answer to climate change is we just have to have less. We just have to degrow. I say no. The first ecological crisis in human history came about 7 or 8,000 years ago, when we, with our ability to make tools and sticks and rocks, we got too good at hunting and gathering. We got too good at it. We were killing too many animals. We were gathering too many fruits and nuts. There was a scarcity of fruits and nuts to gather. There weren't too many animals. We killed too many of them. So as a result of that, what did we do? Did we degrow? Did we say, all right, everyone's got to have less children? Oh, we all got to eat half as much? No. Well, what did we do? We changed the way we interact with our environment. We developed agriculture. We started growing crops, right? We started domesticating animals. And the first economic, political, and social revolution was human beings responding to an ecological crisis. The old way of interacting with our environment was unsustainable, so we moved to a higher mode of production. And the current crisis that's spawning climate change requires the same response. Fossil fuels is not sustainable, right? Fossil fuels is not going to work. Climate change is a reality. And furthermore, the fossil fuel-based economy is what keeps the world poor. It's, you know, look at Wall Street. You know, the big banks and big corporations on Wall Street are also tied in with the big oil monopolies. We got the big four super majors, ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. And in addition to them, you know, it's like, you know, BP, that's basically HSBC Bank. Chase Bank, that's pretty much ExxonMobil. It's JP Morgan and the Rockefellers. And the Wall Street global order is based on having an oil-centered economy. We need to get beyond an oil-centered economy. That is the solution to climate change. We need to change the way we interact with our environment, not to have less, but to have more in a sustainable way. And one concept that we've developed, and we're in the process of further developing it with the Center for Political Innovation, is that because of the situation around climate change, because this is an emergency facing humanity, because the fossil fuel-based global order is holding back economic development, it is time for a global combined effort for fusion energy. Instead of having it be a competition where China is working on fusion energy and, you know, South Africa is working on fusion energy and India is working on it, and there's a lab in Boston and there's a lab in New Jersey and there's a lab in California. Instead, we need a combined global effort. We need all of the countries around the world, all of the foundations, all the scientific institutes to combine their efforts into a single effort, a united global crash program to get fusion energy. That is the idea. We should have one place in the center of the heartland of the United States of America, one international territory, a new UN, a climate change fusion UN in the center of the United States of America called Fusion City. That is what we have developed, a global combined effort to save humanity from the nightmare of fossil fuels. We call for Fusion City now. 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 When Jesus was healing people on the Sabbath, the local Jewish leaders confronted Jesus about it. And they said, how dare you heal people on the Sabbath? One of the most important rules of Judaism is to observe the Sabbath and never work on the Sabbath. So healing people on the Sabbath is unacceptable. And Jesus told the Hebrew scholars, he said, the Sabbath was created for man. Man was not created for the Sabbath. In addition to that, at one point, Jesus was confronted by the local Jewish leaders, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important. He said, the most important commandments are to love your God with all your heart and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. And that is the essence of what the prophets of Judaism were saying. And it seems like the solid difference between the movement that was started by Jesus and the traditional religion of Judaism that existed in his day was that one was concerned about details. One was concerned about, observing the Sabbath, circumcision, which of the letters of the law you followed, the law of Leviticus, the law of the Old Testament. Whereas the message of Jesus was to love one's neighbor as oneself and to honor and obey God, and that he was focused on the primary message, the essence of the teaching of the Hebrew prophets, while the Pharisees and the others of his time, they were focused on the details, and they had forgotten the actual principles. They did not love their neighbors as themselves. They were not honoring God, and instead they were focused on the details, but they had lost the essence. Well, that's the Marxist movement of today. For me, being a Marxist or a socialist or a communist, for me, it always meant opposing the global system of imperialism, where big banks and corporations dominate the world and make themselves rich by keeping the world poor. In addition to that, Marxism, to me, always meant that we should have a rationally organized economy so that human growth and creativity could be unleashed to even higher levels, and we could reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world of vast abundance, the higher stage of communism. Now, I still believe in those things, but I no longer call myself a communist because communists overwhelmingly do not believe in these things. They have lost the essence of Marxism. They stand with the U.S. government against Russia and China. They don't believe in economic growth. They don't believe in a planned economy. But they claim that because they quote Marx, because they march around with red flags or whatever, that they are the real communists. And we, who are doing what is in the revolutionary essence of Marxism, opposing imperialism.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina.
They claim that we are not the real communists. Well, after a while, the followers of Jesus Christ eventually decided to stop fighting to say that they were the true Jews and to just call themselves a new movement. They called themselves Christians. In order to preserve what the Hebrew prophets had stood for, they had to break with this legalistic, phony movement that spoke in their name. And that's where we're at, right? In order to oppose imperialism and build the movement that is desperately needed to oppose imperialism here in the United States, and in order to unleash human creative power and raise living standards so we can reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, we have to stop associating with communists, because communists no longer believe in that. And if you do believe in that, they will persecute you. The so-called communists of this world that are propped up by the old order, just like the Jewish leaders that persecuted Jesus were propped up by the Roman Empire, they will persecute you, right? There's a reason that the Communist Party USA has been set up, and that's to persecute people who believe in the genuine revolutionary essence of communism. There is a reason that certain people have come to dominate social media, and that is to persecute people who believe in the revolutionary essence of communism. So in order to build the movement that this country needs, to really oppose imperialism and to really unleash human growth and creativity, we must break with communism. Because what we believe, which is the revolutionary essence of Marxism, they no longer believe, and they control and dominate the aesthetics of Marxism. They control all the communist spaces. They control and fight to own the communist aesthetic. We have no interest in owning spaces or aesthetics. We want to build a movement to do what needs to be done. So we're not communists anymore. We're innovationists, and we're holding on to the revolutionary essence of Marxism. If you look at the Chinese flag, you will see that there is a big yellow star, and then there are 4 smaller stars surrounding it. Well, those 4 smaller stars represent the block of 4 classes. And what happened in the Chinese Revolution is that China had been kept poor by the domination of British and American corporations and the domination of big bankers and corporations from other countries. So the Communist Party, represented by the big star, built a block of 4 classes. That was the workers, the peasants, the urban capitalists, and the national capitalists, the national bourgeoisie. They built a block of 4 classes to defeat the imperialists. And they were quite successful, right? If you look at what China is today, it's the 2nd largest economy in the world, 800 million people lifted out of poverty by building an anti-monopoly coalition, uniting different people from across Chinese society to defeat the rule of the big bankers and foreign corporations that were keeping China poor. Well, I think we need the same thing right here in America. I think we need an anti-monopoly coalition. In fact, that's what William Z. Foster, the great leader of the working class here in the United States, advocated in the final years of his life. An anti-monopoly coalition to oppose the emerging police state and fascism, to oppose the drive toward war, empower American people against the big monopolies that are leading our country in a bad direction. And that's what I'm dedicated to building. I want to build an anti-monopoly coalition to defeat the power of the imperialist bankers and the big monopolies that are marching us toward a new world war and a low-wage police state. And that's what we aim to create, an anti-monopoly coalition to fight for the working class, to fight for small business owners against the power of the ultra-monopolies and their drive to impoverish the world so they can stay at the top.
In a few days, Joe Biden is going to have a democracy summit. And his democracy summit is about spreading war propaganda and lies. Trying to build the case for war against China, trying to build the case for war against Russia, trying to build the case for war against Cuba and Democratic People's Korea and all the socialist countries. They have backed brutal regimes and dictators all over the world. They've backed death squads and murderous counter-revolutionary terrorists. They have backed extremists all over the planet, and they justify it with propaganda about victims of communism.
The Islamic Revolution of Iran was a very pivotal event, led to the creation of the Islamic Republic, a country that is now at the center of opposing Israel throughout the Middle East region, one of the main opponents of American imperialism around the world. Now, why is it that at the time of the 1979 revolution in Iran, when many different factions were organizing, why is it that Khomeini and his followers were the ones that ended up taking power and leading the country? Well, that's because the main issue in the Islamic Revolution was anti-imperialism, was the fact that Iran had a huge amount of oil, and that oil was under the control of British and American oil companies, while the Iranian people were impoverished. Now, in the 1979 revolution, there were many different communist factions, but none of them were able to take power. Only Khomeini and the Islamic Republic was able to take power. Why? Well, that was because the communists had not been consistent in their anti-imperialism. During World War II, the Tudeh Party, or the Communist Party of Iran, had collaborated with the British when the Soviet Union and the British Empire invaded Iran to overthrow the Shah, who was aligned with the Nazis. And the Maoist communists of Iran, organized into the People's Fedayeen guerrillas, they were aligned with China. And China was a huge supporter of the Shah. They saw the Shah's regime, the US-backed dictator, as an ally against what they called Soviet social imperialism. China welcomed the Shah's wife and family members and gave them heroes' welcomes. So because of the fact that the main Communist Party had collaborated with the British, and because of the fact that China was backing the brutal dictator in the name of opposing the Soviet Union, Khomeini and the Islamic revolutionaries, the Ayatollahs, they took power because they were the ones that were trusted, because they had been consistently anti-imperialist for decade after decade after decade. With their conservative Shia Muslim views, they had always consistently opposed the imperialists. And that's why they were trusted by the Iranian people. And that's why they lead the Islamic Republic today.
common sense should prevail and, that he should be restrained. And I'm kind of shocked by the Biden administration just continuing to pander to what looks like a desperate attempt to spark World War III. What do you think?
Well, I mean, the United States is doing right now what the United States has always done, and they kind of are. I think the Biden administration's a bit in shock. Quite honestly, what's always worked in the past is just to support Israel blindly. It didn't, and that really sort of, that the rest of the world oftentimes would also support Israel, a lot of the Western world, and that was just kind of the way it was. That was the status quo, and suddenly it's not. And I just think they're taken off guard. And I think that they are thinking, well, what do we do now? This isn't normal. Normally, we side with Israel and everybody else does too. And it's all good. And we just keep on going. And then this one ends and there's a period of peace. And then when the next one flares up, hopefully I won't be around. It'll be the other president's problem. So I think they're taken off guard. They don't know how to react to this. They don't know how to react to the fact that the rest of the world has changed because largely the internet. I mean, the internet and the Palestinians having access to the internet to upload videos to show what's really going on rather than what we just get, from mainstream media and, when news organizations would go in, but only with Israel, with the IDF and only get the IDF side of things. And that's what they showed us. Now people are starting to see the reality of what's really going on there and starting to think critically. The younger generation's older now. Boomers, they were born from World War II. And there has been, rightfully, for many, many decades, a real sympathy for the Jewish people, for what happened after the Holocaust, a real sympathy. And that sympathy was enough for a long time to keep people very much in support of Israel, just believing that, well, we must do this thing. They must have a home, and we can't allow a Holocaust to happen again. But the younger generations that didn't grow up with that, I think more put into them by their parents or their education system, right? They're now far removed from the World War II generation, and they're looking at things more critically without the emotion. And when they look at it that way and they see what's the reality of what's happening to the Palestinians, there's a big uprising. People are saying, well, this is wrong. You can't basically annex people for 50 to 75 years and not give them rights, just to keep them oppressed and refuse to give them citizenship, refuse to give them equal rights, or refuse. And if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to annex them completely and make them all Israelis, then you need to give them their own nation and allow them total and complete self-autonomy, not this kind of pseudo-fake crap that they were doing, which really wasn't a nation. They were offering them basically native reservations is what they were, without our natives in this country, they're given reservations that they can run, but they're also allowed to leave those reservations, live anywhere in the country. They're given American citizenship and full rights, and they don't have to live on those reservations if they don't want to. That's not what's happened for the Palestinian people at all in these reservations that they've essentially been given. And it's all been, all of this refusal to give them that citizenship has been done under the guise of, under the defense of, and what the Israelis have used all these years is, they want their own nation and we're negotiating, right? They want their own land and we're negotiating. So they've been allowed to draw this out, and people just see it now for what it is. And they say, this is wrong. You cannot do this for 4 generations of people, going into 5 generations, denying them those basic equal human rights. But so I think the Biden administration is just taken totally off guard. They do not know what to do. They've just been sticking to 75 years of status quo. And now they're like, oh shit, what now?
And entity that wants chaos and instability, this entity that wants to destroy Western civilization and go back to nature, this entity is not appealing to working people. I tell people to imagine this. Imagine that, some average American working class family, they're at their house one day, and all of a sudden their doorbell rings. Bing bong. Someone's knocking on the door. Who is it? Oh, hi. I'm from the local socialist and communist organization. Oh, I've never met an actual socialist or communist before. Tell me what you believe. Well, we believe that this house you have, you shouldn't live in it because material things are too good. You should be poorer. And in fact, the land that your house is on was stolen from Native Americans. And on top of that, you make too much money at your job. And while we're at it, this American flag you've got hanging in your living room, hanging out in front of your house, we're gonna burn it. You have too much stuff. And we want to destroy your life because you don't deserve it, because you're a disgusting Euro settler and you value things over people, and we want to make you poorer. And we're having a riot tonight around 6 o'clock. We're going to have a riot, and we're going to fight with local law enforcement, and we're going to burn down and destroy a lot of buildings and beat some people up. So you're interested in joining our group, aren't you? Yeah. There you go, folks. That's why the working class is turning to Trump. Because this entity, this death cult, this disgusting death cult has taken the place of actual socialism. No one in their right mind wants to join a group that wants to destroy their standard of living, that wants utter chaos and destruction, that hates them. The fake left hates the working class. There's too many of them. They're useless eaters. They need to reduce the human population. They need... This is a cult. This is a disgusting cult. This death cult, this chaotic death cult, the synthetic left, has taken the place of the actual left. It wants to drive the standard of living down. It admires primitivism. It wants chaos. That's not socialism. Folks, I will read to you. You want to know, back in the day when the Communist Party of the United States was big and it was powerful, was their message to average Americans, we want you to be poorer, we want to tear down society and make chaos? No. Their message was, we will make your life better. And in fact, I have here, if I can get it out here, this was the election manifesto of the Communist Party USA in 1940. Right? The presidential campaign of the Communist Party. The way out, right? Capitalism was making the lives of workers unstable. It was a Great Depression. People were losing their jobs and homes and leading to a new war. And the message of the Communist Party was that they represent the way out. Right? It's fascinating. You read the election manifesto of the Communist Party from the 1940s. The way out. Right? In the 1932 presidential campaign, their slogan was, a revolutionary way out of the crisis. And what did the Communist Party do? Did they go and burn shit and beat people up? And no, they organized unemployment councils. When people were hungry, they fed them, and they organized them to fight back and demand, they fought for the rights of veterans. Veterans benefits. The reason that veterans in the United States have veterans benefits is because of the bonus march, right? The bonus march that was organized by communists, right? This was, the Black Panthers, the Black Panther Party. What did they do? They had a free breakfast program. They fed hungry children. Right? The Black Panthers, what did they do? Did they want chaos? No. They wore uniforms. Military uniforms. Do you think any leftist group in the United States would ever wear uniforms? Oh no, we can't be all dressing the same. That's fascism. That's communism. It's unbelievable. Maybe I've spent too much long talking about this, but regardless, if you look at what the Black Panthers were, right? You read about how they denounced Eldridge Cleaver for his ultra-left adventurism and his fetish for violence. They denounced the Weather Underground for their terrorist campaign, right? You read about the Communist Party USA and how they organized in a time of crisis to feed the hungry people, right? They said, don't starve, fight, organize ordinary people to fight for their economic interests. It was amazing stuff, right? That was a real left. And the synthetic left needs to be gotten rid of. We need a real left. And I have tried to popularize the slogan to express a real left. We need a government of action to fight for working families. My wife and I went to go see the best Christmas pageant ever, the movie that came out recently, the children's movie. And I was particularly excited to see the film because I was familiar with the short story that was published. I remember reading the book as a kid, reading it in school. It's a classic children's text. I believe it was originally published in 1972. Tells the story of Christmas pageant in a small town that becomes taken over by a group of juvenile delinquents, troublemaker kids, and in the process, the town learns something about the true meaning of Christmas, Christian love, acceptance, that kind of thing. Set in the past, in the 1960s, and it is very much a story of small town gossip and rumor, children bullying each other, the judgment that is poured down on people, and how all of this plays out and culminates in a very interesting Christmas pageant in a small town. The short story itself was already a very, very religious story centered around the Christian story of Christmas and the birth of Jesus Christ. However, what I noticed about the film was that they amped up the religious aspects even more than the original short story did. They really seemed to emphasize not only the religious aspects and Christian acceptance, but also the notion of a community and how important it is to be in a community, how the needs of these juvenile delinquent children could be fulfilled by joining the local church, how the local church could be an accepting place and how it should learn to be accepting of them. Now, this comes as Netflix is obsessed with the notion of a cult, authoritarianism, dictators, illiberalism, and we're constantly being inoculated against any notion of an illiberal movement, a movement that pushes collectivism, could push to reinvent U.S. society beyond the irrationality of the market and the irrationality of the liberal order. Certainly no secret that our society is becoming less religious than before. Church attendance is dramatically low across America, especially since the pandemic. Americans are just not involved in religious communities as they once were. And yet it seems that at this point, Hollywood is churning out a number of films that are not simply aimed at Christian viewers, but almost kind of advertisements saying, get involved in a religious community. Unlike the book version of The Best Christmas Pageant Ever, in the film version, the children, the juvenile delinquents, end up joining the church, and it emphasizes that they needed a community. This reminded me of the film Jesus Revolution that came out a few years ago that seemed to have a similar vibe to it. It was not simply telling a story, and it was not simply entertaining people that were already primed to appreciate the message. It was almost a go-to-church advertisement, get involved in a religious community advertisement. Now, my feeling about what's going on here is this. I think across America, there are a number of people that are very dissatisfied with their conditions, also very upset and unhappy about the economy and the state of affairs, and also feeling very isolated from other people. They want to be part of an organization, and that there is a fear on the part of big sections of the U.S. foreign policy establishment that they may join some kind of illiberal movement. We saw what happened with January 6th and QAnon. We see how negatively they're reacting to the re-election of Donald Trump. And I feel like these films that all have a kind of join a religious community, join a mainstream church message to them, these films are more or less saying this is a safe outlet for your anti-establishment sentiments. If you're feeling alienated from society, if you're feeling angry at the government, if you're looking for a community to belong to, the safe thing to do is to join a mainstream church, a mainstream religious community. Ultimately, what millions of Americans, especially those living in small Rust Belt towns who are angry with the political establishment and seeing their living conditions go down, need is a mass movement of anti-imperialists. They need to join the Center for Political Innovation. They need to join the movement we are creating to mobilize Americans to reinvent the country as part of the emerging economic order that is in opposition to the decaying Atlanticist, imperialist economic system. We need a new America with a government of action that fights for working families. And I don't think liberal churches are going to fulfill the deep frustration, needs, and desires of so many Americans. But that seems to be what the establishment is currently trying to do. And a wave of films that are pointing Americans toward the liberal churches, the mainstream churches that they have largely turned away from in recent years, seem to be coming out from Hollywood. This enjoyable children's film was yet the latest example. workers and the bosses. The concept of capitalism creating overproduction. The understanding that we need a government of action that will fight for working families. That is absent from the discourse. Socialist ideas are not out there. People have no clue what socialists believe. People think that socialism means everyone gets paid the same wage no matter how hard they work. People think that, I had somebody in my high school tell me, communism is when the government kills people. I said, really? She said, yes. We executed Timothy McVeigh. That was communism, right? It's like people have no clue, right? I'm in the subways here in New York City, in Brooklyn. I cannot go by one single day without seeing somebody out there from the Jehovah's Witnesses trying to sell me, promote the Watchtower. My vision, I want someday when I get on the subway to see communists trying to sell me their publication and tell me about how capitalism is the problem. Socialist consciousness needs to be all over U.S. society because it's the only way out, right? The problem that we have right now is a capitalist problem, and it can be only resolved if we have a government that fights for the people and moves the country towards socialism, right? We need to have a government that controls the economy to make a good life for the people. We can't have the free market. There is no free market way out of the crisis that we are in at this time. There is no way out as long as profits are in command. There needs to be a government of action to fight for working families. And that's what's missing in all of this. So people who want to look at Rosa Luxemburg and say, the Spartacist revolt and the German Revolution, they're missing the point. They're missing the point. And I will say this, and this needs to be thrown out there. A lot of people look at what's going on right now with Trump, and they say, oh my God, it's going to be Nazi Germany again. Pretty soon they're going to start putting us in concentration camps. We're all going to die. It's the end of the world. Well, let's review a little German history, right? Hitler came in 1933. In 1918, there was a socialist revolution in Germany that did not create socialism. The socialists were brought to power in a mass uprising that brought down the Kaiser and didn't create socialism. And then there were uprisings all throughout the 20s. There was the Bavarian Soviet Republic at one point. You had different regions in Germany. You had in Red May, I believe it was 1928, 29. You had this in Wedding in Germany where they seized it, like a chunk of Berlin. There were communist uprisings all throughout the 1920s, and they didn't win. They didn't work. They didn't take power, and they didn't make people's lives better. And after a decade or so, people said, okay, the left, you've had your chance. You haven't taken power. You've been fighting in the streets, and a lot of people have been dying, and people are still hungry and starving. And, and there's this right-wing party, the Nazis, that they seem to be, having their stuff together. The right took power after the left was unable to take power, right? And that's what happened. It wasn't, people have this narrative in their heads like, well, first, the government, regulated television and then the government did this. No, it wasn't like that at all, right? That there was an armed battle. There were armed battles going on in the streets for like a decade between communists and Freikorps and far rightists, and eventually the Hitler Nazi Party took power. And even the Nazi Party had a lot of, there were a lot of like weird right-wing groups that didn't like the Nazis and had falling outs with them and merged with them. And it's way complicated. It's very, very, very complicated. And in Germany, you had this individual, even the communists over there. There was a guy named Brandler, I believe, and there was like an attempted armed uprising in Germany in like the mid-20s with this guy named Brandler, and he eventually started his own party, the Brandlerites. And there was a weird, it was very complicated. And a lot of people point out that if the German Social Democrats and communists had voted together, had blocked together in the elections, they could have prevented Hitler from coming to power. And a lot of people will say, oh, why didn't they just do that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because the Freikorps and the Social Democrats had murdered Rosa Luxemburg. And there was some pretty bad blood. And all throughout the 1920s, as there were revolts going on, all throughout the 1920s, communist revolts, a lot of times the people sent to crush those communist revolts were Social Democrats. The communists and the Social Democrats in Germany were killing each other, literally killing each other. These folks were blood enemies. The idea that they were just going to, all vote in one block, that wasn't going to happen. It just wasn't going to happen. The leader of the German Communist Party during the 20s and 30s was a guy named Ernst Thälmann. And, he became kind of a martyr for world communism. They actually had a song. Ernst Thälmann, he was out in front. His fist was raised to strike them. The flag was, the brigades were forming thick and fast to raise the battle forward. The flag was red, the fight was on. For sturdy Comrade Thälmann, raise your fist. And it was like, sound the alarm. The phony court has sentenced him to perish. But news must spread throughout the world to keep our brother free. I don't remember all the, but it was Ernst Thälmann. He was the leader of the German communists. Hitler arrested him when he first came into power, and all over the world, there were free Ernst Thälmann. It was a big thing. They had strikes and protests for Ernst Thälmann. And eventually Hitler executed Ernst Thälmann, and there was protests in Germany. People went out on strike, and then after, when East Germany was created, Ernst Thälmann was the martyr. And there was the Thälmann song, or the Thälmann Lied, that was one of the official anthems of East Germany. German communism is worth studying. I was obsessed with it at one point because there's so little about it in English. I would go and just dig up any book on Weimar Germany and all of that. But I've come to the conclusion, that we're not living in those times. We are just not. Those were times of mass socialist consciousness, and there were times where the socialist movement was massive and huge and wasn't able to take power.
It's a good question.
The drama at the Ivy League schools I find to be particularly ironic because, if you read the writings of Zbigniew Brzezinski and the American strategists, they talk about the Ivy League schools and how valuable they are, that, people from all over the world go to Harvard and Yale and Princeton and schools like that. And they come there and they see that the United States is so great and they love the United States, and they go back to their home country and they're, proxies of American power, and they favor the United States. They echo U.S. foreign policy in their home countries. So it is essential for the Americans, from just a strategic, perspective, to have Harvard be a place where it shows that, yes, there are Americans that don't agree with supporting Israel. Yes, there are Muslim Americans who openly practice their faith, who disagree with U.S. foreign policy. That's in U.S. interest, right? That they almost create kind of a Potemkin village, right? The image that you get of the United States at politically correct Harvard is not what America is really like, right?
Yeah.
But they need that. But Israel's not okay with that. No, Israel says, no, you cannot have Harvard University criticize Israel. And that doxing truck that they were driving around with the faces of students who dared sign a petition. And now the calling for the firing of the president of Harvard. Harvard plays an international role for the United States. There are students there from Africa. There are students there from the Middle East. There are students there from the Pacific, from Muslim countries like Malaysia and Indonesia. And all of them are going to go back to their home country and say, wow, on an American campus, if you disagree with Israel, they drive around with your face on a truck and try to make sure you can never get a job again. This is
Right.
actually kind of hurting the United States in the long term. But Israel just feels so entitled. No, U.S. policy must completely serve Israel. How many states are there where in order to be a state employee, you must sign a pledge that you will never boycott Israel?
Yeah.
Is there any other country that gets that kind of
Right.
special treatment?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's really truly insane. That in particular is so against the First Amendment. I don't know how that hasn't been challenged in court. Maybe it is. It should be challenged, I think, more in court. You bring up a really good point about the universities. They are a politically strategic for the United States foreign policy, because many of the world leaders that we install all around in these coups, we brought first to the United States, right, and educated them in these Ivy League schools, Columbia or wherever, and then we send them back to their countries and then say, well, this is the guy that we want, right? We want Juan Guaido, or we want, whoever it is in Syria. These are the people that we're backing, even though they were, and a lot of them they bring here to kind of educate or train or indoctrinate, and then to send them back and try to have them act as puppets in the government. So it is kind of an interesting, what is going on with those Ivy League schools. And I don't agree with a lot of what's going on in Ivy Leagues. They've definitely, over the last several years, have been anti-free speech. And now, it's again another crackdown on free speech with what's happening now. So, but Caleb, it's been really great talking to you. You're always so knowledgeable. Really fascinating story with you on this boat. That was, you're part of history trying to get yourself to Yemen with those humanitarian supplies. Unfortunately, we're not able to get there. the people in Yemen. It is a major crisis, what has happened in Yemen. The civil war has been the greatest humanitarian catastrophe. Very different, though. I want to stress this because a lot of people keep saying, well, why are people so focused on Palestine and not on Yemen? Many were. I mean, Yemen, it's a bit different. There's not there's not the occupation and the oppression and the blockade like what's gone on in Palestine. It's a very different situation, but it is bad. Many of us are very against sanctioning and blockading in general. That's why I'm not, I get what the Houthis are doing right now with the ships, but at the same time, I am against sanctioning and blockading. So I'm not really for what the Houthis are doing if it's going to harm the Israeli civilians. I don't think it's a good thing, but I do think that the Netanyahu government, the United States, everybody needs to correct course before it gets even worse than it already is. But Caleb, thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure.
How can people find more? What are you working on right now? You always got so much stuff going on. What are you working on and where can people find you?
Oh, well, I am the founder of an educational project. We're called the Center for Political Innovation. You can check out our website, cpiusa.org. I've written a number of books about, economics and global international relations, geopolitics. You can look at, the various books I've published. And I'm very excited about the upcoming Defeat the Deep State rally, Rage Against the War Machine 2. It's going to be happening in Washington, D.C. on February 17th. I think that's going to be a great development. So, yeah, and, the Center for Political Innovation, we're always putting on conferences and events around the country, publishing books, trying to raise awareness about how imperialism and this global system of monopoly capitalism doesn't really benefit the American people. And if you're a real patriot, if you really, follow the teachings of the Bible and the Christian faith, you should oppose a system that puts profits over people.
Caleb, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is it for tonight's show. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you guys waiting for us to come back from the holiday vacation. I hope you guys had a great one. We will be back again tomorrow night with another great show, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, guys, have a great night. Bye-bye.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. 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 Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
So next up, we'd like to welcome up the founder of the Center for Political Innovation.
We're here today to do something that brings us all together. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, leftists, rightists, whatever your ideology is, war still kills you. War still destroys you. And what's happening in the world right now is very, very frightening. Praying for peace with China. We're praying for peace in the Caribbean, peace in Latin America, peace in Asia, peace in Africa. It's something we can all agree on. And in the back, I want you to notice we brought a banner with us. And that banner has a beautiful picture on it. And that's a picture, regardless of how you feel about American politics, that was a historic moment. When Donald Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un, that was a historic moment. And one thing I think that we can recognize here is that if Korea could come together, if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could come together if we had peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula.